This is Atomic Shinobi and today I'm going to narrate first part of what if Naruto and Hinata went rogue. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Not wasting no time, let's start the story.
Both Hinata and Naruto had been missing from Konoha for 4 years. They were nearing the end of their mission. Naruto and Hinata would defeat the 6th Hokage, and Konoha would be protected from future manipulation. With his arms encircling Hinata's waist and embracing her tightly, Naruto lay awake in bed. He had trouble falling asleep. Since they first became missing. Nin, he had been eagerly anticipating the day when he and Hinata would return to Konoha, which was less than a week away. However, they were held with little regard for each other after clearing their title of SS-ranked missing nins. Hinata sighed softly, and he heard it. Naruto turned to face her after asking, "Hinata-chan?" Her beauty left him speechless, but he soon discovered that she was just as awake as he was. She stroked his chest tenderly but firmly and whispered, "Hi, Naruto-kun." Hinata giggled a little when she heard Naruto use a word with more than 2 syllables. "We'll be back in Konoha in less than a week. I was kinda skeptical that this mission would end with us back as Konoha ninja, but I know that is no longer the case." With a charming smile, Naruto continued, playing with her hair softly, "We'll probably remain missing nins for the remainder of our lives." Since they left Konoha, her hair had grown a lot, reaching just below her hips. She couldn't help but laugh as Naruto's hand moved smoothly down her back, caressing it. "Hi, I know Naruto. Sweet, we will have to live with that burden of missing. Nin for a long time, but I don't think Konoha will bother us any longer. You shouldn't worry so much, at least we'll be together. Our mission is to get rid of the Hokage. I won't let anything happen to you, Naruto." "Ku," she said, looking into his eyes with a sweet smile before Naruto interrupted her with a gentle kiss. The villagers were horrified by Naruto and Hinata's unnatural strength and ninja-like abilities, but they all viewed them as criminals. Being able to take down an entire hidden village with ease demonstrated their exceptional teamwork, earning them a reputation as some of the best in the ninja world. Only once, on the day they were both promoted to S-rank missing. Nin, had Naruto and Hinata attacked the hidden village of Leaf. Following that day, the mere mention of Naruto or Hinata's names caused the residents of the hidden Leaf to shudder. With the exception of a few ninjas, the villagers and Konoha ninjas were unaware that Naruto and Hinata's actions were in the best interests of Konoha. "Naruto, you are, by far, the most skilled genin shinobi the Hidden Leaf has to offer, mainly due to your brute strength and incredible chakra reserves. It is a wonder how you are still a genin. You could become a junin with relative ease. That is why you are the only ninja in the village who can take on this mission." Utatane Kaharu clarified, with a bit of tone. To his unavoidable surprise, Naruto was only 14 when this mission was given to him. Naruto didn't understand why he was given the task of betraying Konoha by eliminating 2 of his fellow genin ninjas. "But, Granny Kaharu, I don't want to betray Konoha. This is my village, no matter how the villagers treat me, and it needs me," he said. Killing 2 of his fellows was the only way he could become a missing. Nin with a high enough ranking in the bingo books to make the mission successful. Mitokado Homura breathed a sigh. "As you already know, the 6th Hokage eliminated the 5th, as to claim the title of Hokage for himself. Nobody else knows this, excluding us 3. Not only are the Akatsuki after you, but the villagers, as you know, are not overly fond of you. Becoming a missing. Nin will be easiest for you, as you have no ties with the village. Becoming a missing. Nin will also be essential to infiltrate Akatsuki. They need the Kyuubi's power, and if they have you as one of their members, they will not need to draw the Kyuubi out of you, which will kill you. You can then, in turn, dispose of the 6th. By doing this, your status of missing. Nin should be removed. If, however, this is not the case, you will have to live with the title of missing. Nin for the remainder of your life. This is no easy burden, but one must take risks as a shinobi, especially for the good of his or her village." With this new knowledge, Naruto swallowed hard and thought about his options. He had the option to turn down this mission and carry on with his hateful life in the Hidden Leaf. Even though he was aware that most of the villagers and some ninjas hated him, he couldn't bring himself to harm them in any way. Unless, of course, the Kyuubi had an influence on him. Naruto detested the idea of the 6th Hokage continuing to control the village. Alternatively, he might agree and turn into a missing nin. The villagers will despise Naruto even more as a result of this, and all of the ninja in the village will come to fear and despise him just as much as the villagers do. He would be constantly on the move, never able to rest, and hunted to hell and back. In order to get his missing. Nin status cleared, he would eventually need to go back to the Hidden Leaf village and kill the Hokage, but he had some doubts about that part of the mission. He had already decided. He was aware that there were more drawbacks to both options than advantages, but only one seemed to be beneficial to the village and to him. With a tiny sigh, he turned to face the elders and whispered, Who do I have to eliminate?" his voice cracking with conflicted feelings. Relieved that Naruto had regained consciousness, Koharu and Homura reclined in their seats. "Naruto, you must first kill a member of your original Team 7. Naruto's eyes widened in fear, and the silence that followed was deafening. It was impossible for him to get rid of Sasuke because he was aware that he was no longer a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village. Haruno Sakura, his crush, was the only other member. "We understand your feelings for Sakura," Homura said. "But this is the only way to receive the title of S-ranked missing nin. You must betray the very team you once held close bonds with." Naruto muttered angrily, "You make it sound like it's an achievement." He never imagined that he would have to choose between Sakura's and another genin's lives on one hand, and the future of the Hidden Leaf Village on the other. The thought of having to kill his crush made his stomach turn, but he nodded after slowly looking up. He brushed that emotion aside as he recalled all the times Sakura had mistreated him. Hatred suddenly grew in his eyes. "You're correct, Naruto. You despise her," hissed the Kyuubi in Naruto's mind. "Don't let yourself be fooled by these fake emotions of love. It merely blinds you from the truth." Naruto gave his demonic counterpart a mental nod. Will I be the only one on this mission? You can't possibly risk having more than one missing nin. Naruto murmured. He realized he had expressed his thoughts as soon as he had finished speaking. "We had thought about that." Koharu opened her eyes and continued, "and we have derived at a conclusion. The Akatsuki and the members of the village will find it a little strange if you are on your own as a missing nin. The Anbu should be able to dispose of one lone genin with ease. This will no doubt arouse suspicion, which could cause the mission to go awry. Which is why we took it upon ourselves to appoint you a teammate." After a brief moment of inaction, Naruto composed himself. "At least I won't be alone during the mission," he told himself, his mind a little flooded with happiness. "Who will I have as my teammate?" Naruto asked the two elders after taking a sip of his green tea. Homura said calmly, "Hyuga Hinata." When Naruto heard one of his friends' names, his stomach churned. Her father will also disgrace her, and it's not fair on her to take this mission unwilling. Naruto didn't want to endanger his friend, but he knew it was pointless to argue with the elders once they had made up their minds. Tsunade had repeatedly demonstrated that point. For a moment, a look of comfort crossed his face, but it was quickly replaced by his usual emotionless expression. "Won't she just slow me down?" There was a brief silence while the elders silently winced at his coldness. Koharu paused for a moment and carefully considered her next words. "Hinata is a strong ninja. She isn't far from you, Naruto. It is just mainly her chakra control and taijutsu that need some work. However, you can train with her, which will help you both improve. Additionally, her Byakugan will prove an excellent asset to the mission." Additionally, she willingly accepted this mission. Hinata had asked the elders not to tell Naruto the real reason for accepting this mission, saying, "For the good of Konoha." Naruto took another sip of his tea and grunted. "I guess it can't be helped. You said we'd have to kill two genins. Who was the other genin that you had in mind?" he asked hesitantly, eagerly awaiting the response. Homura began, but appeared to pause as Naruto's expression changed as he processed the information. "A ninja from Hinata's team, as to create the illusion that Hinata is as deadly and as cold a ninja as you. We will not make you choose, however, as we have already chosen for you. It is unfortunate for all these deaths, but they cannot be helped. You and Hinata will have to dispose of," it began. While biting his bottom lip, Naruto asked, "Well, who will it be?" After an awkward silence, Homura revealed the identity of Naruto and Hinata's victim, Inuzuka Kiba. In the back of Naruto's mind, the Kyuubi laughed menacingly. A demon smile spread across Naruto's face as he muttered to himself, gladly. "Naruto, you will meet with Hinata at your apartment in 15 minutes. You must eliminate both Sakura and Kiba once you meet up with her. No other ninja knows about this mission. Only you, Hinata, I, Homura, Jiraiya and Kakashi know of this." Koharu grunted, her old age eating away at her energy. "I already explained your mission details, but I shall remind you of them. You are to meet with your future teammate and quickly dispose of both Sakura and Kiba. You must make it evident that both you and Hinata have betrayed Konoha. Leave a note explaining your betrayal at the bodies if you wish. You and Hinata will then leave the Hidden Leaf, becoming missing nin in the progress. Several hunter nins will attempt to chase you. Homura and I shall try our best to stall them. Once they reach you, you will have no choice but to eliminate them. You will then be on your own. I shall relay information to you and Hinata regarding the Hokage's actions and current schemes." Jiraiya will find you in 2 years' time. He said something about training you in the art of senjutsu, but I have no explicit information. You and Hinata may also want to change your current attire before you start your mission. If any more Konoha personnel attempt to stop you, you must take it upon yourself to eliminate them. In 4 or 5 years, depending on how much time we will need, you must return to the Hidden Leaf and dispose of the 6th. Koharu gestured for the door, and Naruto nodded and made his way towards it. Naruto? With his back to the two elders, Naruto turned his head slightly and said, "Hi, Koharu, Sama. Good luck on your mission. I know it's troublesome, but it cannot be helped." "It's more than troublesome, Koharu. Sama. It's a complete inconvenience, but at least it'll be fun," Naruto said, chuckling to himself a little before he briskly left the council room. Naruto was walking slowly in the direction of his apartment while mentally reliving all of the information he had just been given. He avoided his fellow villagers' vile glares by keeping his eyes fixed on the ground. Unless he was swayed by the Kyuubi's rage, he doubted he would be able to even touch his fellow ninja, but he knew he and Hinata had to kill them. He was unsure of how exactly he was going to approach this mission. He was hoping Hinata had a strategy. Then, recalling Koharu's counsel, he changed his plan and went to a clothes store. He arrived at the clothes store in just 2 minutes. He chose not to hurry his clothes shopping because he still had about 11 minutes to meet Hinata. He entered the store slowly and was met with a chilly stare right away. With a stern tone and icy gaze fixed on Naruto, the owner reprimanded, "Can I help you?" Naruto put on one of his phony masks and grinned broadly at the proprietor, saying, "I'm just here to browse. My current attire isn't really cut out for a shinobi." There was no change at all in the owner's icy gaze. Naruto disengaged his happy-go-lucky smile and strolled around the store, realizing it wasn't working. He understood that he and Hinata would be traveling most of the time at night, so he needed clothes that would help conceal his presence. A black long-sleeved jacket that was identical to the one Jiraiya had given him but without the orange was the first thing he saw. Naruto made the decision to purchase 3 of them, keeping one spare for Hinata, in case his were destroyed, as was the case with his original blue and orange tracksuit. He kept looking for something for the lower body, but he was happy with the clothes he had chosen for the upper body. His gaze instantly landed on a red, short-sleeved coat with a black flame design around the hem and a black hood. It looked good when he picked it up. Naruto was unable to get one for Hinata because there was only one available. He decided Hinata would have to settle for a simple black short-sleeved coat with a purple hood instead. He kept looking around the store and came across 2 pairs of black pants that resembled the orange ones he was wearing at the moment. He went to the owner after picking them up. In an attempt to estimate their size, he quickly looked at the clothing, and it appeared that they were about his size. Since Hinata and he were nearly the same size, Naruto reasoned that they would fit her just as well. "How much for all of this, old man?" he asked, approaching the counter in the most courteous tone he could manage. Naruto gave the man 1200 ryo, telling the owner to keep the change because he was going to become a missing nin and he might as well do one good deed for the day. The owner looked at him, his icy eyes momentarily melting as he responded, 420 ryo. They're on sale. Hinata awaited Naruto with trepidation. Being missing nin seemed like the best way for her to escape her father's coldness, which was one of the many reasons she chose to go with him on this mission. She was also aware that the only way to stop the 6th Hokage from killing the 5th was to become missing nin. The person she admired was someone she also wanted to spend time with. The idea of spending so many years with Naruto made her flush wildly. By themselves. She resisted the urge to faint by shaking her head. Since she had been waiting for nearly 8 minutes, Naruto would undoubtedly return shortly. Hinata continued to wonder in her mind why the elders approached her first with the specifics of the mission. Any other genin ninja could have been chosen by the elders to serve as Naruto's partner, but they went with her. She was mostly happy that they had since she loved Naruto and would be extremely happy to spend time with him. The fact that the mission specifically called for Naruto and Hinata to take a life devastated her. The idea made her shudder, and she hoped Naruto had a plan because she didn't believe she could kill one of her allies. According to what the elders had told her, Naruto had to stop Sakura, and Hinata had to kill Kiba. Tears welled up in Hinata's eyes, but she forced herself to stop them. She didn't like the thought of killing Kiba, who was both a friend and a teammate, but she knew she had no other option. She also had a great deal of sympathy for Naruto because she knew that he had always loved Sakura and that it was cruel of him to kill her. But she was also a little relieved at the same time. Perhaps Naruto will come to recognize me without Sakura? She hoped there might have been an alternative to murdering her allies, but there was no use in holding out hope. She played back memories of Sakura, who always seemed to get more and more irritated with Naruto and would eventually hit him out of rage. That was why Hinata had always hated Sakura. Every time Naruto tried to declare his love, he would end up in the hospital or with a concussion. Hinata's anger slowly overcame her, and she clenched her fist. The anger quickly left her as she unclenched her fists. Even though she occasionally detested Sakura, she was still a friend and comrade, and she couldn't allow her feelings to influence her decisions. A certain ninja with yellow hair interrupted her thoughts by calling out to her. "Oi, Hinata!" Hinata gasped silently as she looked up to see Naruto approaching her in a composed manner. Her cheeks filled with hot blood, and her blood started to boil. Her cheeks were flushed, but she lacked the willpower to look away from Naruto. Naruto gave Hinata a small smile before giving her her outfit. "Hinata, Kaharu. Sama ordered me to get us a new attire. I already bought you some clothes, so we should get changed before we head out." Hinata swiftly removed the clothing from Naruto's grasp while invariably caressing his warm hands. Hi, Naruto.kun. Arigato. As a sudden rush of excitement tore through every fiber in her body, Hinata whimpered a little. Without taking her eyes off the ground, she hesitantly asked, "Anyo, where do we get circa change Naruto.kun?" before continuing. Naruto calmly said, "It looks like we'll need to change in my apartment, Kaharu. Sama told us to begin our mission as soon as possible." He then put on his happy-go-lucky mask. Hinata blushed even more violently and then gave a little yes, suggesting that the fake smile was working against her. "Hear me out, Naruto. I am only assisting you because I will also die with you if you do. That is not what I want. I'll outline the precise tasks you must complete for your teammates." "You get it?" the Kyuubi asked in his mind. The Kyuubi went on, "I will lend you some of my power when you are to kill your teammate," and Naruto grudgingly nodded his head. "This Sakura pest must be eliminated as soon as possible. It will only take a snap of her neck. However, you will lose yourself in bloodlust if you rely too much on my power. This will only mean bad news. You will become carefree, which you will pay dearly for, probably with your life." Naruto nodded and carried on dressing. These ninja of the hidden leaf are all talented. As he dressed, Naruto muttered to himself, "Damn these pants." Naruto was stranded in the living room while Hinata dressed in the bedroom. "Fuck, they're too long." Naruto had to improvise because he didn't have time to return and request a refund. He quickly rolled up the legs of the pants to prevent them from covering his shoes. He switched out his typical blue sandals for black ones. He looked in the mirror, nodded, and gave himself permission to smile a little before taking off his orange jacket and putting on the black one he had just purchased. With the exception of the sleeves that protruded by about 2 inches over his hands, the jacket fit him almost perfectly. Comfortable. I suppose I'll just have to get used to it. With that, he quickly put on his red coat, putting on the hood, and then walked slowly to his bedroom door. When Naruto arrived at the door, he yelled, "Hinata!" Not being a closet pervert like his sensei, Naruto knocked on the door 3 times gently to give Hinata some privacy. "Nani, are you dressed yet? We need to get going," Naruto said simply before hearing a faint response from the other side. Hi, I'm ready Naruto.kun. Naruto backed up a little to let Hinata open the door completely. Wearily and slowly, Hinata stepped outside, blushing indiscriminately. Although she had to roll them up more than Naruto, she had also rolled up the legs of her pants. Her hands were hidden by the jacket sleeves, which hung comfortably but loosely over them by 8 inches. Naruto reminded her that she needed to wear her black coat, which she was holding in her hands. She complied dutifully, throwing on her coat and pulling the hood over her head. She responded with a strong scarlet flush as she felt Naruto's gaze move over her body. After giving a soft nod, Naruto turned to leave through the front door. Hinata looked to the floor, embarrassed at herself for posing such a stupid question. "Anyo, and Naruto.kun, how are we going to?" Hinata froze as she realized once more that they would have to take a life. "Kill them?" she asked. He said simply, "I thought about it as I was getting dressed," and then he turned to Hinata. "And I've got a plan. We need as many witnesses as possible, so we should lead both Kiba and Sakura to the village central before disposing of them, preferably towards Ichiraku's." Naruto's face drew a menacing glare as he imagined the bloodshed. "In any case," he continued, wiping the smile from his face, "if you feel as if you can't come up to the challenge, just leave them to me. I'll dispose of them, quickly." Hinata couldn't help but whimper at Naruto's coldness. Naruto was such a happy character in the academy, but he developed into such a gloomy and aloof person. Since they would be together for many years, she would eventually have to learn the reason behind his abrupt personality change. But don't worry, I trust in your skill as a ninja. Naruto gave her his happy-go-lucky smile, but she could tell it was fake. She was usually made fun of for her shortcomings, but Naruto had praised her, and she still blushed wildly at his compliment. Naruto handed her a poisoned kunai slowly, and Hinata winced quietly under her breath as she heard his icy orders. You must not lose focus. I know he's your teammate, but we need to do this. Do not listen to his cries or pleas. Just focus your intention on ending his life. He placed it gently in her hands, making sure the poisoned blade was a safe distance away from her skin, and said, use this. The kind gesture made her blush, but she knew she had to pay attention to Naruto. She had to make him proud, so she said, Anyo, Naruto-kun, is. Shall try my hardest. Hinata wondered how Naruto would carry out his duty, so she twiddled her fingers and looked at the ground. Anyo, Naruto-kun, how will you, dispose of Sakura? She asked. Just let me worry about that. Naruto hissed, his voice brimming with murderous intent, as he let out a startling laugh that startled Hinata. Kiba objected as Naruto pulled him in the direction of the ramen shop, saying, Arg, Naruto. Why do you have to drag me to Ichiraku's? I need to take Akamaru home. He's not feeling well. In agreement with Kiba, Akamaru leaned on his shoulder and whimpered softly. Sakura, who was also being pulled by Naruto, hissed, Yeah Naruto, this is my day off. I have things to do. Ignoring their grievances, Naruto proceeded with his journey. Sakura and Kiba let out a long sigh and simply let themselves be pulled along. The dog didn't believe the murderous intent was aimed at the three, but Akamaru could sense it emanating from Naruto. Hinata trailed slowly behind, considering her course of action. She didn't want to kill, but she knew that once they left the village, there was no going back. She could hardly keep up with her father in their sparring matches, so she couldn't possibly kill someone. She simply needed to have faith in her abilities because Naruto had given her the task. With her long sleeves hiding the blade, she silently pulled the kunai from her pouch and gripped it firmly in her hands. She gave Kiba a fierce look while considering both his advantages and disadvantages. She instantly realized that Kiba and Akamaru were a team. Killing Akamaru would be necessary before she could consider killing Kiba. As they approached Ichiraku's, she took a deep breath and held it. Naruto winked at Hinata as he turned his head slightly in her direction. Her cheeks began to flush, and her heart began to race. She dismissed the idea. Naruto simply signaled to her. She needed to move quickly. She lifted the kunai and approached Akamaru slowly. The five of them were surrounded by at least 4 dozen villagers, which was more than enough to make their plan successful. Hinata could feel the villagers' glares seeping through the 5 of them as she moved toward Akamaru with her hidden kunai. She accelerated, revealing the kunai as she did so. As she watched the young Hyuga girl pull a kunai from its sheath, one of the villagers whimpered quietly. Fear tainted her voice as she attempted to scream at the young Inuzuka boy. Before she knew it, the kunai had pierced the dog's skull, drawing blood across the Hyuga and the Inuzuka. With her breathing under control, Hinata lunged forward, exposing the kunai by fully rolling up her sleeves. The warm blood spurted across Hinata's face and Kiba's neck as her kunai entered Akamaru's skull and made a sickening noise as the dog's skull crunched. Kiba instantly spun around, fear brimming in his eyes. Kiba was too shocked to intervene as the blood continued to flow from Akamaru. Kiba was able to yell, Akamaru! As Sakura and the other villagers turned to see what was going on, startling them. As they watched Hinata swiftly flick her wrist to the right, further piercing the dog's skull, before pulling her kunai away, the villagers' eyes widened in terror as well. The dead body of Akamaru dropped to the ground. Kiba was able to yell, Akamaru! As Sakura and the other villagers turned to see what was going on, startling them. With a devilish smile, Naruto snapped Sakura's wrist, causing her body to ache unbearably. Sakura threw herself to the ground and screamed violently. Naruto had seized her by the neck and gazed into her eyes, his pupils turning red with anticipation, before her body had even touched the ground. Sakura managed to let out a little cry, but it was ineffective. Naruto, please. Let me go. Her chest was pierced by Naruto's hand, causing excruciating pain all over her body. She was unable to bear the pain. She essentially froze, warm blood seeping from her mouth and from her wound. Her fear was only increased by the fact that she was able to keep her gaze on Naruto the entire time. With his left arm still buried in her chest, holding her aloft, Naruto let go of her neck. He made a lethal fist with his right hand. Before slamming his right fist into Sakura's face, he let out a wild laugh. Naruto's enthusiasm was only heightened by Sakura's blood and the cries of the villagers. He took his fists off her lifeless body. Her corpse dropped to the ground. Hinata used the confusion as a pretext to launch an assault. With a sickening thud, Akamaru's body hit the floor. She then raised her bloody kunai once more and used it to drive it through Kiba's eye, killing the Inuzuka boy in a single motion. She continued to drive the blade into his eye while maintaining an emotionless expression. Her sudden smile was tinged with murderous intent as she glared at one of the villagers. With a spine-tingling scream, the villager fled toward the Hokage tower. She swiftly took the kunai out of Kiba's eye and thought, good, the plan's running without a hitch. She raised her kunai once more, this time piercing Kiba's skull and breaking it in the process, because she didn't want to take any chances. She lifted her free hand and made a fist, the warm blood enveloping the kunai and her hands. As more blood spurted from the new wound, she smashed her fist into Kiba's chest, crushing his heart. She took her hands off of him, leaving the kunai in his skull, and flung him in the direction of the villagers before glaring at them. Sakura, who was already dead, fell to the ground and was thrashed by Naruto's fists, which struck her face and sent blood and pieces of her skull flying. He was unable to control his excitement and bloodlust any longer. As his razor-sharp nails started to come loose, he tore open Sakura's abdomen, revealing her internal organs. As they watched Naruto dissect the young Haruno's organs, many of the villagers started to regurgitate their lunch. Grasping her large intestine tightly, Naruto tore it apart, flinging half of it at one group of villagers and the other half at another group of onlookers. Even though Sakura's blood stained his clothes, Naruto kept beating Sakura's skull, leaving behind a bloody mess of broken skull fragments, tiny bits of brain, discarded teeth, and a piece of eyeball. As Hinata watched the scene play out, she felt sick. Regaining her posture, she suppressed the urge to throw up. Before she could call his name, someone did it first. An Anbu ninja yelled, "Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata." Out. He was accompanied by a number of other Anbu ninja, all of whom were wearing masks to conceal the sick look that was written on their faces. They had never witnessed such a repulsive scene before. Naruto's eyes widened with delight at the sight of new victims as he slowly turned his head toward the Anbu. "You have betrayed the leaf, you worthless trash. By order of the 6th Hokage, we will dispose of you without a second thought," the Anbu ninja said, his voice trembling slightly as his eyes locked with Naruto's. The Anbu was taken by surprise when Naruto appeared behind him. Naruto was too quick for the Anbu, who attempted to turn and raise his hands in defense. Naruto easily severed the Anbu's neck by slashing at it quickly. Naruto grabbed the severed head as the Anbu's limp body fell to the ground. With a devilish smile, he hurled the head at another Anbu ninja, causing it to pierce his chest with such force. His life ended before his body had even touched the ground when the Anbu abruptly collapsed. Naruto counted the remaining Anbus in a hurry. 5 remained. He scowled, wishing he could destroy all of them. He felt a gentle embrace around his arm just as he was ready to run toward the first of his victims. He swiftly turned his head to the right. Hinata nearly stumbled as she whispered, "N. Naruto.kun, we've done the first part of the mission. We need Olive N. Now." Because of what she had just done to Kiba and Akamaru, she was terrified and hateful of herself, but she was even more afraid of Naruto because he had relished every moment of the violence. With his pupils still blue, Naruto whispered back, "Yeah, whatever. Put a line through your headband, we're missing Nin now." He grunted as his excitement subsided. Naruto's return to his former self was a relief to Hinata. She sketched a kunai, cutting through the Konoha emblem in a straight line while slashing at her headband. Naruto followed suit, focusing on the numerous Anbu who were still observing him. "You can follow us if you wish," he said sarcastically, "but you'll only lose your life if you do." He grinned as he saw the last of the Anbu shudder in terror as they hurried toward the Hokage office. Naruto's gaze shifted to the many villagers who were observing him, their eyes wide with terror. He gave them a devilish smile and hurled a kunai at one of their feet. The villagers started to flee from the two, whimpering in fear. Leaving the devastation they had caused behind, Hinata and Naruto headed for the main gate. They bounded through the gate and hurried out of the Hidden Leaf village. After several hours of silent travel, Hinata and Naruto were able to leave Konoha after 20 miles before Hinata started to feel tired. "This will be checkpoint 1, Naruto explained as he used a kunai to make a distinguishing mark in a nearby tree. They were able to locate a clear but safe area that was surrounded by trees and wildlife, seemingly shielding them from the outside world. It was a little after 6 o'clock, but Hinata was starting to feel exhausted. "If anything happens to you, come back here. We'll also be sleeping here, so you should get comfortable." Hinata blushed deeply at Naruto's sincere concern for her, but he rejected her suggestion to go on a food run, saying, "No, you're in no condition to go out on your own. You stay here and rest, I'll go collect food." He threw her some dead leaves and branches before leaving. They left Hinata alone. She glanced around, trying to recall the immediate area in case they needed to quickly head back to camp. She stood up slowly, her exhaustion gradually fading. Still flushed by Naruto's gentle gestures, she approached the dead branches and leaves he had left for her. After returning to her starting point, she carefully sat down and placed the branches and leaves in a small cluster before swiftly lighting them on fire with a different branch. Now that she had benefited from months of survival training with her father, she was also happy to be paired with Naruto. Even if it was something as simple as starting a small fire for Naruto, she liked to think that she could help him in any way she could. As the fire burned, she let out a sigh. She remembered Konoha as she stared into the blazing flames. She was thinking about the sickening sounds of broken bones and the sight of blood. She gasped quietly and then shook her head angrily. She couldn't change the past, she would have to accept the fact that what has been done is done. She recalled how Naruto appeared to be taking pleasure in the bloodshed and violence of the entire scene. She was so terrified by his evil laughs and menacing smile that she whimpered at the idea of Naruto's rage suddenly taking over. She was curious as to why he was always acting so aloof and cold. She wanted to know why he was eager to kill. She gave a little gasp when she regained consciousness and then lay on her back. The young Hyuga was greeted by the warm, soft grass. She was overcome with a sense of calm as she gazed up at the evening sky. She blushed at the thought and wished Naruto was with her. She giggled a little and then used her opulent, soft fingers to gently brush her hair. As soon as she heard rustling in the grass, she leapt to her feet, her fear gradually growing. From behind the clump of leaves, she could just make out a bright yellow. With a mature deer slung over his shoulders, Naruto emerged from the bushes slowly. With a silent sigh of relief, Hinata found the strength to stand up. Dropping the deer close to the fire, Naruto started to gently skin its fur, saying, "It's not ramen," with a slight smile on his face. "But at least we'll get to eat." As Naruto was preparing the meat, Hinata couldn't help but stare at him. "Hey, Hinata-chan?" Hinata's mind snapped, and she squeaked in silence before looking directly at Naruto. Her face flushed horribly, and Naruto smiled a little. "I'm not much of a cook, so do you think you could prepare the food? I'll try and find you some spices or something." This wasn't one of his masks. Hinata realized. This was a sincere smile. Her voice was barely audible above a whisper as she said, "It's fine, Naruto-kun. Brought spices with me B. Before we left, I'll gladly prepare the food. Onyo, Naruto-kun, I think these will go nicely with the deer." Her heart raced as she saw Naruto smiling at her as she slowly made her way to her bag and took out a mixture of spices to go well with the meat. Her cheeks glowed as brightly as the night sky. She fainted because the adrenaline and blood rush were too much for her brain. Naruto leapt to his feet and ran to Hinata's falling self, gently catching her before her body hit the ground. As he caught her, his fingers unintentionally touched her soft skin, causing a warm feeling to fill his body. He quickly dismissed that sensation as he gently placed her on the fragile grass, taking care not to wake her. He returned to the meat preparation. As Naruto gently laid Hinata down on the fragile grass, the Kyuubi whispered, "Naruto-boy, we need to talk. You lied to me, so you have no right to talk to me about what you forced me to do." Furious at the Kyuubi, Naruto let out a mental scream. "No, you are solely responsible for your actions. I told you that depending on my abilities would only result in bad news." The Kyuubi gave a low growl that made Naruto shudder. "You daredevil fox. You took over my body. I didn't want to murder Sakura-chan in that manner because I loved her so much. No, she wasn't valuable to you. You were treated like a parasite by that damned Banshee and every other person in that useless village." Naruto quickly looked at Hinata when he realized Kurama was correct. Hinata was always kind to him. She'll ruin the mission with her inconvenient emotions. That Hyuga girl who's with you is the only person who shows you warmth in your pathetic life. We must get rid of her. No matter what you do, I will never again be forced to take another person's life in that manner. I'm not as cold-hearted and evil as you are. You've tainted my feelings and are attempting to stifle everything positive. These little feelings will only make you feel worse. I've just been trying to make you stronger. And you're saying that the only way to get stronger is to turn evil? When Naruto asked, the Kyuubi sighed softly and then nodded, saying, "That's a bunch of bullshit, you damn demon. Something as intelligent as you, in my opinion, couldn't so readily yield to such heinous and callous practices. What really makes a shinobi strong is their ability to protect those who are important to them. Naruto, you're just deluding yourself. The Kyuubi laughed sarcastically before going on. Do you really think that my defense of such helpless people will help you? You will only be burdened and slowed down, ultimately leading to your death. Unwilling to listen to the Kyuubi, Naruto shook his head and said, I'm not a heartless monster. I just want you to leave my feelings alone. I apologize, Naruto, but I am unable to fulfill your request. Giving in to your feelings will only make you oblivious to reality. I've already warned you that I won't voluntarily give up my life so easily, and if you die, I die too. This is my body, not yours. You are merely an unwelcome visitor. I've wanted nothing more than for you to be gone ever since I discovered you were nesting inside of me. Naruto muttered in a tremulous voice, I truly detest you for making me so unfriendly toward everyone. I understand your feelings, but I am unable to fulfill your request. Naruto, you have to believe me on this. Soon enough, you'll be able to control your emotions. In anticipation of Naruto's request, the Kyuubi raised one eyebrow and said, Just promise me one thing. Don't make me cold towards Hinata. She can't really hate us because we'll be together for a few years. The mission will fail. After letting out a long sigh, the Kyuubi concluded, as you wish. I will give you some degree of emotional control while you are with Hinata. Naruto jolted back to the present. He glanced around quickly and recalled his location. He glanced quickly over his shoulder and noticed Hinata soundly sleeping. With a sigh of relief, he went back to work on the meat for his supper. He saw that the sky had grown darker as he carefully stripped the deer of its fur. He looked up and used the number of stars in the sky to calculate the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. He and Hinata needed as much sleep as possible because they had a difficult day ahead of them. Since winter was coming and they might need the fur for warmth, he chose to keep the fur after he finished skinning the deer. Naruto shuddered a little in the cool evening breeze. He approached the small fire slowly, trying to warm his hands as much as he could. After a few seconds, Naruto was encircled by a warm, fragrant cloth. Astonished by the unexpected warmth that enveloped him, he let out a quiet gasp. When he looked up, Hinata was flushed. He smiled a little and said, Hinata, you're awake. Arigato for the blanket, but won't you need it? Hinata said, slowly sitting next to Naruto, her face turning a violent scarlet. Hinata's blush would not go away as she glanced quickly at the floor to avoid Naruto's eyes. Anyo, I'll be fine. IW. Woke up a few minutes ago and heard you shiver, so I thought you'd needed more than I would. Nah. Naruto.kun, the elders said something about you. Training me? When do we start? Hinata continued, her fingers twitching with excitement as she hurried the final 4 words of her sentence, her eyes never leaving the floor. After giving it some quick thought, Naruto said, well, scratching his left cheek slowly. How about tomorrow morning? You'll have to wake up at about 9 a.m., but we'll need to fit in as much training as we can in the afternoon. You think you're up for it? Naruto asked, his face showing little to no emotion. Hinata's eyes were fixed on the ground in front of her as she said, Hi, I'll try my hardest Naruto.kun. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he saw Hinata's eyes light up with anticipation. Awesome, that's great to hear. The elders told me you need to work on chakra control and taijutsu mostly, so we'll work on chakra control tomorrow, and taijutsu once your chakra control has improved. Datbayo. No matter how difficult the task, she was sincerely looking forward to getting better. Before Hinata could respond, Naruto briskly interrupted, saying, Hinata, we should eat before it gets too late. We need as much rest as possible. We can rest once we've eaten. Naruto pulled the freshly skinned deer towards them while extending his right arm out to his side. She was glad to be of some assistance to Naruto, even if it was just in the form of cooking the food. Hi, Naruto.kun. I'll prepare the meat. You should prepare the tents. His voice trailed off as he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, about that, I kinda forgot to pack my own tent before we left. Hinata's face turned a fiery scarlet as soon as he finished speaking. Her eyes shifted from the floor to Naruto's azure eyes, saying, so, we'll probably have to share your tent, if you don't mind obviously. Naruto simply grinned nonchalantly at his suggestion, unaware that he would be sleeping near Hinata. The blood rushed violently around Hinata's head, threatening to drown her brain in a sea of warm, gooey blood. Her whole face began to heat up, and she couldn't take her eyes off Naruto's stunning eyes. Hinata's voice showed no signs of repressing her excitement. She would be spending the night, possibly even the next couple of nights, sleeping with Naruto. At last, she found the courage to respond. H.Hi. Naruto.kun. W. W. We'll have to share the .ent it seems. Her cheeks burned even more with dark red blush at the thought. Naruto casually said, "Cool, I'll go prepare the tent. It's in your bag, right?" As he got up from his sitting position and pushed the blanket away. "Yes," the perpetually flushed Hyuga responded to Naruto with a whine. Naruto opened Hinata's bag quickly while keeping his back to her, being cautious not to spill the contents. He had a hard time finding the tent because her bag was practically full of extra clothes, ninja gear, different herbs and spices, a strange-looking diary, like book, some medical supplies, and other random items. Naruto's attention was immediately drawn to the strange-looking book. He read the book very carefully, occasionally peeking over his shoulder to make sure Hinata wasn't suspicious. The material used to make the book was ebony in color. The material felt smooth, silky, and opulent to the touch, much like streamlined silk. Before holding the book firmly in his hands, Naruto's fingers couldn't resist running it along the front a few times. It was as thick as his pinky finger and about the same width and height as a kunai. The book's front was simple, with only an empty white name tag in the color ebony. Although Naruto wondered why the name tag was blank, he dismissed it as a coincidence. Hinata wouldn't be overly happy if she lost such a great book, surely. A deep, rich purple hue was embedded in the book's spine, as if it were calling out to Naruto. Naruto stared in wonder at the indescribable purple, enthralled by the spine's exquisite color. He quickly turned the book over and saw that, aside from the white name tag, the face of the book was exactly the same. Naruto was so intrigued by what was inside that he decided he had had enough of admiring its appearance. Making sure Hinata didn't know he had her book, he hurriedly put it in his big jacket pocket. Naruto called out, capturing Hinata's undivided attention, "Hey, Hinata. I'm going to go find it real quick. I'll be back before you know it," he said, grabbing the enigmatic ebony book in his pocket before Hinata could respond. "There was something I dropped when I went to get that deer," Naruto said. In about 2 minutes, he was able to distance himself from the camp by a good mile. As he came to a stop, he spotted a big tree stump and decided it would be a good spot to sit. Happy to be able to get some quick rest, he sagged down on his newly selected chair. Without hesitation, he took the book out of his pocket and gazed at the elegant yet straightforward black layout once more. Looking more closely, he could just make out a few tiny spirals near the bottom of the front cover, and he was impressed by the quality. He quickly turned to the first page after deciding he had wasted enough time teasing around. As he turned the pages, he saw that only one page, a diary excerpt, was completed. He kept turning the pages of the book. The blank pages had the color of pure crystal, almost white. The unused pages gleamed almost like they had never been touched. The crystal-like pages were made even more striking by the dim moonlight. Naruto hurried back toward the front of the book, to the only page that was filled in. He studied the writing slowly. He was aware that this was a bad idea, but he had to get to know Hinata because they would be together for many years and he would only get to know her better if he knew some of her most intimate secrets. He kept closely examining the words. Tuesday, September 17th, at 5:17 p.m. my father chastised me once more. I'm just human, and he doesn't seem to get that. Despite my best efforts, I am unable to meet my father's expectations, which are very similar to those of ninja legends. However, one boy at the academy never fails to lift my spirits and give me hope that perseverance and hard work will always get you through life. I used to think so, but after my father named my youngest sister the heir apparent to the clan, I was unable to live up to the expectations, regardless of how hard I worked or how much effort I put into my training and sparring sessions. My father acts so cold and distant, and he expects me to just accomplish the impossible, which enrages me. It is not only nonsensical but also unworkable. It's simply unfair. Because I am not strong enough, I have been rejected and shamed by the Hyuga clan members my entire life. I am basically a burden to the rest of my clan. They now view me as the clan's burden and trash rather than as the once proud and strong heir. It simply isn't. Naruto saw that the final word of the diary excerpt appeared to have been smudged by tears, most likely Hinata's tears. Although Naruto was aware of Hinata's clan's widespread respect and fear in the ninja world, he never thought they would be so malevolent. Although he was aware that Hyuga Hiyashi was a proud and fearless man, he never thought that Hiyashi would be so ruthless, even with his own daughter. A chilly chill went through Naruto's body. He concluded that he had been away from camp long enough for Hinata to be concerned about him. He moved quickly in the direction of camp. It took Naruto 5 minutes to walk to camp. He was still a little shaken by learning of Hinata's predicament, which was the main reason it had taken him longer to get to camp. When he got to camp, He threw that emotion aside because he didn't want Hinata to find out that he had read her diary. An aura of intoxication filled his nostrils as he sniffed the air. The scent made him smile dreamily. He was aware that Hinata had likely just finished dinner and was preparing to serve it. All she needed to do was wait for Naruto to come back. With a warm smile and a red flush, Naruto emerged from the bushes enclosing the camp. "Ah, Hinata. Sorry for taking off like that, I was really determined to find my necklace," Naruto said, pointing to his neck. The necklace the fifth had given Naruto was there, swinging coolly in the cold wind and hanging towards his chest. As Hinata's eyes widened in awe, her blush persisted. "Anyo, Naruto-kun, I'm just G. Glad to see you're okay. Okay. That necklace is beautiful." The necklace was one of the most exquisite things she had ever seen. But Naruto's expression stayed emotionless as he recalled memories of Tsunade. "Yeah, it's the very necklace the fifth entrusted me with," he said, sitting across from Hinata, his eyes never leaving hers. "So you can see why it means a lot to me. Tsunade Sama was like a sister to me. Anyway," Hinata exclaimed as she handed Naruto his plate, startled by Naruto's abrupt change in volume. "Let's eat. Dinner smells good," Hinata flushed. For the remainder of the evening, the two sat quietly, concentrating on their meal. It was impossible for Naruto to avoid thinking about Hinata. Whether he wanted to or not, he knew he would have to tell her about the Kyuubi inside of him, especially if they were to have complete trust in one another. He wasn't sure how he felt about the girl either. She was quiet and reserved, but she was also very helpful. He knew that if Hinata hadn't been paired for the mission, he most likely would have gone hungry tonight. Additionally, he felt peaceful and at ease around her, as though her presence had an impact on his rage. Sitting in the cozy quiet, Hinata allowed her thoughts to rule her. Nothing was more important to her than spending time with Naruto and supporting him in any way she could. Despite the danger, she was more than happy to accompany him on this mission. If it meant spending even a short time with Naruto, she would remain a missing nin for the rest of her life. When Hinata heard her name called out, her train of thought came to a sudden halt. Hinata. Chan? A familiar yellow-haired ninja was standing at least 3 inches from her face when she looked up. She could feel the blush burning up her cheeks. Naruto pulled his face away from Hinata's and scoffed jokingly, "I thought you'd never snap out of it. Anyway, we should call it a night. I'll set up the tent." Hinata blushed indiscriminately, what she was best at. Naruto completed setting up the tent in less than 3 minutes. The tent wasn't tiny, but it wasn't enormous either. 3 fully grown adults could fit in it with ease, and there would still be enough room for their arms. With his jacket and coat smeared with blood, Naruto was the first to crawl into the tent. He chose to act as though he was unaware of Hinata's presence even though he saw her arrive at the tent entrance. With his back to the door, he scurried into his blanket. He simply lay there, wide awake, without closing his eyes. The last person to enter the tent was Hinata. She watched in astonishment and excitement as Naruto, bare-topped, prepared to crawl into bed. Her head throbbed with blood, making her feel a little dizzy. She pushed the nausea away and went on getting ready for bed. She took off her jacket and filthy, discolored coat to reveal a simple black top that was obviously too large for her. Naruto recognized the scent of the top right away. It was one of his pajama tops. With her back to Naruto, Hinata sank into her blanket. Because of the intense lust and excitement coursing through her body, she was unable to find her voice when she tried to whisper goodnight. After an hour, Naruto and Hinata were completely silent. Both sides were aware that the other was awake. It was nearly impossible for Hinata to sleep or even speak to Naruto because she was still encased in a wall of excitement. As silent as a statue, she hoped to soon fall into a deep sleep. But Naruto broke the silence first, saying, "I read your diary." Hinata's eyes widened in bewilderment, and Naruto turned over and looked directly into Hinata's eyes. "That ebony book in your bag, I read it. I'm sorry, but my curiosity got the better of me." Too stunned to look away, Hinata said, "It said something about your father. Nothing more than him being cold and cruel towards you. However, I can sympathize for you, as I know exactly how it feels." The ensuing silence was nearly deafening, but Naruto summoned the courage to continue, saying, "I have a demon sealed inside of me." Hinata's eyes widened with concern, but she remained silent and motionless, listening to every word that Naruto said. "You remember the Kyuubi attack almost 15 years ago? Well, in the academy, we were told that the 4th Hokage had killed the 9-tailed beast, but also died himself. That was nothing more than a lie. He couldn't kill the 9 tails. The demon was far too strong for any ninja to face, so the 4th had to seal it away. He had to seal it in a newborn, namely me. I've received indescribable acts of abuse throughout my life. His voice had a brittle quality, as if he were being forced to relive such memories. He got to his feet slowly and sat down. I was kicked out of every orphanage I've ever stepped into, inevitably leaving me to spend a good 4 years on the street, moving from trash can to trash can, hoping I'd be able to find a decent meal for the day. I usually went for more than 2 weeks without food, but the Kyuubi managed to keep me alive. I was beaten to a pulp on several occasions. I was on the verge of death countless times, but again the Kyuubi managed to save me. Every time I went to the hospital, the nurses and doctors refused to heal me, afraid that my demon powers would only get stronger. Hinata's face was filled with worry and confusion. She feared for Naruto. She believed that although her life was difficult, Naruto's was like a fairy tale. She was also perplexed as to why she was unaware of Naruto's Kyuubi's sealing. Like he knew the answer to her query, the third Hokage passed a law forbidding anyone from speaking about the Kyuubi sealed inside me. While nobody was allowed to speak about it, that didn't suppress their anger and hate. Naturally, the adults' anger and hate was passed down to their children, even though the children didn't really know why they hated me. Hinata, who was genuinely curious and concerned about Naruto's welfare, did her best to hide her stutter as she said, "But, Naruto-kun, why did they take their anger out on you? You're not the demon." As he continued to stare at Hinata, Naruto shrugged and said, "Simple. I was the container for the Kyuubi. The villagers had to take their anger out on something, and anything that was remotely close to the Kyuubi is as good a victim as any, I guess." As she listened to Naruto's struggles, Hinata whispered, "I can't believe the villagers would do such hateful things to you." "That's not even the worst of it." Naruto's voice trembled, frightening Hinata. "All that I really remember was that this happened when I was roughly 7. It was a Thursday, and I had been kicked out of the 18th orphanage for the day. It was close to 6 p.m., and I needed a place to rest my head. I had been running away from this group of kids that were intent on bullying me. Well, as I was kicked to the curb from yet another orphanage, that same group of kids found me. They beat me senseless, breaking most of my bones and almost destroying my internal organs. It was a miracle in itself for me to have survived that. What came next was something I'd only thought would happen to exiled ninjas. They dragged my lifeless body to the cemetery and literally nailed me to a tree. All I remember after that is waking up, my arms outstretched over my head, and legs dangling below me. My hands and feet nailed to a tree, 2 kunai in each foot and 4 kunai in each hand. The kunai were driven deep into my flesh, stopping all my movement. There was another kunai embedded in my chest, just fractions away from my heart. I stayed in that position for almost a whole week before the third Hokage found me. The pain that I experienced throughout that week was inhuman. It was a blessing, or even a curse, for me to have survived that. The Kyuubi worked wonders in keeping me alive. He was determined to make sure I didn't die. Naruto's trembling had worsened. His voice was just above a whisper, but Hinata had heard every word, her eyes steadily growing with more and more pain as each word reached her ear. Naruto ripped his eyes from Hinata and glued them to the shadowy floor. There had been silence for a few minutes, mostly because Naruto wanted Hinata to have time to process the information. He continued to stare at the floor. Finally, with his voice rambling with a variety of emotions, Naruto slurred, "You're the first person to ever show me any care. I always thought it was out of pity, but maybe I was wrong. Perhaps I am wrong. I hope I'm wrong." Naruto's voice reverted to a whisper, but Hinata could still hear every word. Hinata blushed a little before turning to face Naruto. "I've always seen you as someone I care about, Naruto-kun. I don't care if you have a demon sealed inside of you. You are not a demon in my eyes." Hinata managed to whisper, her voice full of a warm and loving quality, after gently placing her hand over Naruto's, causing the young Uzumaki to jump in surprise. Her voice grew a little louder as a tender smile took over her face. "My view of you will never change, no matter what happens." When Hinata's smile met Naruto's eyes, all of his doubt, fear, trembling, and rage vanished. The fact that someone genuinely cared about Naruto made him feel warm and happy. Hinata saw him as a person rather than a monster. With a smile of his own, Naruto said, "Arigato, Hinata-chan. You really are awesome." At Naruto's compliment, Hinata flushed. She was happy that she could take away all of Naruto's suffering. The young Hyuga was overwhelmed by the increasing amount of blood that rushed to her head. Fainting, she collapsed back onto her blanket. Naruto made the decision to retire for the night as well and slowly lowered himself to his blanket. It was just past 6 o'clock. The violent killing spree of Naruto and Hinata had been reported to the Hokage. I always knew the nine-tailed demon would betray his village, but I never expected the Hyuga heir to do the same, the sixth Hokage said bitterly to the numerous Junin ninjas in his office as he assembled them to tell them of a new mission. I want Naruto's head, and I want it before he attacks this village again. You must bring Hinata back unharmed. I refuse to believe she betrayed our village willingly. The several Junin simply nodded their heads in silence. They didn't feel comfortable killing a ninja from their own village, even if they were missing. Nin. Naruto disposed of his former teammate, Haruno Sakura, and 2 of our finest Anbu operatives. You must proceed with extreme caution. Hinata killed Inuzuka Kiba and his pet, Akamaru. You must apprehend her with extreme caution as well. It is also rumored that Naruto possesses a powerful dojutsu that is more powerful than both the Sharingan and the Byakugan, but he hasn't awakened it. Fear quickly overtook Kakashi's mind, and his eyes widened. You don't mean, the Rinnegan? How is that even possible? The Rinnegan is said to be just a myth. Kakashi's voice was barely audible above a whisper. I know it's absurd, and slightly worrying, but this is true by all accounts. Our main goal is to eliminate Naruto as quickly as possible, to completely sever the risk of being attacked by him. I hereby declare Uzumaki Naruto an SS rank missing. Nin. I shall update the bingo books to tailor to his strengths and weaknesses. I also declare Hyuga Hinata AS rank missing. Nin for the time being, until we can figure out if her actions were forced upon her by Naruto. Each of the Junin nodded as they were about to leave. There will be a funeral at 8 p.m. to mourn the deaths of several great and loyal ninjas. I don't need to tell you that I expect to see you all there. The Hokage stopped them abruptly with a quick wave of his hand, and the Junin departed in silence, leaving the sixth to think. You will pay for this, Uzumaki Naruto. The Hokage bitterly whispered under his breath, as he slumped to his chair in despair. With the intention of exacting revenge on their wasted ninjas, every ninja in the Hidden Leaf attended the funerals of their fallen comrades. The Inuzuka clan grieves for Kiba. They will stop at nothing to exact revenge on Naruto and Hinata. Refusing to accept that their young, attractive Sakura had been brutally murdered, the Haruno clan screamed and sobbed. The Haruno clan had been the most boisterous but also the most distraught of all the people who attended the funeral. After paying their respects to their fallen Anbu operatives, all Anbu shinobi quickly left the tearful atmosphere of the funeral graveyard. The loss of their close friends also devastated the Rookie 9, or, more precisely, Rookie 4. All of them were furious with Naruto. They knew that the villagers had avoided him and hated him, despite their attempts to be kind and amiable. It appeared that the young Uzumaki was not benefiting from their friendship. Although their anger toward Hinata was not nearly as great as their anger toward Naruto, they still respected him despite the fact that none of the former Rookie 9 had a strong affection for Kiba or Akamaru. A young Chunin, grieving the loss of his younger cousin, asked, his eyes welling with tears, has anyone seen Team Guy? They should have gotten word of Naruto and Hinata's treachery, shouldn't have they? Another Chunin gritted his teeth in exasperation and said, bitterly, him and his team were told of the devastation, and immediately forfeited their mission to return to Konoha. Hopefully they run into that damn devil brat and dispose of him. As he spat his cigarette on the ground, the Chunin muttered, that fucking demon fox has caused us enough pain and sorrow. We should have executed him when we had the chance. Aside from the numerous sobs and tears that could be heard from the funeral grounds, the remainder of the funeral was held in complete silence. While some ninjas remained to pay their respects until as late as 3 a.m., many left the funeral at about 9:15 p.m. Sakura whispered, Naruto, please, plural please, don't kill me, as Naruto's bloodlust took over. His right hand, his unsheathed nails digging into the flesh around her windpipe, he held her neck tightly. Sakura pleaded frantically for her life to be spared, her eyes welling with tears. Please Naruto, let me go. But this was in vain because the ecstatic Naruto just ignored her cries. He gave a menacing smile and then cackled like a devil. He raised his left hand slowly, then clenched it into a lethal fist. With a sickening crunch, he swung his fist straight into Sakura's face. Sakura's skull had been easily crushed by Naruto's fist. He smiled again, then lifted his fist once more and slammed it hard into Sakura's face. Naruto woke up suddenly from his sleep. He sat up quickly, his whole forehead drenched in sweat. He rubbed his head slowly as his mind kept playing back the details of his dream. Unbeknownst to the young Uzumaki, his eyes began to burn. In order to try to cool his eyes before they worsened, he made the hasty decision to locate a lake. Remembering that Hinata was also inside the tent, he quietly departed. Naruto went outside into the chilly night air. The many beautiful sounds of nature blended with the gloomy atmosphere. With so many bugs surrounding the tent, Naruto couldn't help but stare in wonder. His vision began to blur before he realized that all he could see were smudges of color in every direction. He slowly rubbed his eyes in the hopes that his vision would improve quickly. Perhaps some water will help, he thought as he dragged his feet toward the closest lake. As time passed, his vision only deteriorated until he could barely see where he was going, but he persisted. After stumbling through the forest, he arrived at the lake in less than 15 minutes. His vision continued to deteriorate, and his head began to pound in agony. Unconditionally, his head throbbed and his eyes burned as he fell to the ground. As though someone had started to burn a message into his eyes, he could feel a burning sensation in them. His head was still pounding. Naruto was at his breaking point. He screamed in agony and grabbed the side of his head violently. As time passed, the pain in his head and eyes seemed to get worse rather than get better. For 3 more minutes, Naruto held onto the sides of his head in the hopes that the pain would eventually go away. The pain stopped suddenly before Naruto could even process it. Naruto's vision had returned to normal after he abruptly opened his eyes. What on earth is going on with me? As he slowly and cautiously stood up, he asked himself this question. He approached the lake slowly and was astounded by the reflection it created. Naruto still wore his trademark 3 whisker marks on each cheek, and his facial features stayed the same. But his eyes told an entirely different tale. His irides and sclerae were light purple, and his eyeballs were patterned like ripples. Naruto gazed incredulously at his reflection. He had heard stories about the notorious Rinnegan but had never taken them seriously, and now he possessed the Samsara's Eye Dojutsu. He continued to gaze at his reflection after shaking his head. He quickly blinked twice, and the Dojutsu weakened. They reactivated when he blinked twice quickly in quick succession. He grinned a little. At least he could turn it on and off whenever he wanted. He switched it off again and headed back to camp. The calming sound of birds chirping woke Hinata. She looked around with a slight lift of her head. There was an empty bed cover when she looked next to her. She turned her attention to the tent's open entrance after her nose alerted her to a pleasant aura. With haste, she put on her black jacket and headed outside. Hinata had trouble acclimating to the abrupt change in brightness, so the blinding light was the first thing to greet her. She rubbed her eyes sleepily, dropped down to the floor next to her bag, and looked for something to eat. She was able to locate a recently harvested apple that she had forgotten to pack in her bag prior to her departure. She bit into the fresh, juicy apple and shrugged. Her mouth was full of wonderful flavors and juices. As she slowly ate the apple, savoring the sweet tastes even further, she used her chakra to dissolve the core of her apple to ash after she had finished eating it. She brushed the dust from her jacket and rose gracefully. She hurried over to where she could hear the resounding sounds of battle in the distance. Ever since learning that he possessed the Rinnegan, Naruto had been training in order to improve his dojutsu skills. Naruto was aware of the abilities and advantages the Rinnegan would provide, and he was resolved to make use of them all. After activating his Rinnegan, he was able to see chakra all around him, albeit somewhat blurred, and he struggled to focus hard enough to see the chakra clearly. He was already proficient in all of the chakra natures. He had no trouble with wind, fire, or water, but earth and lightning were a little trickier for him. He also became proficient in the 6 paths techniques Diva and Asura paths. He could easily push a fully grown tree away from him and pull it toward him with little to no difficulty. His shadow clone had helped demonstrate that he could not only quickly create multiple weapons but also cover himself in strong armor that would allow him to deflect a Rasengan without even getting scratched. Additionally, he was able to produce a variety of Rasengans, each with its own unique form of nature manipulation. He came to the conclusion that his wind style, Rasen Shuriken, had the most destructive speed and power because, once thrown, it could easily destroy nearly 7 acres of forest. Given how much he was able to learn in such a short period of time, his intelligence and knowledge also significantly increased. He sensed Hinata's chakra instantly when he heard a rustle in the bushes behind him. He turned off his Rinnegan. With a relieved look on her face, Hinata came out of the bush and said, Anyo, Naruto-kun. I thought you were fighting Konoha ninja. Her voice was full of joy and relief. Her cheeks started to burn with a scarlet blush, and she smiled a little. With a slight smile, Naruto turned to Hinata and said, No, we're fine. I was just training my dojutsu since this morning. As Hinata's jaw nearly fell to the ground, Naruto's eyes widened in bewilderment. Why? Why you have a dojutsu? I didn't know you possessed a B bloodline limit na. Naruto-kun. Hinata approached Naruto slowly, her gaze fixed on his eyes. Hey, yeah, it only awakened last night, and I've been training to control it ever since. What dojutsu is it in Naruto-kun? Oh, it's the Rinnegan. It's quite handy once you know all of its abilities. Naruto grinned broadly as he saw the look on Hinata's face. That was more or less my reaction once I found out I possessed possibly the strongest dojutsu in the entire world. I was shocked tremendously as well. I always thought the Rinnegan was nothing more than a myth. Naruto chuckled a little and swiftly activated his Rinnegan, saying, "See, it's all there. It's like the Byakugan and the Sharingan combined, with a hell of a lot more powers thrown in of course. I can essentially see all kinds of chakra, but it's a little blurry I guess. I can also see an enemy jutsu and work up a counter for it in a couple of seconds. This thing is truly amazing." Naruto grinned sheepishly and put his hands behind his hands. Hinata's blush only grew more intense as she twiddled her fingers and gazed at the ground. Anyo. Naruto.kun. But maybe I can hell. Help you fix the problem why you're having with seeing chakra. It took me a circa couple of weeks. See chakra circa clearly with my Byakugan. Naruto abruptly stopped talking when he noticed a huge chakra spike coming from Konoha in their direction. "Arigato, Hinata. Chan. That'd be a great help. We should get started on your training act 2. He started to look worried because he didn't want to fight so soon. Silently, the ninja landed beside Hinata, high in a tree. After realizing who owned this chakra, Naruto immediately stopped worrying and deactivated his Rinnegan, saying, "Hey, Kakashi. Sensei, you can stop hiding now." Hinata felt a massive surge of chakra fill her senses, causing her to blink repeatedly. Before she knew it, Naruto was standing beside a tall, silver-haired figure. "So, you really did hear about our damned mission?" Naruto asked in a tone that was immediately sour, but he still had a contemplative smile on his face. As he gestured for Hinata to join him, Kakashi said, "Yeah," in a tone that was almost bored. "And the elders told me to tell you that the mission is successful so far. You've been ranked as an SS missing.nin, while Hinata is ranked as AS rank missing.nin." Kakashi addressed his opinions, gradually regaining the bored tone of his voice. "I don't like this mission," he said, his voice immediately losing its bored quality as it assumed a more serious tone. "I don't think anyone should have to take on this kind of mission, even if it's for the good of Konoha. There's just too much at risk." Kakashi pulled out 2 sets of chakra, infused training weights, one for Naruto and one for Hinata, saying, "Oh, I have a present to help with your training. Think of it as a parting gift. These training weights are chakra controlled. It will gradually increase in weight as you infuse your chakra into it. They will always retain the current weight, so you don't have to worry about having to infuse them every time you take them off. There's one set of weights for your body, another set for both arms and another for each leg. You should wear these weights at all times, so your body can get used to the excess weight. I don't need to tell you to gradually increase the weight setting, right Naruto?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow at the young Uzumaki. "Anyway, there's something you may need to know. Team Guy wasn't at the funeral yesterday." Naruto grunted, and Hinata's eyes widened with regret. Naruto just kept looking up into the sky. "They're returning to Konoha today. You might cross paths with them. Just a little word of warning. Since they don't know about the mission, they will attack you based on orders from the 6th Hokage." "Nani, we get it. You don't want us to kill them, right?" Kakashi simply replied, "Exactly, but you might be forced to," while taking a small book out of his ninja pouch. Hinata proposed, "Anyo, Kakashi. Sama, we'll retreat if we see them." With his voice once again sounding bored, Kakashi said, "No, that won't do," as he flipped through the pages of his book. "If you back off from the fight, they'll think something is suspicious. You'll have no choice but to fight them, even if it means you have to kill them." He turned to a new page in his book. Naruto smiled and said sarcastically, "We won't kill them, Kakashi. Sensei, you have my word on that." "Naruto, I need to talk to you in private before I leave," Kakashi said simply before putting down his book. "Hinata," he said, turning to face the silent Hyuga, "would you mind waiting back at camp? Naruto and I need to talk in strict privacy." After giving a little cry, Hinata composed herself and said, "Hi, Kakashi. Sama. Please don't take too long, I really need to train." She bowed to Kakashi, saw Naruto's azure eyes, and hurried away, her cheeks flushed. Kakashi sheathed his book and put it back where it belonged. "You seem to have made an impression on her. Nobody has ever rushed me like that before, especially when it comes to training." Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked at Kakashi. "Yeah, I guess so. Anyway," he said, "this is about my dojutsu, isn't it?" Kakashi mockingly said, "Your dojutsu seem to have improved your intelligence. So, it's true? You possess the Rinnegan?" Kakashi's tone became serious once more. Kakashi nodded in respect as Naruto swiftly activated his Rinnegan and said, "Yeah, and I've also managed to master a few of the abilities that the Rinnegan possess. I made a bunch of new techniques, most of them mainly based around the Rasengan." Naruto started to gather chakra in his hand, adding the element of wind to the mix. "This is the most powerful technique I've ever used. I managed to destroy roughly 7 acres of forest with just one flick of my wrist." Naruto halted the technique, and the ball of chakra vanished into thin air as it started to take the shape of a shuriken. With a curious tone, Kakashi asked, "How did it happen? How did you awaken it?" "Well, I had a nightmare last night." Kakashi's eyebrows rose a bit, but he Naruto to go on. "It was about the incident yesterday. I had to relive the memory again. Anyway, I woke up, and my eyes started to hurt. My vision was blurred, and my eyes just continued to hurt with a kind of burning sensation. Anyway, I had to drag myself to the nearest lake to cool my eyes down. Once I reached the lake, my head started to pound with an immense pain. I couldn't even think straight, and I thought my head was gonna implode on itself. My eyes just continued to burn, metaphorically of course. Anyway, I had to sit through that pain for roughly 5 minutes before it just disappeared." Naruto sighed as he said, "What do you mean, disappeared?" Putting both hands behind his head, Naruto shrugged once more before continuing, "Well, the pain just stopped. I then walked over to the lake and looked at my reflection, and I saw the purple eyes. That's it really, not going into detail of course." Naruto grinned slightly and said, "I've heard stories of how intense shock can awaken the Rinnegan. I guess that's what done it for me." As he ruffled Naruto's hair, Kakashi grinned and said, "Well, I never expected to see the Rinnegan in my lifetime, especially from you, Naruto." The young Uzumaki frowned. Before bidding Naruto farewell, Kakashi chuckled a little at his expression and said, "Take care Naruto, and be careful. You never know when you'll be hunted down. Also, take good care of Hinata." Kakashi then vanished in a cloud of smoke. As he returned to camp, Naruto let out a soft sigh. No matter what, Kakashi was always calm and collected, and today was no different. Despite his genuine shock at discovering Naruto's dojutsu, Kakashi maintained his composure. That was something Naruto had always admired about his former sensei. In less than 2 minutes, Naruto arrived at his camp, where he was met by a smiling, and naturally flushed, Hinata. With careful, elegant steps, Hinata approached Naruto slowly. "What did Kakashi-sama want?" "Oh, talk about, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked in an inquired voice. Hinata blushed as she nodded in response to Naruto's response, "Ah, nothing much really, he just wanted to learn more about my dojutsu. I think he assumed you didn't know anything about it, that's why he wanted to speak in private. Anyway, we should start on your training. We've wasted enough time as it is." He led Hinata back to the training camp while holding her hand tenderly. At his abrupt gesture, Hinata flushed indiscriminately and let Naruto lead her. When the 6th Hokage slammed his fist against the desk in frustration, he screamed, "God damn it. Where the hell is Team Guy? It's been 2 weeks since they were instructed to return to Konoha." The Hokage was furious, but he made an effort to remain composed. "I specifically informed Guy to not engage with Naruto and Hinata should they cross paths. Naruto is too powerful an opponent for even Might Guy to fight." The Hokage sighed deeply as he slumped into his chair, lowering his volume and removing all frustration from his voice. Considering the fact that Naruto possesses the Rinnegan, and has possibly awoken it by now, he'll be too difficult to fight alone, even if all 4 of them were to attack him simultaneously. The Hokage briskly shook his head in diss. With his voice dripping with its typical bored tone, Kakashi suggested, "Hokage-sama, Guy, no matter how eccentric his actions are, wouldn't fight if he didn't need to, especially if his opponent is more skilled than he is. You have nothing to worry about." Perhaps Team Guy ran into a little detour on the way home. In an attempt to halt the numbing pain his boredom had caused, he quickly took out a book. Kakashi yawned and briskly left the Hokage's office. "Anyway," he added, shrugging his shoulders casually, "I wouldn't worry too much if I were you, Hokage-sama." In the comfort of his office, the 6th Hokage was left to think. With a sharp sigh, he rose majestically to his feet and walked slowly toward the window. 2 weeks after the tragic event, Konoha was still in the process of healing. The villagers were too scared to leave their houses, and the Konoha ninja had lost their spirits. Blood still covered the street where the massacre had occurred, a negative superstitious omen. The 6th Hokage wanted to take every precaution to guarantee Konoha's victory because he knew the Devil Fox would eventually attack the island again and he didn't want his plan to fail. He let out a long sigh as he gazed out the window, mesmerized by the evening sky. He considered the possibility that a full-scale conflict might break out as a result of Naruto's actions, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He had enough concerns for the moment. A conflict with Naruto would simply have to wait for its turn. He let out another deep sigh, wrenched his eyes from the night sky, and sagged down on the chair, his thoughts digging a deeper hole in his brain. With a broad smile on his face, Naruto said, "Nice one, Hinata. Do it once more, and we'll call it a day. You've gotten the hang of this climbing exercise quite quickly. I'm impressed." Naruto cried, his smile widening with each word. Despite her exhaustion and heavy, shallow breathing, Hinata managed to whisper, taking deep breaths between each sentence, "Hi, Naruto-kun, I've almost got it." Hinata started to accumulate chakra in her feet, just enough to maintain proper balance, and then she ran in the direction of the closest tree. She was able to easily run up the hard object because her feet grabbed onto the tree's bark. With each step she took, her feet were glued to the tree as she ran towards its summit after managing to regain her balance. When she reached the top of the tree, she gave herself permission to smile a little before leaping from the brown figure and landing her feet gracefully on the plush, soft grass. When Hinata realized she had mastered the tree climbing exercise in just a few weeks, she let out a little gasp of delight. Hinata screamed, "Naruto-kun, I did it," but her voice was still a little worn out from the hard work. Naruto gave his young pupil a nod of approval and said, in jest, "Hi, and it was a good effort. I'm proud to call you my student." Hinata twiddled her fingers and gazed at the floor as her cheeks flushed with shame. Naruto walked a short distance in Hinata's direction and put his hand on her shoulder. The instant Hinata felt Naruto's warm hand touch her skin, her head shot upward. Her eyes widened with delight, her scarlet blush refusing to go away, and he said, "I'm amazed that you managed to master it so damn quickly." Naruto grinned and took his hand off Hinata's sensitive shoulder, saying, "But we've still got work to do in order to perfect your chakra control." Naruto activated his Rinnegan and saw that Hinata was running dangerously low on chakra, saying, "Looks like you've used up most of your chakra reserves. It'll be dangerous to continue any kind of training now." Naruto shrugged and deactivated his Rinnegan, saying, "We'll continue tomorrow, once we both get some rest." Awaiting Naruto's response, Hinata asked slowly, "Anyo, Naruto-kun, what kind of training are we going to do tomorrow?" She was able to gain some confidence in Naruto's company during the 2 weeks they had been together, but she still struggled to control her stutter. Additionally, her blush would not go away. Whenever she was even slightly near Naruto, she would always find herself flushing intensely. With another shrug, Naruto drew out a kunai and whirled it around his index finger several times. "I suppose we'll have you practice walking on water. It'll help perfect your chakra control, as well as boost your overall chakra reserves." Still twirling the kunai around his finger, Naruto said plainly, "Oh, and we have to work on your taijutsu." Hinata twiddled her fingers and said, "Hi, Naruto-kun. We should head back to Circa camp then." Hinata's eyes widened in terror as she heard a faint rustle behind her. Hinata whispered, "We should head out before it gets dark, and Naruto-kun." Naruto, who had also heard the rustle, chose to pretend he hadn't heard anything. Naruto followed her cautiously as she made her way slowly towards the camp. Slowly approaching her side, Naruto turned his head slightly to face her and mouthed the words, "We're being followed." "I think it might be Team Guy." His expression was emotionless. Naruto mouthed, "We can't run, so we have no choice but to fight them. You're also exhausted from excessive chakra use, so you need to go easy during the fight." Hinata's eyes gradually filled with anxiety, but she quickly pushed the emotion away. Hinata activated her Bukigen and froze in place. One of her older cousin Neji's chakra readings was one of 4 that she could sense. "You can come out of hiding now. We know you're out there, Guy," she said, bringing his face to a menacing smile as she steadied her breathing, turned to face the 4 ninjas, and tapped Naruto on the shoulder, indicating that she was prepared to fight. "The power of youth will direct us back home," exclaimed Rock Lee loudly as he sprinted up the mountainside at full speed. Tenten and Neji both let out a long sigh and hung their heads in shame. Might Guy laughed heartily and ran at full speed as well. Tenten's hands clenched into a lethal fist as a tiny vein became more noticeable as her annoyance increased. "You baka. We have to walk up this mountain because you took the wrong turn home," she screamed. She ran to catch up to Lee, her eyes burning with anger. Neji kept his head down and muttered something about having teammates who were idiots quietly. He made the decision to look around in case they had been followed. He felt both a strong and a weaker chakra spike as soon as he activated his Bukigen. His walk became a jog as he deactivated his Bukigen. As he ran alongside Lee's left side, Might Guy yelled, "Tenten, your flame of youth isn't burning strong enough. You could learn a few things from both myself and Lee. Guy cried, pounding his fist to his chest before launching it into the air. Tenten ran alongside Lee's right side, grunting under her breath. With his teeth gleaming in the sunlight, Lee gave her one of his famous smiles. Tenten turned away from him and shook her head in disgust. Neji accelerated and followed Tenten's right side as he ran. Raising his eyebrows, Guy asked, "Neji, what's wrong? Did you sense an enemy?" Neji wiped a drop of perspiration from his forehead and said, "Hi, I can sense 2 chakra signatures. I think they may be Naruto's and Hinata's, though I can't confirm. They're exactly 4 miles south. West. Should we intercept them and eliminate them?" Neji asked. "That means stealth is necessary for this. We don't need our presence exposed." Guy turned to Lee and said, "No, it's too dangerous to face 2 S-rank missing nin on our own. We should simply follow them so we can get as much information from them as possible." Lee gave a sheepish grin before nodding his head in agreement. With his trademark eccentric tone returning, Guy exclaimed, "Then it's decided. We will gather all the information on our enemy, and return to Konoha, our flame of youth still burning strong." Tenten growled as her annoyance gradually overcame her. "Sensei, don't I get a say in this?" she said. She was consistently excluded from the group's decision-making process. As he carefully considered his next few words, Lee exclaimed, "Tenten, your flame of youth isn't burning bright enough. The 6th Hokage will give you a new ninja weapon if we bring back some intelligence on our enemy." Lee's smile widened with each word. Neji let out a long sigh, preferring to stay out of the useless discussion. Tenten's eyes glistened with excitement as she screamed, "Really? Oh yeah. What are we waiting for? We need to get a move on." Tenten lunged toward Naruto and Hinata. Neji yelled, "Wait, Tenten, don't be so reckless," as he, Guy, and Lee trailed Tenten. Neji sighed in frustration once more, surprised that Tenten had actually taken Lee's bluff. He and his group had to traverse a thriving, remarkable forest that was teeming with wildlife and swarms of trees. His mind started to wander as he moved through the thick forest. He was aware that Hinata had voluntarily betrayed the hidden leaf, so it was pointless to hate Naruto for that. Instead, he was upset with himself for letting this happen. Despite Hinata's best efforts, he and Hiyashi were always aloof. Her defiance of the hidden leaf was understandable. Slowly shaking his head, he started formulating an attack strategy in case things didn't work out the way the four had hoped. He finally came to the decision that he would battle Hinata, knock her out, and return her to Konoha. He might then be able to persuade the 6th that Naruto was coercing Hinata into complying with his wishes. The idea made Neji sigh. Even if a traitor was being coerced, the Hokage would never permit them to reside among Konoha. Once more he considered the battle formation in his mind. The strongest opponent there would likely be attacked by Guy and Lee, leaving Neji with Tenten. When Neji realized his team had arrived at Naruto and Hinata, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. "We're here," Neji said in a nearly silent whisper. "If things don't go as smoothly as we hope, we'll have no choice but to defend ourselves." Neji said icily. Tenten, Lee, and Guy landed next to him and nodded silently in understanding. "Guy, Lee, you two will fight Naruto. He is most probably the strongest out of himself and Hinata, so you two together will be more than enough to take him down. Tenten and I will deal with Hinata." Silently nodding to each other, the four ninjas approached each other to get as much information as they could. Naruto yelled, "You can come out of hiding now, we know you're out there, Guy." What the devil did he know? No one could possibly have learned about us so fast. As the four ninjas emerged from the forest, Neji swore in his head. They were immediately met by a smiling Naruto and an emotionless Hinata. Neji told them in a cold, vile voice, "Naruto, Hinata, we've been ordered by the 6th Hokage to eliminate you. You will pay dearly for your betrayal. I was hoping to see the improvements my training gave me, and what better way to test myself than to finish off a few low-level ninjas like yourself?" Naruto challenged the trio, completely ignoring Tenten. Tenten only grew increasingly agitated by Naruto's blatant disrespect towards her. She was about to yell at him, but she quickly gathered herself before Naruto said, sarcastically, "Don't worry, I'm sure the 6th will give you a nice little funeral as well. Maybe then you will be recognized as great shinobi that died to protect the village." Hinata gave him a series of icy, hateful glares in return, and then she giggled slightly. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Neji, Lee, Guy, and Tenten thought to themselves, he's acting unnaturally cool. Naruto's expression changed to a sarcastic smile. Normally, he would lose his cool the moment he saw an enemy. He would be the first to scream complete nonsense before racing out towards his opponent. Naruto yawned a little and said, Nani, are we just going to stand here all day trying to read each other's minds, or are we going to fight? I haven't got all day here. His tone was full of mockery and sarcasm. While you're there mentally conversing with each other, I'm here thinking about the many ways in which the Hokage can inform your loved ones that you fell in battle. Naruto stated, his voice retaining its sarcasm. Neji, Lee, Guy, and Tenten all winced inwardly at Naruto's caustic remarks. They were aware that he was doing it to provoke a response, but they still felt deeply betrayed by them. Hinata, Naruto muttered, his tone becoming more solemn and nearly silent as he lost all sarcasm. However, Hinata could clearly hear him as she gave Naruto a gentle prod to let him know that he had her undivided attention. Hinata answered at the same volume as Naruto, "Hi, Naruto-kun. You're only agitating them S.So they're not as F. Focused during the fight. S.So their performance won't be at best, correct?" Naruto grinned silently as he pictured the shocked expressions Lee, Guy, and Neji would give him. "Oh, you're sharp, but that's not what I wanted to tell you. Neji will probably try to fight you. I want you to purposely lose against him, while trying your best to avoid all forms of physical damage, of course. I'll then activate my Rinnegan, and Neji will have no choice but to fight me, leaving Tenten to you." Hinata's voice remained at an almost silent volume as she said, "Hi, Naruto-kun. I understand. Neji is a far better taijutsu user than me. It's only natural that he'd overpower me. Tenten is a long-range type fighter. My gentle fist-fighting style will be able to deal with her with relative ease. No, it's not that he'd overpower you, I just don't want your emotions to get in the way of your judgment. I believe in your skills as a ninja, but we can't take any chances." Naruto said, keeping his gaze fixed on his opponents. "Neji will not waste any time trying to kill you, and he will succeed if you let your emotions get in your way." Naruto turned to face the blushing Hinata and said, "Don't worry, we already promised Kakashi Sensei that we'd spare them. All we have to do is pound them to a pulp, just so they'll leave us alone, Dabbao." Naruto cried, quickly drawing a kunai from his ninja pouch. Hinata squealed as she felt Naruto's hand lightly brush against her shoulder. "Hi. Naruto-kun. I understand the plan. Just take care, and don't get reckless, and Naruto-kun." She slowly turned her head to look into Naruto's azure eyes as her eyes widened. As he put his kunai back where it belonged, Naruto grinned broadly and continued, "Oh, and keep your training weights on. We can count this as part of your taijutsu training, no matter how tedious it may be. Don't worry about me, Hinata-chan, I'll be fine. I'm sure they won't be able to defend themselves once I've activated my Rinnegan." "So," Naruto said to his opponents as he moved in their direction, "you want to fight us? You won't get very far with false hope. There's no way you can beat Hinata-chan and I." Hinata followed him quickly and confidently. Naruto's voice grew louder with each sentence. With Hinata at his heels, he kept moving in the direction of the four shinobi. As he assumed a taijutsu stance, Neji asserted, "We don't think we can defeat you," but he added, his face and voice emotionless, "We know we can defeat you." Additionally, Lee, Guy, and Tenten prepared themselves by assuming their individual taijutsu stances. Neji's comment made Naruto laugh uncontrollably. Naruto asked sarcastically, "Do you really believe that, or are you just acting brave to protect your worthless team?" Naruto vanished into thin air before Neji could react, and Hinata started running in Tenten's direction and toward him. Tenten leapt farther away from Neji, preparing her long-range attacks as she landed, while Neji raised his hand in a guard position. In just a few seconds, Hinata was in front of Neji, and she raised her right hand to launch an assault. She drove her fist toward Neji's face using the momentum from her sprint, but Neji's defense was perfect. With the intention of tackling Hinata to the ground, he swiftly ducked beneath her punch and quickly extended his left leg in a sweeping motion. However, Hinata had anticipated his next move and leapt over his kick before lowering her knee to his temple. As Neji easily avoided Hinata's strong knee, his agility proved to be a useful weapon in his toolbox. In order to give themselves an unnecessary rest, the two retreated from one another. As he prepared for another blow, Neji said in a chilly voice, "You've improved, Hinata. I'm impressed a failure such as yourself managed to avoid my spinning ground kick." With an expression devoid of emotion on her face, Hinata simply returned Neji's icy tone as she sprang forward to lunge at him again. The two ninjas were shocked when Naruto reappeared in front of Lee and Guy. As he surprised Lee by delivering a bone-crushing knee to the shinobi's chest, Naruto allowed himself a small smile. As the pain from his chest filled every pore in his body, Lee whimpered a little. He clutched his chest as he staggered back. Naruto seized the moment to launch an attack, swiftly raising his right hand and aiming it at Lee's abdomen. Guy quickly prevented Naruto's hand from touching his pupil and kicked Naruto in the shoulder with his back heel, launching the young Uzumaki away from Lee and himself. At the last second, Naruto was able to regain his balance and land softly. Naruto formed a devastating Rasengan in his hand and screamed, "Peeved, you call that an attack?" That barely even tickled. Both Guy and Lee gave him a perplexed look as he instantly recalled the vow he had made to Kakashi and dispelled the Rasengan. As though he could read their thoughts, Naruto said, "I'm going to kill you both without using any ninjutsu. It'll be great for my taijutsu training." His tone was mocking, and he smiled with pleasure when he realized that both Lee and Guy had been enraged by his remarks. As he charged at Naruto, Lee yelled, "How dare you underestimate me? I will now show you that my flame of youth burns brighter than yours, Naruto." With his hands raised in a taijutsu stance, Naruto's face lit up with a menacing smile. Lee leapt into the air and landed just inches ahead of Naruto. Naruto felt a searing pain as Lee slammed his fist into his abdomen. Naruto dropped to his knees as Lee withdrew his fist, enabling Lee to attack once more. Lee quickly whirled around, extending his leg in the direction of Naruto's head. A sickening crack filled Lee's ears as his back heel struck Naruto's jaw. Naruto stayed on his knees, nearly threatening to hit Lee once more. Lee lifted the young Uzumaki off the ground by putting his knee up into Naruto's chin. Naruto stood up, only to be met with a forceful blow to the stomach. With blood dripping from his mouth, Naruto winced as the pain spread throughout his body. With a small laugh, he looked directly into Lee's eyes, Naruto's eyes blazing with derision. As Lee's rage mounted, he delivered a devastating blow to Naruto's face with his right hand, sending the Uzumaki flying into a hard tree. There was a sickening thud as Naruto's body struck the tree. When his lifeless body struck the ground, Lee's breath caught in his throat. As soon as he heard Naruto laugh mockingly, Guy hurried over to Lee's side and smiled at him. "I did it, Guy. Sensei. I took down an SS ranked missing.ni. Lee's voice trailed off. Naruto caught Guy's attention. As he spat blood on the ground, Naruto asked, his voice a little distorted from a broken jaw, "So, you think you've beaten me? It'll take a lot more than that to beat me, Dadbeo." Naruto slowly stood up and staggered toward Guy and Lee. With a smile on his face, Naruto swiftly raised his head and assumed a taijutsu stance. Naruto closed his eyes and said, "I didn't want to have to use this," but he quickly opened them to reveal his Rinnegan. "But you leave me no choice." Neji pointed to a lifeless slump on the floor and said, "It seems your teammate isn't as great as he likes to think." Hinata stayed on her hands and knees on the cushioned floor, and she glanced over to see Naruto dead. Her eyes began to well up with tears as her emotions overtook her. Neji sighed as he approached the helpless Hinata, saying, "You and your worthless boyfriend were no match for us." Tenten didn't even need to join the fight. Neji put his lips close to Hinata's left ear and whispered, "I will give you only one chance. Surrender to us, and we'll bring you back to Konoha. We can convince the Sixth that you were manipulated. You'll be forgiven, and you can return to your normal life." Neji's voice was barely audible. "Well, what will it be?" he asked, raising one eyebrow as he shifted his lips away from Hinata's ear and putting his face inches from hers. Hinata gave Neji a savage look and spat in his face, her saliva dripping blood. As he collected chakra in his palm for a final blow, Neji got up off the ground, cleaned his face of the blood, and said simply, "So be it." "Neji, we need you to assist us," Guy cried, his voice resonating through the forest's serene surroundings. Neji's gaze shifted to his sensei. His gaze shifted to Naruto, who gave him a chilly smile in return. Neji's face changed to one of shock and horror, and he immediately ran to join his sensei. "Good, you're here. We need all the help we can get," Guy said, breathing shallowly but primarily out of fear. Neji's voice exploded. "Naruto has the Rinnegan?" as he glared at his opponent with the purple eyes once more. "Hi, I'm afraid it's true, Neji. Naruto is in possession of the most powerful dojutsu. We have no hope in defeating him now, unless our teamwork is absolutely flawless." B. But didn't you damage him? I mean, I saw his body hit that damn tree with enough force to shatter every bone in his fucking body." Neji gasped. He was gradually becoming enraged. Guy said to Hinata, "No, it seems Naruto's injuries were only a bluff, as were Hinata's." Neji turned away from Hinata, who was now standing. She waited impatiently to attack Tenten while maintaining the ideal taijutsu stance. "What on earth is happening here, Kami?" Neji thought bitterly. "She looks as if nothing ever happened to her, even though 2 minutes ago she couldn't even stand, let alone breathe properly. Neji's thoughts were interrupted when he heard Naruto yawning loudly. Just what the hell is going on here? You were clearly injured, and now you're walking around as if nothing fucking happened. Neji asked the young Uzumaki, his anger and confusion growing with each word. Neji gave Naruto a look of disgust. Naruto made his opponents wince a little as he slowly and deliberately popped his jaw back into place. He rubbed his chin nonchalantly as though he had a slight itch. Well, Naruto said, extending his arms, let's just say Hinata and I are completely out of your league. You have no hope in defeating us. Naruto yawned once more as he approached the 3 ninjas who were standing in front of him. Let's just hope you can keep up with me, no? He asked, giving them a sly grin before vanishing in a flurry of colors. A sharp pain shot through Neji's cheek, and then he felt another sharp pain, this time focused on his chest. Uncertain of what was causing the excruciating pain he was experiencing, Neji fell to his knees on the floor and used his hands to keep himself from falling over. Neji's eyes widened in terror as Naruto suddenly materialized in front of Lee. He was unnaturally swift, and he pretended that this was the norm for shinobi. His hands were firmly around Lee's and Guy's necks. He launched Lee and Guy through the air, and they landed hard on the ground around 12 meters away from Naruto. I'll give you one chance, Naruto said, his voice taking on a sinister tone, run away, and inform the 6th that he hasn't a chance of defeating us. Naruto quickly lifted his leg and swung it in Neji's direction, putting his foot on Neji's abdomen. Neji screamed like a shill as the pain started to spread throughout his body. The lifeless body of Neji was flung into the air and fell across from Guy. As his menacing grin seemed to widen, Naruto strode quickly in Hinata's direction. Tenten's weary body thudded hard to the floor, and she gasped, "How are you so strong?" Standing over Tenten's lifeless body, Hinata's face was emotionless toward her adversary. Tenten's body was in terrible pain, and she kept gasping and panting for air. Turning her back to Tenten, Hinata said simply, "It's simple," releasing her body from her taijutsu stance. "You are inferior to me." Hinata told her opponent, "You won't be able to move properly for at least another month, maybe 3 weeks if you're lucky." Her voice became bored, as though she had said this at least 1,000 times. Tenten's anger gradually started to overwhelm her, but eventually her suffering overcame her anger. Naruto was at Hinata's side in a matter of seconds. With a smile of approval, Naruto said, "Hinata Chan, nice work." With a tone full of disrespect and sarcasm, Naruto went on, "We should leave these runts and return to camp. I'm sure they can walk home by themselves." Hinata refrained from blushing. As he and Hinata hurried back to camp, he turned off his Rinnegan. It was 5 minutes after Naruto and Hinata had departed. To the cries of the Hyuga, Guy calmly picked up Neji and slung him over his shoulder as he and Lee slowly stood up, exchanging worried and afraid glances as they went. "I never expected our opponent to be that strong," Guy whispered. As he and Lee headed toward Tenten, Guy calmly told his student, "Neji, you're in no condition to walk. Me carrying you is the only way for you to travel right now." With a hint of worry and agony in his voice, Lee said, "Arg, Tenten, are you okay? Can you walk?" With a faint but agonizing smile, Tenten muttered, "No, I'm far from okay. I don't think I can walk." That Hinata brat tore most of the chakra points in my legs. "Then I will have to carry you home. I refuse to allow you to cause further strain to yourself," Lee exclaimed, not with the same fervor as usual, as he instinctively picked her up and placed her in a piggyback position on his back. With a tone of incredulity, Neji said, "I can't believe we were defeated so easily." They acted as if it was just training for the two of them. "Hi, it's hard to believe Naruto improved so much, as well as Hinata. The Hokage will be disappointed in knowing we can't contain this threat sooner than later, but it can't be helped. Nobody in the village is strong enough to fight him." Guy sighed in disbelief, and annoyed Guy told his team, in any case, his voice returning to its typical enthusiastic tone, "We need to inform the 6th of our opponent's increase in skill." All of the genin ninja, with the exception of Lee, paled indiscriminately at Guy's suggestion of training. His team simply grunted and moaned in response, which Guy interpreted as a suitable agreement. "I take that as a yes. We will need to train much harder and much more frequently from here on out. We will not rest until we can defeat Naruto and Hinata," Guy said. "How in the hell can he be considering training when we nearly died fighting a much stronger opponent than any of us?" As they glared at an overly excited Lee, Neji and Tenten shared a thought. Lee exclaimed, his dazzling smile shining, "Hi, Guy. Sensei, I will get stronger so that I can defeat Naruto, that is a promise." "Hi, that's good to hear. What about you, Neji, Tenten, Will you train furiously to become stronger? Guy nodded simply, a tiny smile spreading across his face. He received 2 brief grunts in response, which he again took as a yes. He gave a brief nod before heading toward Konoha with Lee at his heels. In complete silence, the 4 hobbled and stumblingly made their way back to Konoha. Kisami's voice was filled with frustration and exhaustion as he yelled, "Hey, Itachi, slow down will ya? Pain expected us to finish this mission in a few weeks, not a few days, and plus I'm tired." Pointing to the large blade he was holding, Kisame said, "And besides, Samahata needs to rest. He's all worn out." In agreement with its master's suggestion, the blade muttered. There had been little time for rest and recuperation because the 2 had been traveling for 5 days in a row. Their boss had given them orders to free any villages that dared to stand up to the Akatsuki, their organization. During their journey, they were able to destroy 14 small villages, each of which presented the 2 with little to no danger. With a heavy sigh, Itachi turned to his partner and asked, "Tell me, how does an inanimate object such as a sword grow tired?" His voice became sarcastic, and he raised one eyebrow in interest. Itachi hissed in a sarcastic tone, "Moreover, we've encountered little to no resistance. I think you're bluffing when you say you and your sword are worn out." Kisame recognized Itachi's caustic tone right away. "I don't need to explain my exhaustion to you. I've obviously done more work than you have. Besides, we've already been through this, Itachi. My Samahata isn't like any other sword. Him and I are one dot and dot the same. Our chakra is almost identical." Kisame scoffed in retaliation as he responded to Itachi's question, his voice growing more irritated with each word. Kisame stopped his tirade the instant Itachi's hand was raised to the sky. Itachi took his hand from above him and put it back into his Akatsuki coat, criticizing, "Please, you can stop there. I don't need another one of your mind-numbing lectures. You go on and on about that damn sword like it's a real person sometimes." When Samahata whimpered in response to Itachi's stern words, Kisame responded by lightly touching the bandaged area of the sword. As his sword whimpered once more, Kisame told his partner, "Itachi, you know Samahata is sensitive at best. You speaking foul about him will only decrease his self-esteem." With his back to Kisame, Itachi muttered, "See, there you go again. Please, just until we reach the village, could you please stop talking about your damn sword?" Itachi asked in a bored tone. Kisame said in a sarcastic tone, "Yeah, fine, whatever you wish for, your royal highness." He bowed instantly, his movements purposefully slow and dramatic. There was a tiny snigger coming from Samahata's bandages. When Kisame raised his head a little, an emotionless Itachi met his gaze. While he straightened himself up, Kisame teasingly asked, "What, do you not like being addressed as royalty?" With a loud scoff, Itachi turned away from his partner once more. Kisame placed his right hand across his chest and said, "Oh come on Itachi, it was just a joke. I promise not to speak about Samahata anymore, you have my word." Itachi first said, "I know you won't, because if you do, I will put you under the most terrifying genjutsu you've ever experienced," and then her voice grew icy and callous. In order for Kisame to see his left eye, he cocked his head slightly. 3 recognizable black patterns surrounded Itachi's pupil, turning his eye crimson red. "And I mean it," Itachi warned, deactivating his Sharingan nearly as quickly as he had activated it. Kisami's tone changed from lighthearted to serious and dark. There's no need to get hostile on me like that Itachi, I was only kidding, I won't bring up Samahata's emotions anymore, I swear." Kisame put Samahata in its customary resting spot and then strolled casually in the direction of Itachi. "Anyway," he said, his voice taking on its typical tone, "we should get going. The sooner we get to that blasted village, the better." With another sigh, Itachi started to walk quickly toward the village. When Itachi told his partner, "This is the last village on our list," Itachi's voice was dripping with seriousness as he continued, "This mission is futile. These villages wouldn't dare oppose our organization, so I don't see why we have to eliminate them. Pain has become increasingly desperate for bloodshed it seems." Itachi shook his head slowly before continuing, "Pain's bloodlust will be his downfall one day, I just know it." Kisame simply remained silent to allow Itachi to continue, saying, "This village is more defended than all the others, Kisame. So you must be careful. Any recklessness will get you killed." Kisame caught up to Itachi and warned, Itachi, you shouldn't be talking about Pain like that, you know what he'd do to you if he found out." Kisame asked inquisitively, "But I can't help but wonder why Pain wants us to murder so many defenseless people. I mean, I don't mind killing a few people, but he's taking it a bit too far, no?" Itachi said plainly, his voice reverting to its typical cool tone, "Pain has become corrupt due to his bloodlust. Anyway, we should cease our conversation on this topic." Kisame asked, turning his head slightly to look at Itachi's expressionless face. "Hi, I think that's a good decision." "Oh yeah, did you hear about that massacre in Konoha?" Itachi's voice gradually became more interesting as he explained, "Who didn't hear about it? Everyone knows that Uzumaki Naruto and that Hyuga Hinata betrayed their village and that they murdered their comrades in the process." Kisame gave him a sardonic look. Itachi shrugged a little and went on, ignoring his partner's behavior. "I can't help but wonder what caused them both to betray the very village they were raised in. I can slightly guess why Naruto became missing. Nin, but I find it hard to come to a conclusion for the Hyuga heir. Perhaps Naruto was manipulating the Hyuga?" Kisame proposed. Kisame again suggested, "Okay, I guess that's not likely. Maybe she likes him and wants to be with him." Itachi gave him a look of pure bewilderment and skepticism. "Perhaps she was tired of her family's treatment. I've heard that the Hyuga clan is unforgiving when it comes to raising a child, especially the main branch. That could be the reason," Itachi wondered out loud, "but I find it difficult to come to terms with." Itachi spoke in a monotone, his eyes nearly closed. Itachi started to wonder more about Naruto and Hinata's sudden treachery. Is it possible that they are trying to save Konoha? Itachi's eyes widened in interest. What if they were ordered to become missing? Nin in order to protect Konoha? Much like I was when I had to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan? Itachi asked, his voice as animated as if he had solved the most challenging puzzle, turning his head to face his partner. Kisame spoke defensively, desperately trying to avoid upsetting Itachi. "Itachi, don't you think you're thinking about this a bit too much?" Itachi said, glaring at his partner, his eyes slowly burning with hatred. Okay, you could be onto something. What will we do if you're right?" Kisame said. Itachi turned his head away from Kisame and said, "We'll have to wait and gather sufficient evidence to support my theory. But if I am right, we may have to leave Akatsuki. Naruto and Hinata could use our help." With a bewildered hand on the side of his head, Kisame yelled, Wait, you're suggesting we should team up with them?" "That's exactly what I'm suggesting. If they are on this mission for the well-being of Konoha, then I am almost part of that mission too. Besides, I know how you really feel about Akatsuki and Pain. You despise both the organization and the leader with a passion." Kisame carefully considered his options. Either he would accept Itachi's plan and be pursued by Akatsuki for betraying him, or he would reject it and resume taking orders like a lab rat. After letting out a long sigh, he finally said, "Fine, whatever, as long as I don't have to look at that fucking Pain anymore." Kisame hissed in a frustrated tone. Itachi said simply, "I'm glad we're on equal terms." Kisame hung his head in defeat and mumbled sharply, "Simple terms. You practically forced this decision on me." Itachi shrugged a little and said, "Let's just say I know a good decision when I see one. We should finish this mission quickly. The sooner we have time to think about our actions, the better." In complete silence, the two kept walking in the direction of the village. The soft sound of flowing water, the humming symphony of the numerous birds, and the orchestra of insects and wildlife sang through everyone's ears as the evening sky erupted in a state of pure bliss. Kisame was captivated by the incredible sight. With a relaxed sigh, he closed his eyes. Kisame nearly crushed Itachi as he stopped walking. "Arg, Itachi. What the hell? Why'd you stop all of a sudden?" Kisame moaned, rubbing his aching head slowly. Itachi remained motionless like a statue. He looked to his right and saw a dark purple blur and a bright yellow flash in the distance. Itachi muttered, "I think we've found them." He swiveled to Kisame and motioned to his companion to keep quiet. Then he turned back to where he had noticed the purple and yellow hues. Kisame muttered as he fixed his attention on Itachi's staring eyes, "What do you mean? We found them." "Found who exactly?" "The villagers." Still staring at the bright yellow flash, Itachi said simply, "No, I think we just stumbled upon Hinata and Naruto." Itachi muttered as he moved silently in the direction of the vivid colors. "What?" Kisame thought quietly and bitterly as he followed Itachi. "You can't be serious. Damn, now we have no choice but to team up with them." Itachi's voice never left its volume as he explained, "We were going to team up with them eventually. We're just bringing the inevitable closer to our schedule." "Yeah, whatever." Kisame let out a long sigh. As he caught up to Itachi, Kisame moaned, "Of all the luck, we had to run into these fucking brats at this time. Are you sure you saw them? Maybe your Sharingan is playing tricks on you?" he asked. "No, I'm certain I saw a bright yellow Florida. Why don't you just use your Sharingan to confirm it?" Itachi shook his head slowly, saying, "I don't want to cause unnecessary strain on my eyes, baka." Itachi and Kisame both jumped in surprise when a high-pitched cry broke the still air. "Yip. Now they won't dare mess with us again." A threatening grin appeared on Itachi's face, and he looked over at Kisame. Kisame scoffed under his breath and quickly averted his gaze. With a tone full of triumph, Itachi asked, "Didn't I tell you I saw them?" Kisame scoffed again, loud enough for Itachi to hear, and said, "Yeah, whatever. So, are we going to introduce ourselves, or are we just going to observe them from the shadows?" Kisame asked in an inquisitive tone. As Kisame trailed closely behind him, Itachi weighed his options and continued walking in the direction of Naruto and Hinata. "We'll get closer to them for now. We'll introduce ourselves to them tomorrow. Is that okay with you?" Itachi said. Itachi's voice became sarcastic as he asked. After letting out a long sigh, Kisame responded, "Yeah, fine, whatever, just as long as you drop that damn sarcasm act." After stopping 3 meters from Naruto and Hinata's campsite, Itachi grinned triumphantly and mouthed to his partner, "We're here. Keep silent, and make sure to conceal your chakra as best you can." Kisame merely obeyed Itachi's orders by nodding his head. Yip. They won't risk upsetting us once more. The evening sky was bright, enthralling Naruto as he stared up in wonder at the amazing sight. Hinata stood about 4 meters away from Naruto, a worried expression hanging on her face. Naruto screamed as he threw himself to the ground idly, landing on his back with a sudden thud. He gathered all the air he could carry in his lungs and let out a joyous sigh. Hinata's cheeks started to flush scarlet as she whispered, "Anyo, Naruto-kun, what we did was reckless. We could have been hurt." "What do you mean, Hinata?" Naruto asked, staring at her as though she had gone crazy. Naruto clarified, "There's no need to get so worked up about anything. We did what we had to do, and it worked," before sitting up and continuing to look at Hinata. With her burning blush gradually going away, Hinata whispered, "I know, Naruto-kun, but what we did was careless. We should have just retreated instead of hurting our friends." He was looking down at the floor. "Did you not hear Kakashi's advice, Nani?" With a slightly irritated tone, Naruto answered, "We had to fight them no matter what. It was inevitable for us to fight them. We didn't have to harm them, though. I know we had to fight them to make them think we are their enemy, but we didn't have to hurt them like that," Hinata screamed, clenching her fist. "I don't want to hurt anyone from Konoha, even if we have to pretend to be the enemy," Hinata explained, her eyes glued to the floor as tears started to fall. Before Hinata could gather herself, Naruto had wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her into his chest for a tight hug. Her anger instantly dissolved once her soft body made contact with his body. She gasped suddenly, as she froze from shock and joy. She slowly looked up into Naruto's eyes, and gave him a small smile. Naruto tightened his hold around Hinata's waist and said, "I'm sorry for forcing you to do that to Tenten. I shouldn't have caused you such severe harm. I shouldn't have hurt Neji in that degree either. I just lost control of myself," Naruto said, turning away from Hinata and looking into her soft lavender eyes. "I promise that we'll never hurt another ninja from Konoha," he whispered, releasing his hold on Hinata, who grudgingly withdrew from him, her cheeks burning violently with scarlet blush. "Our mission is to protect Konoha," Hinata said, her eyes giggling slightly. "It kind of defeats the purpose of our mission to hurt Konoha ninja," Naruto shrugged, adding, "So if we ever have to fight Konoha ninja, we'll retreat." Hinata's smile widened with each word that reached her ear, and she nodded angrily and gave a little murmur of agreement. Naruto grinned a little before continuing, "Dadbao, don't worry, I don't go back on my word." As he walked gracefully towards the tent, taking off his jacket, Naruto said, "Anyway, looking up at the sky, we should get ready for bed. It seems it's getting quite late." Hinata's imagination was running wild as she gazed in wonder at the young Uzumaki, but she quickly shook it off and walked slowly to the tent. Naruto hurried into the tent, tossed his jacket to his corner, and then threw himself onto his blanket. Hinata entered the tent, blushing deeply as soon as she saw Naruto half naked. She tried to turn away, but it didn't help. The sight of her crush seemed to trap her eyes, and she moved slowly to her blanket while still staring at Naruto. Naruto turned his head slightly and was met with a blushing Hinata, who tore her gaze away from Naruto's chest and stared at the ground in embarrassment. G. 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 Omen, Naruto-kun. Hinata's voice trailed off as she heard Naruto laugh quietly. Naruto's face lit up with a broad smile as he chuckled again. "Nani, it's fine. I'd probably stare if you were half dressed as well." Hinata's head rushed with boiling blood, her cheeks burning violently with scarlet blush, and she fell onto her mattress when her head felt too heavy for her. "Was it something I said?" Naruto asked, his expression dormant with a dumbfounded expression. Naruto asked himself in a low voice. "Is it really necessary for us to remain up all night?" The two had remained up for just over 8 hours, which resulted in Kisami's inevitable drowsiness. Kisame asked, his voice succumbing to drowsiness. Yes, it is essential for us to stay awake, just to take precaution. What is the precaution against? A fucking war? Kisame growled. Before responding to his teammate, Itachi arched an eyebrow in frustration and said, no, just in case they wake up. If they discovered us sleeping, it would be problematic because they would probably kill us. Why do you think that if we show ourselves, they won't try to kill us? They may as well attack us on sight, there's no guarantee that we'd be able to reason with them, Itachi calmly replied. What? Kisami's mouth nearly dropped to the ground. Are you seriously joking with me? Are you implying that if we expose ourselves, these brats might kill us? Itachi, I thought you were smarter than this. I would have expected you to have formulated a plan or something, not to improve like this so recklessly, Kisame asked, his voice immediately clearing the drowsiness. So, where is your plan? A tiny mutter came from Naruto and Hinata's tent. I think they're beginning to wake up. Itachi criticized, his voice immediately brimming with sarcasm. Kisame merely sneered at Itachi's statement, and it's sometimes better to improve than it is to plan ahead. How early is it? Damn it. It only appears to be around 6 a.m., Kisame moaned as he started to vigorously stretch each muscle. Naruto left the tent with a heavy gaze and slurred, slow movements. He's waking up this early? Kisame muttered to himself, damn, this kid must have a hello lot of energy, and then he stood up cautiously. Hey, Itachi? Well? Observing the tent closely, Itachi gave a straightforward response. I'll tail that Naruto kid. He's probably going to go train now, if our information about him is correct. With a small sigh, Itachi pulled his eyes from the tent and said, hi, but be cautious, if he spots you, he may kill you. His voice was full of seriousness and dread. Kisame quickly responded, a little startled by Itachi's change in tone, why? Why? Yeah, alright, don't worry about it. Itachi turned his glare back to the tent, and Naruto rubbed his eyes slowly before dragging his feet toward his training ground. Looks like he's on the move, Kisame said. Kisame shuddered a little and followed Naruto in silence, saying, make sure nothing happens to that Hyuga girl while we're away. I'd hate for him to lose his temper. As he kept his gaze fixed on the tent, Itachi sighed and shook his head silently, saying, that Kisame will never change. That Naruto is going to be troublesome to train as well. Why did I have to get stuck on guard duty? Under his breath, Itachi hissed. Shuriken Rasen. Wind style. At the top of his lungs, Naruto roared as a massive ball of chakra started to form in his hand. The chakra soon took the shape of a shuriken, and he smiled slightly before hurling it at a nearby tree. The chakra ripped through the air like a knife through butter, and when it struck the tree, it burst into several pieces, each of which was glowing brightly with chakra. Naruto stared at the now destroyed tree and sighed deeply, it's not powerful enough. He started to gather chakra in his hand once more for an attack. With his mouth agape, Kisame thought to himself, how the fuck? This kid has been at it for almost 4 hours now. How the hell does he have this much stamina? I wouldn't be able to use this much chakra for this damn long. How the hell can this kid do it? Kisame slowly shook his head before turning to face Naruto. With every second that went by, Naruto accumulated more and more chakra. When he finished collecting chakra, the ball of chakra was enormous, standing several meters tall, roughly the same height as a fully grown male. His eyes met the devastating Rasengan, and he exclaimed with satisfaction, looks like I just made a new ninjutsu. He proceeded to add wind to the chakra, turning it into a deadly and destructive force, and he launched the Rasengan at a tree, causing the tree to turn to ashes as it hit it. The Rasengan continued to fly forward, destroying everything in its path until it struck the tree. With a triumphant fist raised in the air, Naruto screamed, I know exactly what to call it. Wind style. Giant Rasen. Whirlwind. With his voice still full of pride and joy, Naruto whispered to himself, maybe I should do something about it though. The Rasengan continued on its path of destruction, leaving Kisame and Naruto to stare at it in utter awe. How in the hell is that even possible? I don't even know. Itachi needs to know about this. Kisame briskly stood up and hurled himself toward Itachi. No mere genin should be able to accumulate that much chakra, regardless of whether they have a tailed beast sealed inside them. Kisame muttered to himself as his eyes grew confused. So, Itachi is also present. As it vanished in a cloud of smoke, Naruto's clone whispered to itself, that Uchiha Itachi is troublesome, as is that partner of his, Hoshigaki Kisame. Naruto thought out loud as he started to dispel his Rasengan, I don't think they want to fight. If that were the case, they would have attacked me already. Additionally, if they truly wanted to, they could have attacked Hinata. Shit, Hinata. Naruto's voice trailed off as he realized Hinata was still asleep. His eyes widened in concern, and he swiftly jerked his head toward the camp. With a scream, Naruto ran to the camp. Itachi. There's something you need to know, Kisame cried, his voice heavy with fatigue. Although his breaths were deep and shallow, he was able to splutter out his words. With an expressionless face, Itachi pointed to the tent and said, "Whatever it is you must tell me, can you do so in a quieter tone? Our friend is still fast asleep." "Yes, whatever." Itachi raised an eyebrow in interest but said nothing, so Kisame used it as a springboard to say, "That kid just created some kind of monster technique. He used the fourth signature technique and modified it. There is something you need to know about Naruto, though." "What does a modified it mean?" Itachi asked, focusing all of his attention on Kisame. "Well, to begin with, he made the damn thing enormous," Kisame frantically explained, his words clumsy and desperate. Then he added some sort of nature manipulation to it. "I think it was wind, but I couldn't quite make it out. Shit, I never expected that boy to be able to surpass us at such an early stage." Itachi swore under his breath and turned his head away from Kisame, gluing his vision to the ground. "Was there anything else you noticed?" Itachi asked Kisame. Kisame moaned, staring at the tent. "Nope, only that he created, probably, the most powerful fucking ninjutsu of the last several generations. Should we go wake her up? Spending a lot of time in bed is not healthy," Kisame said, gesturing to Hinata's tent. Itachi let out a small sigh and arrogantly stood up, saying, "We might as well. I'm getting increasingly stressed and annoyed with having to wait." Itachi moved slowly in the direction of the tent, Kisame trailing closely behind him. Itachi merely nodded in comprehension. "Good," Kisame said plainly. "If Naruto tries to attack us, don't be hesitant to use your Mangekyo Sharingan on him. I doubt he'd listen to reason." Itachi and Kisame were about 5 meters away from the tent when a sinister chakra spike filled every fiber of their bodies. Itachi swiftly looked around, his head darting in all directions, and Kisame stood motionless, his breaths nearly silent. "Where's that chakra coming from? It's too evil to be the Kyuubi's." Itachi whispered to himself as he saw a bright yellow flash. He knew instantly whose chakra it was. Naruto suddenly materialized in front of the tent, his eyes burning with hatred and his teeth clench. "Kisame," Itachi turned to his partner, "can you please explain to me how Naruto was able to sense you while you were spying on him?" Itachi muttered, his tone full of murderous intent. Without taking his eyes off Naruto, Kisame defended himself by saying, "I don't know. I had my chakra suppressed to the point that it was almost non-existent." "We haven't come here to fight you," Itachi said in a cool, collected voice, after letting out a long sigh and turning to face Naruto. "We merely have a proposition for you." "A suggestion? You scum. What do you want with me?" With a voice brimming with rage and hatred, Naruto hissed. Itachi's voice remained cool and collected as she said, "We just want to talk, nothing more." "Yeah, you jerk, we were only here to chat." As he stepped closer to Naruto, Kisame exclaimed, "We came here to help you, not to fight you or your girlfriend." Neglecting the girlfriend comment, Naruto hurled symbolic daggers at the two, asking, "What specifically can you help us with?" With his voice gradually losing its angry tone, Naruto asked. "We know about your mission," Itachi started to say, drawing a stunned expression from Naruto. "You were told by the elders to become missing.nin, right?" Itachi asked, moving one step closer to Naruto himself. Naruto's rage swiftly subsided as he said simply, "Hi, all that is correct so far." Itachi concluded, a faint smile spreading across his face, "Then you and I are the same. And I am almost obligated to help you in your mission. I can only assume that you were told by the elders to destroy the Uchiha clan in order to keep Konoha safe." Now that his rage had totally subsided, Naruto approached the gaping Itachi and asked, "How do you know that, H?" Both Itachi and Kisame stared at Naruto with their mouths hanging open as shock and confusion overflowed their minds. No way, that's not possible," Itachi asked in a sinister tone, his eyes wide with shock. Naruto smiled slightly before rapidly activating his Rinnegan. "No, there's no way you can possess the Rinnegan," Itachi frantically whispered. Kisame whispered to himself, his eyes never leaving Naruto's purple eyes, "I thought Pain was the only individual in the entire world that had the Rinnegan." As he stood inches from the two, Naruto's face lit up slightly. "Yeah, I was shocked as well when I found out I possessed the Rinnegan," he said. "Anyway, I think I can trust you guys," Naruto said, looking up at Kisame before slowly turning to face Itachi. "How would you like to assist us?" Naruto deactivated his Rinnegan and shrugged. Itachi opened up. "Well, Kisame and I have decided to help train you both," and we have also decided to allow you to stay at one of our hideouts. How safe is your hiding place? Kisame responded coolly but informatively, very. I'm hoping so. What sort of instruction are we going to receive? Naruto asked, turning to look at the tent. Kisame will be teaching you and Hinata taijutsu, while I will teach you ninjutsu and Hinata genjutsu. It helps if at least one of your team members is a genjutsu user, Itachi clarified. Yeah, and plus, I saw how hard you trained Naruto. The ninjutsu training will be a piece of cake for you. Kisame laughed as he went on, however, my taijutsu training will be hell on earth. Naruto said, I have no worries about the taijutsu training, while focusing on Kisame and Itachi. But I have one question. Kisame nodded silently, is it okay with you if I teach Hinata, Kisame? Sama? Naruto inquired. Itachi scoffed silently and turned his head away from Kisame, saying, well, I have no problems with that. The fewer students the better. Kisame slowly turned his head towards Itachi, a sardonic smile slowly appearing on his face. However, what specifically motivates you to train her yourself? Well, I fear that your training methods may be too much for her to handle, and plus, I promised Hinata I'd train her, and I never go back on my word. Before turning to face Naruto, Kisame thought, I told you Itachi. Yeah, okay then, as long as she is actually improving, I don't mind how you go about it. Kisame responded calmly, then grinned triumphantly at Itachi. As he briskly ran away from the campsite, Itachi quietly told the two, we should leave before it gets too dark. Baka. He never waits around for anyone. Kisame swore as he watched Itachi flee. Anyway, here are the company ordinates for the hideout. Kisame handed Naruto a small piece of paper, which he held gently in his hands before putting it deep in his pants pocket. We'll be waiting for you. Konoha has probably informed all the other hidden villages about your bounty, so staying here isn't safe. Kisame cautioned Naruto as he took a small black book out of his ninja pouch, quickly flipping through the pages until he reached the end. This was only updated recently, it has both you and Hinata's information stored on it. Naruto Uzumaki, 012604 is the ninja registration number. 14 years old, 148 centimeters in height, 41.3 kilograms in weight. Yellow hair color, eye color. Blue genin is the ninja rank. Special Junin, Cage skill level missing.nin rank. Missing.nin SS ranked. Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is the classification. Limit of bloodline. None are not activated. Other notes. Naruto is very skilled and mentally unstable, so be very careful when you capture him. A 5-man cell is the bare minimum needed to attack him. Extremely unstable mentally. I'm angry about that. Naruto hissed in jest, concentrating on Hinata's page. Hinata Hyuga, 012612 is the ninja registration number. 14 years old, 149 centimeters in height, 39.4 kilograms in weight. Dark purple hair color, pale eye color, genin is the ninja rank. Ability level. Junin, Chunin missing.nin rank. Missing.nin A, S rank. Classification. Hyuga clan heiress, limit of bloodline. Byakugan. Other notes. She has an undeveloped Byakugan, so she should be easy to capture because Naruto isn't there to help her, but don't underestimate her. After examining the page for a few minutes, Naruto closed the book and gave it to Kisame. Their information is correct for the most part, he said, placing the book in Kisame's rough hands. I'm still sore over that, highly mentally unstable, remark. Kisame chuckled a little and put the book back where it belonged. But their lack of information will be their downfall. They don't think I have any form of bloodline limit. Naruto shrugged a little before continuing, and them underestimating Hinata like that. They're effectively setting themselves up to die. Kisame nodded in agreement, observing Itachi impatiently waiting. Yeah, those Konoha ninja are quite foolish, he said. All right. With his foot tapping frantically on the ground, Itachi croaked, what are you waiting for? We need to get going. We don't need our journey to be any more difficult than it already is. Yeah, just give us a second, I was just showing Naruto the bingo books. With a heavy sigh, Itachi answered, may we depart at this time? Boredom permeated Itachi's voice as he started to slowly make his way to the hiding place. As he prepared to depart, Kisame said, Naruto, you wait here until Hinata wakes up. It'd be best if you inform her of the situation. As he entered the tent, Naruto shrugged and said, hi, don't worry, I was going to wait for her anyway. After giving a small grunt, Kisame hurried over to Itachi. As he and Kisame headed for the hiding place, Itachi questioned, are you sure it was alright to leave those two on their own? You don't think anyone will come across them and attack them? Itachi was the first to break the eerie silence that had pervaded the two's journey since they parted ways with Naruto and Hinata. Kisame responded with a slight smile, and besides, I don't think any ninja would be foolish enough to attack him in the open like that. Kisame laughed a little at Itachi's sudden concern, saying, it's not like you to worry like that, but I'm sure they'll be fine. Naruto will protect Hinata with all he's got if he has to. Hi, you might be right, but I can't help but worry. What if the 6th sent some kind of special Anbu group to deal with them? The 6th must know where Naruto and Hinata are stationed now, and I don't think Naruto could handle that many opponents by himself. Itachi said in a voice filled with dread and hopelessness. After a silent chuckle, Kisame responded, you're underestimating him, Itachi. Naruto is more than capable of disposing of a few clowns, especially Konoha clowns. Itachi said plainly, I think you're overestimating him. Kisame turned to face Itachi and said, in jest, you'll be surprised at what he can do. You didn't see him create that fucking crazy jutsu, so you don't know his true power. I don't even think I've seen his true power yet. Kisame then looked away from Itachi and said, he's probably going to surprise us with more crazy things. You may be right, but I still can't help but worry. You did tell him where the hideout is located, didn't you? Itachi, really, you don't have to worry. I gave him the coordinates as soon as you ran off. He knows how to get here. Can't you even give me a little credit? Itachi looked directly at Kisame and asked, and what about Hinata? Kisame looked back and said simply, what about her? Did you wake her up and tell her of the situation? Kisame looked away from Itachi and shrugged, saying, I left that job to Naruto. I thought it'd be better for us and her if she was to hear it from him. And besides, she's more likely to listen to the man she loves, right? Kisame gave Itachi a gentle elbow push. After scoffing softly, Itachi turned his head away from Kisame. Itachi made a sudden gesture, and Kisame just laughed. A tiny smile appeared on Itachi's face. Itachi stopped moving and put his hand lightly on a rock, saying, maybe you're right. I should stop worrying, I suppose. He began to gather chakra in his hand and said, we're here. I still don't see why you made that seal, so only you can dispel it. What if I want to go to the hideout? Because you did the same thing for the first hideout we were stationed at. You left me at the hideout for almost a week whilst you were on a mission. I had to sleep outside for several nights before you came back. Itachi's voice became eerie. Kisame sheepishly put a hand behind his neck and gave it a light scratch. Oh, that? You're still sore about that? I said I was sorry, isn't that enough? He asked. Itachi closed his eyes tightly and muttered, dispel. Yes, I'm still sore about that event. I was ill for a few weeks after that because of the cold rain. The rock on which Itachi's hand had been resting vanished. Shall we go? Itachi said, standing up straight and letting out a little sigh of pride. As he read the passage, Kisame joked, yeah, sure. Just as long as you refrain from talking about your being ill again. Kisame raised an eyebrow expectantly as Itachi, who was right behind him, asked, so, what are you thinking of teaching Naruto first? I was thinking about that while on guard duty. I think it would be best if I teach him some form of fire ninjutsu, since I don't know what his affiliation for nature is. Itachi replied with a calm and cool tone. Kisame agreed, allowing himself to smile slightly. Well, since he's already got a few wind techniques, I think it'd be best to teach him a few fire ones. And maybe, with enough practice, he could combine the two elements to create an even deadlier technique. We shouldn't get our hopes up just yet, Itachi told his group mate. Kisame just grumbled, we don't know just how powerful Naruto actually is. We can't assume that he will be able to combine elements so freely. Kisami's eyes glowed when he said, I know we shouldn't, but it doesn't hurt to hope that your student can surpass almost every ninja in this world, especially since he possesses the Rinnegan. It would look good on me if I was a sensei to the most powerful ninja in the world, right? Kisame teased, raising his arm in delight. Anyway, Kisame said, dropping his arm back to his side, I was thinking of using Naruto's shadow clones for his taijutsu training. The more clones he uses, the more training he'll be able to do in a day. Itachi merely grinned at his partner's amusing actions. Kisame shrugged. Itachi said, his voice growing more interested by the moment, I suppose I'll do the same for his ninjutsu training. Hinata shouldn't be a problem to teach genjutsu to, especially since she possesses the Byakugan. Yeah, based on the information we have on Hinata, she shouldn't be too hard to teach, especially at something as easy as genjutsu. Kisame mockingly said, drawing a stern look from Itachi, I'm just kidding, but she shouldn't be too hard to teach. Itachi said bluntly and coolly, neither should Naruto, he seems to pick up jutsus with relative ease. With a frown slowly forming on his face, Kisame exclaimed, speak for yourself. I'm going to have to work him and myself to the bone with the taijutsu training. I guess I won't have to work as hard though, since Naruto has taken it upon himself to teach Hinata. He's saved me quite a bit of stress. Still, training that energetic boy is going to be difficult. Kisame moaned, and Itachi laughed a little at her distressed tone. With a tone full of irony, Itachi answered, "You'll be fine. Given you don't lock him outside the hideout." With a disorganized tone, Kisame yelled, "I said I was sorry, what more do you want?" Kisame moaned, folding his arms and furrowing his brow into a heavy frown. HMPH, if you won't get over it, then to each his own. But that doesn't mean I have to like it. Kisame joked, "You remind me of my father." Itachi's voice was cool and funny as he quickly answered, "But you loved your father." After giving Itachi a fierce look, Kisame joked, "I hated my father." Itachi gave him a small smile in return. Itachi just laughed at Kisame's unexpected outburst. In addition to Hinata's sleeping self, Naruto sat himself elegantly and gently. He glanced over his shoulder to make sure Itachi and Kisame had both gone. He slowly turned his head back to face Hinata. "I can't believe things have turned out like this." Naruto whispered to himself, as he shook his head slightly, "I'm sorry for getting you mixed up in all of this. It's not fair on you. You would have been better off at Konoha. I should have just told the elders that I'd do the mission alone." Naruto leaned closer to Hinata, as he continued to whisper gently, "I should have just walked this road alone, but I'm grateful that you wanted to come along with me. I never would have imagined anyone would want to be with me for so damn long. Not even my own team could tolerate me." Naruto sat upright before continuing, his gentle voice barely above a whisper, "I've been alone for so long. This kind of friendship and closeness is new to me, I guess." He let out a small smile, before fixating his gaze to the floor, "But I can't help but feel responsible that I dragged you into this mess as well. Nobody should have to kill their comrades, not even a devil fox like me." Naruto's voice trailed off as he heard a slight murmur from Hinata. He slowly rested his hand on Hinata's hand and gently gripped it. "I don't think we'll be Konoha ninja anytime soon either. I think the elders intended for us to stay missing. Nin for the remainder of our lives." Naruto whispered bitterly as Hinata whispered his name in her sleep and then smiled sweetly. "I know you have feelings for me, but I don't think I can return those feelings. It'll be too dangerous for us if I do." His gaze moved over Hinata's delicate and soft body. As he turned to face Hinata, he tightened his hold on her soft hand. "I remember the first time we met. We were only little, but it's still a vivid memory for me. These kids were picking on you, threatening to beat you up if you didn't give them money. I was hiding in the bushes that day, crying to myself because some kids had picked on me as well. I saw everything," he said, moving his eyes away from the floor. His eyes were glued to her elegant and luxurious face. "They pinned you down to the floor and were about to punch you square in the face." Naruto slightly chuckled at the memories, "And then I screamed from behind the bushes, like I was some kind of hero. 'Don't touch her, you bullies. Why don't you pick on someone your own size?' was what I said. Hey." The look those kids gave me made it difficult for me not to kneel over and laugh." Naruto smiled slightly, his eyes never leaving Hinata's beautiful face. "The big kid, I think he was the leader, dropped his fist and looked me directly in the eyes. We were only little, maybe 6 or 7, but he pulled a kunai from his pouch. I mean, what 7-year-old needs to carry a fucking kunai around?" Naruto's smile instantly vanished as he recalled the dark memories. "I'll never forget what that kid said before he stabbed me straight in the belly. 'You demon. My parents told me you're better off dead. I'll be glad to end your life, you devil child.' I didn't even know why he said that. I remember seeing your shocked and frightened face as he drove the kunai through my chest, before I fell unconscious. I never did see those kids again after that actually. Maybe the third exiled them or something. The last thing I remember of that day was waking up in the hospital, with you asleep on the guest chair. I always wondered what it was like to have friends, and seeing you there with me kinda made me feel good." Naruto's frown disappeared. "After that day, I saw you more and more often, but I kept my distance from you, scared that you'd laugh at me for failing to protect you, but you never showed me any signs of negativity. You were always so nice to me, always cheering me on. I just assumed you felt pity for me, but it still felt good nonetheless. I was always grateful to you for that. You always say that I helped you through the darkest of times, but I can't recall a time when I've ever actually helped you or done anything for you. All I can remember is you constantly sticking up for me every time someone from the academy insulted me." Naruto grinned a little and leaned closer to Hinata, saying, "I never did repay your care and affection, Hinata." His breathing became shallower and faster. His lips were inches from Hinata's. "No, what the hell am I doing?" Naruto said bitterly to himself as his eyes met her closed ones. As he yanked himself violently away from Hinata, he chastised himself in his mind. He shook his head and then looked at the ground. "What the fuck is wrong with me?" he said, his voice trailing off as he looked at Hinata's beauty once more. As his eyes moved over Hinata's face, he could feel his heart pounding more quickly. While slowly lifting his hands to caress Hinata's face, Naruto muttered to himself, "She's so beautiful." Naruto checked himself quickly and immediately put his hands back in his lap. No, I can't have feelings for her," he said to himself in a doubtful whisper. He sat silently for a few minutes, thinking about what he was thinking at the time. He tried to tell himself that he had no feelings for Hinata as he glanced up at her face once more. He was unavoidably sidetracked by Hinata's immense beauty. Naruto's train of thought was abruptly interrupted as he looked at her. Naruto responded with a fierce look as her smooth hair taunted him to approach. Each time Hinata breathed, her chest rose a few inches. Naruto's gaze shifted to her chest, which was rising and falling. His mouth dropped open as his mind was consumed by Hinata's exquisitely proportioned chest. Naruto turned his attention to Hinata's face and extended his hand to touch her silky hair. His body was radiating rays of lust and pleasure as his fingers caressed her opulent hair. His hand moved to Hinata's delicate, soft cheeks. His gaze remained fixed on Hinata's face while his hand moved softly over her left cheek, warming Naruto's entire body. The sleeping Hinata gave Naruto a little moan as he rubbed his rough fingers across her cheek. Naruto let out a loud gulp as his heart started to race in his chest. As Naruto glanced at Hinata's chest, he soon noticed that her upper half was bare. He turned his head away instantly, but his curiosity overcame him. His mind was racing with ideas as he stared at Hinata's chest once more. In order to avoid doing anything obscene, he jumped away from her after taking his hand off her cheek. After taking several shallow breaths, he eventually composed himself. He noticed that the hand he had placed on Hinata's cheek was still warm from the warmth of her opulent face. For several minutes, he sat in complete silence, mentally reliving his actions. His mind was consumed by the image of Hinata's bare chest, and he could feel the blood rushing violently around his head. He threw those ideas out of his head and chose to pretend nothing had occurred. He immediately recalled that Kisame had told him to let Hinata know what was going on. He figured that if Naruto and Hinata took any longer to reach the hideout, Kisame and Itachi would be incensed. In order to avoid further upsetting Kisame and Itachi, he concluded that it would be best to wake Hinata. The idea of upsetting his new sensei made him shudder. "Hey, Hinata! Wake up, I have some important information," Naruto cried, his voice piercing the quiet atmosphere of the tent as he leaned closer to her and gave her a gentle tap on the forehead with his index finger. Hinata whispered softly, her voice slurred with sleepiness. Gradually opening her weary eyes, she noticed a bright yellow flash that she recognized. When she realized Naruto was inches from her face, her eyes widened. "Yash, you're awake," she exclaimed as her cheeks turned a deep crimson. Naruto withdrew from Hinata, a broad smile lighting up his face. As her cheeks started to flush even more, Hinata sat up cautiously and slowly. Naruto.kun. www. What's going on? She managed to splutter out. She became aware that her breasts were visible because the top half of her body was not covered by her blanket. After catching a glimpse of Hinata's breasts, Naruto immediately turned away and glued his eyes to the ground. Hinata's cheeks started to burn even more intensely, and she let out a loud squeal. She pulled her blanket over her body while holding onto it tightly. To hide her red cheeks, she pulled the blanket across her face. Hinata's adorable actions made Naruto laugh in his head, but he quickly checked himself. Naruto approached the blushing Hinata slowly and shook his head before responding, "Well, I have some important information to tell you." With a persistent flush that would not go away, Hinata slurred, Anyo, na. Naruto.kun, what kind of information? With embarrassment and anticipation, she gripped the blanket more tightly. "Well," Naruto said, placing himself beside Hinata with his eyes fixed on hers, "I met up with Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame earlier on while you were asleep." Hinata's eyes widened in fear and worry, but she remained silent, letting Naruto go on. "Well, basically, they're both going to help us train to complete our mission. They have also allowed us to use their hideout as a place to stay." Naruto looked away. Hinata whispered, her red blush slightly fading, Anyo, can they be trusted? They're both members of the Akatsuki, so it'd be foolish to assume that they wouldn't try to eliminate us if they got the circa chance. With a bored tone, Naruto answered, "Don't worry, they can be trusted. If they wanted to kill us, they would have done so already. Anyway, Itachi and Kisame told us to head to the hideout. I have the coordinates, so we should get there in no time." Naruto stood up quickly and extended his hand to Hinata. "Come on, we should get going as soon as possible," Hinata said, grinning at Naruto's kind gesture. As her cheeks started to burn fiercely with blush, Hinata ripped her gaze away from Naruto and said, "Hi, and Naruto-kun. But, I need to get dressed first." Before Hinata could respond, Naruto hurried out of the tent after remembering that she was only partially dressed. "Shit, yeah, I guess that takes priority. I'll just, wait outside for you." With her cheeks starting to flush more, Hinata whispered to herself, "Hisamai," as she gazed at the tent's entrance, mesmerized by Naruto's sudden shyness. She looked at the spot where Naruto had been sitting next to her and jerked her head away from the entrance. As she recalled Naruto's unexpected shyness, her heart started to race. With a quiet chuckle to herself, Hinata got up slowly. As she walked to her stack of clothes, Hinata muttered to herself, "I suppose I should just find a top so we can leave." She found some pajamas by rummaging through her heap of clothing. She was able to extract a simple dark, black shirt. Without bothering to find a bra, she hurriedly threw it over her nude body. She silently assessed whether her present outfit was appropriate for her as she glanced down at herself. The dark color of Hinata's top contrasted with her current light gray trousers, but she didn't mind too much. Hinata whispered, "The top's a little too big for me." After giving a small shrug, she gathered the rest of her and Naruto's clothing and stuffed it into her bag. She exited the tent gracefully, pulling the bag over her shoulder. It was early afternoon, and the bright sunshine welcomed her. Hinata was tightly embraced by the warm sun's opulent rays. Hinata was mesmerized by the gentle and lovely song of the birds. As she became trapped in her imagination, her thoughts gradually strayed from reality. She imagined that she and Naruto would grow old together, with each day starting in precisely this manner. "The scenery is spectacular, isn't it?" Hinata was suddenly jerked out of her reverie because she was so absorbed in her own thoughts that she was unaware of her surroundings. "Those birds would put anyone into a state of thought. They're so peaceful." She hurled her head in the direction of the voice, and Naruto continued, his eyes fixed on the graceful birds in the sky. "Sorry for disturbing you," Naruto said, tearing his eyes from the birds and turning them to Hinata. "We just have to get a move on. We wouldn't want to anger those two, now would we?" he asked sheepishly, a faint smile spreading across his face. After a little giggle, Hinata nodded subtly in agreement with Naruto. Naruto walked slowly over to the tent and started packing it up, saying, "We should probably tidy up first. Konoha might know where we are, and the less trace of us being here we give them, the better." As Naruto started to pack up the tent, Hinata just stared at him. She approached Naruto after softly biting her bottom lip. She started gathering loose garments from the camping area and carefully packed them into her bag. Hinata's body was sweating from the intense heat of the sun. She raised her arm calmly and used the back of her hand to gently wipe the perspiration from her forehead. "It's getting really hot now," Hinata thought to herself as she returned to her work. Naruto had just finished packing up the tent when Hinata finished gathering up the clothes. "Anyo, and Naruto-kun, what now?" Hinata said, her voice barely audible above a whisper. Her cheeks flooded with crimson-red blush as her eyes briefly locked with Naruto's. She jerked her head abruptly out of Naruto's line of sight. Naruto gave himself permission to smile. After carefully inspecting the old campsite, Naruto said, with a faint smile on his face, "I would say we're done here. Now all we have to do is get to the hideout." Naruto continued as he slowly left the campsite. Intrigued by Naruto's aura, Hinata remained motionless on the ground, staring at him. "So, you coming or not? Just standing there isn't going to get us to the hideout." Naruto calmly turned his head towards Hinata after noticing that she hadn't followed him. He then proceeded in the direction of the hideout. Before rushing to catch up to Naruto, Hinata silently gasped. When Hinata came to his side, Naruto chuckled a little. For the majority of the trip, the two traveled in complete silence. During their journey, they passed numerous villages and landmarks. Hinata was able to study the majority of the villages but was unable to thoroughly examine anything because Naruto insisted that they move quickly through them in order to avoid drawing undue attention to the pair's bounty. The many hours of silence that accompanied their walk were welcomed by Naruto, who treated it as though it were a long, lost relative or a part of himself. He paused to consider the gravity of his and Hinata's mission, to turn into missing nins in order to avert a potential conflict between the hidden villages. Since our last update was so long ago, the elders still haven't contacted us regarding our mission. They couldn't have forgotten about us because the significance of this mission is simply too great to overlook. Perhaps the sixth had the elders killed after learning that they were assisting me. It just doesn't make sense, What could possibly be keeping the elders from informing us of our current situation? Naruto scratched his chin gently as his line of thought deepened. No, that can't be it. Maybe they just haven't had time to update us on our objectives. The sixth must have Konoha on extremely high alert. What made the elders insist that I bring Hinata with me? Naruto glanced over his shoulder and saw Hinata for a moment. There must be a reason why Hinata is here as well, he said, swiftly bringing his eyes back in front of him before Hinata's glare could match his. However, what if the elders were simply lying about everything? What if the elders considered me a potential threat and determined that the best way to get rid of me was to trick me into killing my own friends? Naruto asked himself abruptly. That clarifies why it has been so long since our last update, but it leaves open the question of why Hinata is also on this mission. As he and Hinata proceeded towards the hideout, Naruto's eyes widened in bewilderment. It just doesn't make any sense. They wouldn't have betrayed the very village they want to protect. They wouldn't have killed their own, unless Sakura and Kiba knew about the plan to destroy Konoha. Kiba and Sakura had to be collaborating with the enemy. Fuck, Naruto's voice broke the peaceful silence that had surrounded the two, and he immediately shook his head in complete bewilderment. And perhaps Hinata knew something about this betrayal. She must have been the one who informed the elders. As soon as Hinata's voice reached her ears, she immediately raised her head. Sorry Hinata, I was just thinking about something. Naruto grinned slightly before staring straight ahead. Naruto's unexpected smile caused Hinata to flush randomly. You've finally figured it out, the Kyuubi said in a sleepy voice. I was thinking about hinting it to you a couple of days ago, but I thought better of it. I'm amazed you managed to figure it out yourself, the Kyuubi said mockingly, before letting out a low-key yawn and laughing. But it can't be true, Naruto cried in his mind, because Sakura and Kiba would never betray the village where they grew up. Look at you, Baka. You're the epitome of treachery, aren't you? And besides, Kiba would always distance himself from others, just like you. It was inevitable for him to betray his village sooner or later, the Kyuubi said, laughing sarcastically before he yawned again and slowly closed his eyes. How about Sakura? What? Naruto asked. You're still speaking to me, huh? I assumed you had no interest in interacting with me. Why did you change your mind so quickly? With sarcasm ingrained in his voice, the Kyuubi joked. Naruto chastised his partner in his mind. I don't know why Sakura chose to ally herself with your enemies. Perhaps she thought it would make her look good for Sasuke, the Kyuubi said, letting out a small sigh before continuing. Naruto. Boy. Love can be a strong motivator, right? Naruto quickly responded, drawing a small frown across his face, but then you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? You're as evil as they come. You enjoy manipulating others to fulfill your own selfish and corrupt needs. You wouldn't know the first thing about love, Naruto said in his mind. Compassion comes from love. Devotion is the result of compassion. Trust is the result of devotion. People die because of trust. You've spent practically your whole life surrounded by death, so you should know this Naruto. Boy. How do you suppose your parents passed away? The Kyuubi argued, his voice growing irritated. They died because they placed all of their trust in you. You devil, you have no right to speak in such a manner about my fucking parents. You have no authority to discuss the. You're not even aware of your parents' identities. Violently, the Kyuubi interrupted. This is not the point, Naruto snarled as a malevolent expression appeared on his face. The Kyuubi sighed, it's the same story for this Hinata. I see the way you look at her, and how you speak to her. Naruto. Boy. This is the reason I refuse to love anything. It leads to unnecessary emotions that will only distract and burden you. The Kyuubi grunted and quickly rolled onto his side, saying, now leave me be. I wish to sleep. You've pestered me enough for one day. She will only get in the way. It's only a matter of time until she does, and you know it to be true. HMPH, thanks for nothing, Naruto said dissatisfiedly in his head. Hinata didn't mind the quiet because she found it to be calming and it made it simpler for her to focus. She liked to stroll through the quiet woods. They were friendly, far friendlier than the eerie quiet of the household of the Hyuga clan, where she had lived before. Hinata was coming to terms with the fact that she had to kill in order to survive, and she was glad to have been sent on this mission, even if it meant taking a life. Sometimes Hinata would remember that fateful day when she had to kill her old friends. If I hadn't told the elders about their evil scheme, they would have simply killed the entire village, Hinata reassured herself. She was still baffled as to why Sakura and Kiba had invited her to participate in their scheme to demolish Konoha. Frustrated and hurt by her father's harsh words, Hinata sagged on the park bench. She needed some alone time. She knew that this park was a good place to collect her thoughts because no one was walking through it. Hi, Kiba exclaimed. Hey, Hinata. Chan? Kiba warned his dog. Hey, Akamaru. There's no need to bark so loud. His words were quickly followed by a loud bark. Akamaru gave a low whimper. At Akamaru's outburst, Kiba laughed. Sakura groaned in agreement as she and Kiba marched slowly in Hinata's direction. Yeah, shut that mutt up, will ya? He's giving me a headache. Hey Sakura. Chan, there's no reason to call Akamaru a mutt, and to be fair, you're always giving me a headache with that loud voice of yours. Kiba began to argue. In agreement with his master, Akamaru let out a bark. I'll give you a headache you won't soon recover from if you're not careful. Sakura scowled in response to Kiba's comment. Hinata's curiosity overcame her and she asked, Kiba-kun, as Sakura and Kiba approached her, and Sakura, Chan, what brings you here? As Sakura gracefully sat on the vacant seat next to Hinata, she responded, we were actually looking for you, Hinata. Damn, this bench is uncomfortable. How are you even sitting on it with so much ease? Sakura cried, straining to find a comfortable position on the chilly, hard, and worn-out bench. Kiba sagged languidly on the other vacant seat, and Hinata merely shrugged before responding, I think the bench is fine, Sakura. Chan. So, what did you guys want? Hinata repeated, this time with greater interest. As he too had trouble settling in, Kiba grumbled, this seat does suck. Me and Sakura have a sort of, top, secret, mission, that, only, we, know, about that we want to share with you. Kiba answered softly so that no one could overhear their conversation. Though Hinata's eyes widened in worry and bewilderment, she remained silent so that Kiba could continue to explain what they wanted. When I say, top, secret, Kiba went on, his tone growing more solemn, I mean, we will probably be assassinated if anyone found out about it, so keep this to yourself, and yourself alone. Kiba concluded. To further emphasize Kiba's already terrifying warning, Akamaru snarled at Hinata. Sakura's eyes grew menacing as she gradually shifted her face closer to Hinata's. Hinata, she whispered, this mission is extremely important. I cannot begin to explain how important it is for you to keep it to yourself. Sakura's face was inches from Hinata's. Sakura whispered in an emotionless voice, I mean it, Hinata. If you tell anyone what we're about to tell you, we will kill you. Hinata squirmed in her seat, uncomfortable from feeling Sakura's warm breaths. Sakura looked up at the afternoon sky as she withdrew from Hinata's face. Fear took over Hinata's emotions, causing her to breathe shallowly. S.S.So. What did you want to tell me? Hinata managed to blurt out after considering her options in silence. Either she could flee her current situation and tell the 6th Hokage about Sakura and Kiba's mission, or she could listen to what they had to say. Well, we don't know much about the mission ourselves. The 6th Hokage refused to give us too much information, Kiba joked, letting out a little sigh of relief before responding. I thought you would have run away or something, but Sakura convinced me you'd help us. I guess that woman intuition thing is actually true. The 6th knows of this mission? Hinata cried in complete surprise. Sakura responded calmly and swiftly, yup. He's the one who asked us personally to carry out this mission. As I was saying, Kiba added, his voice irritated, all we know is that the 6th wants to alter Konoha's very foundation. What do you mean by change? Hinata asked thoughtfully. All he said was, I want to rid Konoha of all of its enemies, including the very ninjas who reside in Konoha itself. He essentially wants to kill the Konoha ninjas that don't agree with him, Sakura clarified. As the idea of murder lingered in the back of Hinata's mind, she whispered to herself, he wants to kill our own. How can he even think of doing something like that? You don't actually think this is the right thing to do, do you? Hinata cried. It doesn't matter what we think is right or wrong, Hinata. We know that what the Hokage wants is what we want. We want Konoha to be the very place it deserves to be. Those other fucking Hokages only thought of themselves, and didn't do what was best for Konoha. That's why me, Kiba and the 6th disposed of the 5th. Sakura said, her voice full of a serious characteristic. Kiba gave a slow nod of agreement. Hinata's mouth hung open in shock and despair as she felt her jaw start to drop. As her grief and despair gave way to rage and hatred, Hinata screamed, why you killed Lady Tsunade? You killed the very ninja who cared deeply about everyone in this village, you monsters. Hinata jumped out of her seat, prepared to flee from Sakura and Kiba. Hinata felt a tight grip around her forearm before she could move. Kiba clenched her arm with his hand and wouldn't let go. Let go of me, you animal. Hinata yelled as she struggled to break free of Kiba's firm hold on her arm, but it didn't help. Kiba firmly grasped Hinata's forearm and said, we only want a simple yes or no, and we shall leave you be. So what is it gonna be? Are you going to rid this village of its corruption, or will you simply ignore us, and live on as if we didn't have this conversation? Kiba asked, releasing his hold on Hinata as she flinched in agony and fell to her knees. As soon as possible, Hinata used her free hand to stroke her forearm while keeping her gaze fixed on the ground to avoid Kiba and Sakura's glaring stares. When Sakura said, "We'll go our separate ways if you don't wish to help us, but remember what we said. If you tell anyone of this, we will kill you. Just remember that." Sakura gave Hinata one last glare before gracefully leaving the park. "Come on Kiba, we've done enough here." Kiba grunted in agreement and then slowly got up. "If you do decide to help us," Sakura added, "then come and find us." As he and Sakura approached the park's exit, Kiba inquired, "You really think she can be trusted?" "The Hokage specifically asked us to recruit Hinata. If he believes her to be trustworthy, then we must trust his decision." After letting out a little sigh, Kiba said, "I guess you're right." Hinata jolted out of her reverie. Hinata's exquisite skin felt the cool, crisp, and sweet air. Naruto.kun, Hinata cried, breaking the quiet, "It's getting late. How much farther are we from the hideout?" Hinata saw that the sun had started to set and that the evening sky was just a few hours away. Naruto yawned slightly before answering Hinata's query. As he caught a glimpse of Hinata's pearly eyes, Naruto said, "I'd say we're about 30 minutes away. Not much longer until we get there." Naruto slowed down slightly to walk right next to Hinata. "When we do get there, we should rest. We're going to have a big day ahead of us, what with all the training that those two are going to throw at us." "Hi, we should get as much rest as we can," Hinata said in agreement, laughing at Naruto's statement. "I'm happy you decided to train me. I don't think I'd be able to survive Kisame-sama's training," Hinata said, a tiny smile spreading across her face. "I promised you that I would be the one to train you, and I never go back on my word." Naruto's simple response. Naruto looked in Hinata's direction. The two kept moving in the direction of the hiding place. Kakashi woke up from a deep slumber. Through the gaps in the curtains, the brilliant sunshine danced. Kakashi gave a little yawn and stood up languidly. His soft feet made a soft pad against the hard floor as he hobbled over to the curtains. "We're still in the winter. How can the sun be so fucking bright?" Kakashi asked himself sleepily as he slowly reached out to the curtain and drew the blinds, letting the sun gracefully fill his room. The sun's intense rays caused Kakashi's already blurred vision to become even more blurry, and he violently tore his eyes away from the sun. He yawned drowsily once more before opening his windows wide. The room lost its oppressive feel as the cool air rushed past Kakashi's frail body. Kakashi welcomed the cool air, repositioned his mask, and strode casually to the restroom. Kakashi remembered that the elders wanted to talk to him as he walked into the dark bathroom. "They probably want me to send more information to Naruto and Hinata again," he thought solemnly as he quickly flicked the light switch. Kakashi was momentarily blinded by the intense light. Kakashi calmly walked to the bathroom sink after squinting his eyes in response to the intense light. He laid both hands lightly on the sink's surface and gazed at the reflection in the mirror. As he rearranged his silky hair, Kakashi reflected, "They know that it's too dangerous to send me out again. They wouldn't take the risk in sending me out. I wonder how Naruto and Hinata have been getting on," Kakashi said, continuing to reflect on his present state of mind. "They must be up to something. It has been a long time since I last saw them." Kakashi removed his mask politely, displaying a smooth and soft face. "Team Guy hasn't made it back to Konoha yet," he said, reaching for his toothbrush and holding it firmly in his creamy hands. As he carefully brushed his pearly teeth, Kakashi thought, "I hope they didn't run into Naruto and Hinata. It would be unfortunate if they did." He rinsed his mouth with the cold water that jetted out of the sink after spitting the toothpaste out. Guy's return is anticipated, as is the return of all four of them. As he put his toothbrush back where it belonged, Kakashi thought, having another casualty will only dampen Konoha's strength. Kakashi quickly left the restroom after readjusting his mask to cover the lower half of his face. After turning off the light switch once more, he shut the door firmly. Kakashi moved quickly in the direction of his dresser. He felt more alert and invigorated than he had been 20 minutes before. Without bothering to lock the front door after himself, he hurriedly put on his regular clothes, stuffed his Konoha headband in his ninja pouch, and ran out. Kakashi was met by the chilly morning breeze as soon as he stepped outside. He galloped gracefully in the direction of the elder's office, where he was to meet the elders. As he moved through the village, he received recognition from both ninjas and civilians. Due to the vicious murders of Haruno Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba, the village was still in a state of panic. The majority of the residents were too terrified to leave their houses, and those who did so only in extreme cases. Since Kakashi was once Naruto's sensei, it was only natural for the villagers to come to him with their issues. Kakashi frequently received requests and comments from the villagers, all of which had to do with the demon fox, Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi let out a long sigh, praying he wouldn't encounter another villager with a request because he was sick of the sobs and the hurt expressions on the faces of the people. Though he and the elders were the only ninja in the village aware of Naruto and Hinata's mission, he knew he had to keep it to himself and himself alone. He never wished it hadn't turned out this way, with the 5th Hokage killed and the 6th corrupting Konoha with his cunning ways. As he made his way to the Hokage's tower, Kakashi thought, "This burden is mine to carry." A dark shadow had begun to creep over Konoha as the morning sun gradually started to set. "Hey, Kakashi! Sama!" cried a female voice in which Kakashi recognized the voice. Kakashi turned his head in the direction of the voice and was met by a specific person. He let out a long sigh, unwilling to talk to anyone at the time. "Kakashi! Sama, are you deaf or something?" the figure repeated, her voice this time more irritated and haughty. As she approached Kakashi, she asked, "Where have you been these last few weeks?" Her face immediately darkened with sadness as she recalled Sakura and Kiba's funeral. "The last time I saw you was at," she continued. After placing a sympathetic hand on Ino's shoulder, Kakashi said, "Yes, I know Ino. Chan. The funeral was hard on all of us. I know you and Sakura were close." Kakashi concluded by taking his warm hand off Ino's shoulder. Ino stumbled back. "We weren't that close," as a tiny tear trickled down her cheek. In order to keep Kakashi from worrying about her, Ino swiftly lifted her hand and wiped away the tear. "So anyway," Ino cried, her voice losing its distressed tone and becoming more lively, making Kakashi jump a little. "Where have you been lately? I haven't seen you around the village?" Ino asked. "Shit." Kakashi bluffed, hoping Ino would fall for it, saying, "I don't have time for fucking 20 questions. He thought bitterly, "I've just been around really, mainly in my apartment. With no genins to teach, one has much free time." After noticing that his forehead was perspiring more than usual, Kakashi carefully wiped the perspiration away. With a tone that was more serious, Ino asked, "How have you been holding up since Sakura's death and Naruto's betrayal?" "That is to be expected, I guess." Kakashi raised an eyebrow in response to his query, saying, "Ino, I appreciate your concern for me, but these questions are futile, are they not?" Kakashi continued quickly before Ino could respond, "Well, I've really to get going." He hurried past Ino without turning around. The quiet atmosphere of the village was broken by Ino's shrill scream, "Hey, Kakashi! Sama! Where are you going? Why are you in such a rush?" "Kakashi?" Ino whispered to herself in confusion, "Huh, he's so rude." Kakashi sighed with relief and strode quickly in the direction of the Hokage tower. He arrived at the tower in about 20 minutes. As he got closer to the elder's door, Kakashi thought, Ino was acting quite suspicious with all of those questions. Maybe it has something to do with the 6th Hokage. Kakashi immediately checked himself for thinking such a risque idea. "I must be over complicating things," he thought to himself. "Maybe she was just genuinely concerned for my well-being? Well, it's just too dangerous to send Naruto and Hinata any more information. We can't take that kind of risk anymore." Suddenly, Kakashi's train of thought was interrupted by the sound of yelling behind the elder's door. In an effort to hear what was being said, he put his left ear to the door and calmly stopped breathing. Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, 2 elders, had been debating their options for the last 30 minutes. Despite knowing that it would be very difficult to send information to Naruto and Hinata, Kaharu decided to proceed with the plan regardless of the Hokage's efforts to increase Konoha's security. Kaharu hissed, driving her fist ferociously through the immaculate desk, "We can't just leave Naruto and Hinata in the dark. This mission has just become far too dangerous to not inform them too. We have to do something." Kaharu cried, slowly pulling her bloody, clenched fist away from the shards of broken oak. "Baka," Homura muttered to himself, "I liked that desk. It was a gift from the 3rd Hokage himself." Homura brought his left hand carefully to his chin before addressing Kaharu directly. "As I've already said, we can't risk sending Naruto and Hinata more information," Homura began in a low voice. "The 6th has already dramatically increased the security in Konoha. It'll be nigh impossible to get out and back in without being detected." Kaharu sighed deeply, but remained silent, allowing Homura to continue. "If we wish to help Naruto and Hinata, then we must stall the 6th from sending out search parties for as long as we can." Homura gently leaned forward, tearing his vision from Kaharu and replacing it with the delicate floor as he did so, saying, "I think I may know how to do that." After a moment of silence, Kaharu asked, "And how do you suggest we go about this?" As she carefully picked the pieces of broken wood from her knuckle and raised an eyebrow in anticipation, she threw a piece of wood on the ground. There were multiple drops of blood after the remnants hit the floor with a gentle thud. However, Koharu chose to ignore Homura's comment, saying, "Foolish women. You wouldn't have to pick the scraps of my table from your skin had you not lost your temper. We must wait for Kakashi before we discuss such matters," Homura said simply, closing his eyes tightly. Just then, a faint knock on the other side of their door was heard by the two elders. Anticipating the worst, they both jerked their heads in the direction of the door. "You called?" Kakashi asked, his usual bored tone quickly returning as he slowly opened the door and poked his head through the tiny crack. Homura smiled and motioned Kakashi to come in. "Ah, Kakashi. Sama," he said, "close the door behind you as well." Kakashi walked languidly into the room and cautiously closed the door. He scanned the space, making a concerted effort to notice every detail. When he saw that Homura's seat was empty, he sat down politely and said, "I could hear you both arguing about something. You should be more careful with the volume of your voice." Kakashi's tone changed from one of boredom to one of seriousness. Silently, the two elders exchanged ashamed glances. "Well," Kakashi said, taking a book out of his ninja pouch. "What was so urgent that you had to wake me up so early in the morning?" he asked, turning a page in his book. "They're unaware that the one behind this fear is the very man who promises them peace." Homura scoffed, shaking his head gently. "They think that both Naruto and Hinata are nothing but monsters. That they deserve to be put down like animals. If only they knew." Homura stood up and walked slowly towards the window, saying, "The villagers are living in fear." As he put his book away, Kakashi interrupted, "So, what is it you want me to do?" "We want you to get the sixth call off the search parties that have been called into play," Koharu replied with a straight face. With a bewildered eyebrow, Kakashi said, "If anyone should ask him, it should be you. He trusts you a lot more than he trusts me, given your role as the elders." Kakashi then carefully repositioned his mask and said, "If I do ask him, he will grow suspicious, and will possibly think that I'm helping Naruto in some fashion. This is too risky," he added. "Which is why we have evidence that both Sakura and Kiba were plotting the fall of Konoha. If you present this to the Hokage, he won't have a choice but to remove the search parties, as it will clear Naruto and Hinata of their missing nin status." Homura spoke with a hint of optimism in his tone. Kakashi bluntly responded, "It won't clear them of their missing nin status." Komura asked, "And why would that be? Not only did they kill Haruno Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba, but they also ended the lives of two Anbu specialists, and I believe they may have killed Team Guy, but I can't be sure yet. Asking the Hokage to remove the search parties, even with evidence, is just futile and dangerous. We cannot risk it," Kakashi concluded in a sinister tone after letting out a deep sigh. "Fuck," Homura muttered to himself, What shall we do then?" His emotions were overwhelmed by anxiety and anguish. Kakashi sighed as he leaned back in the cozy chair. "You don't think the Hokage knows of our plans, do you?" he whispered. "I haven't thought that far ahead yet. The search parties will prove little to no threat to Naruto and Hinata, and I've already instructed Naruto to not kill unless it's absolutely necessary." "Not a chance. If he knew, he would have killed us the second he found out," Komura responded. "Well, that's reassuring," Kakashi said in jest. Kakashi, Homura, and Komura all jumped to their feet when there was a loud thud at the door. "What the fuck was that sound?" Kakashi muttered as he moved silently to the door. In utter panic, the two elders gazed at Kakashi, praying that the loud thud at the door wasn't coming from the sixth. Kakashi opened the door cautiously and slowly. The sound of the rusty hinges creaking was a chilling melody. On the opposite side of the door, Kakashi saw a thin piece of paper that had been pushed in with a kunai. Quickly, Kakashi took the kunai out and put it in his ninja pouch. "This was attached to the door," Kakashi said as he demonstrated the falling piece of paper to the elders. He swiftly grabbed it and silently shut the door. Knowing that the worst was still to come, the elders swallowed. "Dear Kakashi, Homura and Komura, it has come to my attention that you have valuable information in regards to Naruto and Hinata. I wish to hear what you have to say. Come to my office at 8 p.m. tonight. Do not be late. Kind regards, the 6th Hokage," wrote Kakashi, barely raising his voice above a whisper as he read the note out loud. The three of them said, "Fuck," simultaneously. Kakashi could sense his perspiration. Fear took over and he started breathing more heavily than usual. "The 6th knows what we've been up to," Kakashi said, wiping the perspiration from his brow quickly. "Fuck, this is bad." He collapsed on the couch's empty seat and started thinking about what he could do. "What should we do?" he asked himself. As hope started to swirl in his head, Homura quickly gathered himself before responding, "I think we should present ourselves to the Hokage." Maybe he doesn't know the details exactly, and just thinks we know something that could help him in his search. Don't be foolish. Komura screamed. Of course he knows we're plotting against him. He's probably going to kill us if we go to him. Calmly, Kakashi patted his foot quickly against the floor and said, he'll kill us if we don't go to him. We should listen to the Hokage and see him. If things go to shit, we can always fight back, Kakashi said after letting out a long sigh. We do not know the full power of the sixth. He killed the fifth, and has been manipulating the villagers and ninjas ever since. He is a worthy adversary. We must be careful around him, Komura clarified. He wants to speak with us at 8 p.m. The village curfew is at 6:30 p.m. If he wanted to kill us, then would be the perfect time. Kakashi looked at the note again and saw the time the Hokage wanted to see them. We mustn't focus on the negative just yet, Homura started by saying, but we should be on our guard. Until it was time to meet the Hokage, the three sat quietly. Itachi had started to arrange the dinner table. He laid out 4 plates carefully, setting forks and knives next to each one. To make up for the lack of light in the hiding place, he lit a candle and set it in the middle of the table. Before dozing off, Kisame said, Hey Itachi, what are you doing setting the table so early? It's only 5:34 p.m. Dinner won't be ready until 7 p.m. Kisame stretched and then moaned, Your loud clattering woke me up from my nap, Baka. He then sagged down on the vacant couch. Itachi's gaze remained fixed on the dinner table as he said, I apologize. Hey Itachi, what's eating at you? Did something happen? Kisame asked, staring at Itachi as he started to formulate his next sentence. Itachi quickly responded, Naruto and Hinata should have been here 2 hours ago. Kisame yawned again and sneered, Come on Itachi, they're big kids, they can take care of themselves. Just stop worrying every 2 minutes. Why do you care so much about them anyway? Kisame asked, slouching back on the couch. If I was 2 hours late, you wouldn't even bat an eye. As he continued to set the table, Itachi remarked, I am obliged to ensure the well-being of Konoha. Therefore, their mission is essentially my mission. If you say so, Kisame moaned, getting to his feet gradually. Then, I'll go check on the food. Itachi asked, Are you sure you gave them the correct coordinates? Kisami's voice grew irritated as he answered, Itachi, what did I say? They know how to get here. Maybe they took a little detour, or maybe they ran into some trouble, who knows? With a worried tone, Itachi muttered, or maybe they're dead. Just set the fucking table, Itachi. Itachi set the table, Kisame examined the food, and the two of them stayed silent. Itachi continued to occasionally glance out the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of Naruto and Hinata. After half an hour, Itachi's anxiety naturally grew with each minute that went by. To pass the time, Itachi started pacing the spacious living room. Itachi sensed Kisami's glares and told him to stop worrying. When the front door was knocked on, Itachi calmly said, It's open. He fixed his gaze on the door. Itachi's abrupt shift in tone made Kisame laugh. As he strode into the hiding place, Naruto croaked, Sorry we're late, Itachi. The door swung open, revealing a figure with yellow hair and another with dark purple hair. Hinata was not far behind. Itachi calmly started, You two should have been here nearly 3 hours ago. What was so important that you decided it would be a good idea to be late? Itachi asked. Damn, this thing is uncomfortable. Naruto said simply as he fell onto the couch, We got lost. Kisame hissed from the kitchen, Hey, don't talk foul about my couch, she said. Itachi attempted to return to the topic by asking, You got lost? Hinata twiddled her fingers anxiously and answered, Anyo, Itachi. Sama, we were wandering the forest for hours before we found the correct path to take. Itachi pressed for the truth, asking, If what you say is true, how come you both have blood on your jacket? Naruto cautiously responded, hoping Itachi would fall for the bluff, Well, I don't know if you noticed, but we don't exactly own a place where we can clean our clothes. This blood has been here since we left Konoha. Itachi pointed to the blood and said sharply, That blood is fresh. It looks like it's been there for no longer than 2 hours. So I'll ask again. What made you both so late? He said angrily. With a heavy sigh, Naruto met Hinata's gaze. Hinata blushed a little and gave Naruto a gentle nod, telling him to be honest with Itachi. Okay, fine. We ran into some trouble. What kind of trouble? As he approached the two, Itachi posed the question. We ran into a search party from Konoha. Raising a pot in the air, Kisame walked into the living room. As he set the pot down on the dinner table and walked over to his guests, Kisame asked jokingly, Hey, what's with all the solemn faces around here? Did something bad happen? He told the three, adding, Dinner will be ready in about 10 minutes. Itachi pointed to the bloodstains on Naruto and Hinata's coats and said simply, "We're about to answer that question." He told his partner, "That blood is recent. I'd say it's been there for about 2 hours." "So something did happen that made you both late," said Kisame. "They ran into a search party from Konoha." Hinata quickly responded, "We didn't mean to, it just happened," as she sensed Itachi's embarrassment. Naruto sarcastically concurred, "It was them or us. They didn't deserve it. They were just doing their job," Itachi said, slowly folding his arms. "You didn't have to kill them." Naruto remarked cynically, "Well, I didn't know the Akatsuki had such high morals." Itachi retorted sharply, "We're not part of that organization any longer." Hey, we're all friends here." Kisame quickly stepped in to prevent another possible murder. "We don't need to fight." Kisame focused entirely on Naruto and Hinata, saying, "Just tell us what happened." "There's not much to tell," Naruto replied, slightly leaning forward. "They drew their kunais and informed us that if we didn't come quietly, they would kill us. I told them that Hinata and I did not wish to fight, but they refused to listen. I then tried to scare them into retreat, but that was to no avail. I even activated my Rinnegan, but that did little to aid my cause." With a tiny tear streaming down her cheek, Hinata continued, "We warned them that they were no match for us, and that they would only be giving up their lives if they tried to fight us. They didn't listen, and rushed at us. We had no choice but to retaliate." She wiped the tear from her eye and said, "It was over before it even began." As he sheepishly scratched the back of his head, Naruto joked, "You can't say that we didn't try to get out of the situation." With a sigh, Itachi said, "Well, at least you're here now. You won't be troubled by any search parties out here. I adjusted the seal so only you and Hinata can see through it." Kisame laughed at Naruto's words and actions. Kisame got up and strode back to the kitchen, joking, "And we have good food, so that's always a bonus." Hinata settled herself gently on Naruto's vacant seat. "How long will we be staying here?" Hinata asked Itachi after calmly adjusting herself to a comfortable position. A broad smile appeared on Naruto's face as he jokingly agreed, "Yeah, how long do you expect us to stay in this dump?" After Naruto's comment, Itachi chuckled a little and said, "For the duration of your mission, I suppose. Unless, of course, you wish to leave sooner than later." Naruto said, his tone no longer lighthearted, "We might have to stay here, longer than our mission." Itachi questioned, "And what makes you think that?" "Anyo, we believe that we will still retain our missing nin status, even after we complete our mission." Hinata started out with a whisper, "We won't have anywhere else to go. The other villages will know of our bounty, and even though Konoha will be saved, the villagers and ninjas won't be too quick to accept us," explained Hinata. Itachi paused to think about what he had just heard. After a few minutes, Itachi let out a deep sigh, realizing that there was only one choice. "I suppose what you say is true. You'd have to stay on the run your entire life. I suppose you could stay here," Itachi replied, leaning back in his chair, "on one condition." A menacing smile appeared on Itachi's face. As he considered becoming Itachi's personal slave, Naruto asked, "And what would that one condition be?" Itachi told the two, "You are to prepare dinner from now on. I fear I may die if I am to eat another one of Kisami's poorly prepared dinners." Itachi shuddered in disgust as the scent of Kisami's signature dish filled his body. Hinata and Naruto couldn't contain their laughter at Itachi's unexpected outburst. Itachi gave himself permission to smile a little. He missed the warm sound of laughter. With a smile, Naruto said, "Well, you're in luck," and gestured to Hinata. "Hinata is the best cook I know. Kisami's cooking will pale in comparison to hers." Naruto's kind words caused Hinata to blush violently. "Anyo, thank you, Naruto-kun," Hinata said, feeling a smile appear on her face. Kisame screamed, and dinner is served, as he came out of the kitchen with multiple clones of himself, each holding a potful of food. In just a few seconds, the smell of Kisami's cooking permeated the enormous space, leaking through the wall cracks themselves. The smell of the cooking filled Itachi's nostrils, and he was able to suppress his gag. What did you cook, Kisame?" "It smells great," Naruto said, staring at Itachi, who had a sardonic smile on his face when he noticed that he didn't like the smell of the dinner. Itachi shot back with a menacing scowl. Hinata burst out laughing at the pair's unexpected playfulness. In response to Naruto's question, Kisame and his clones arranged the pots on the table and said, "Just a little something my mother used to make." Kisame scratched his chin sheepishly and said, "I can't remember the name exactly, but I got the recipe just right, I think." Maliciously, Itachi muttered under his breath, "It's a wonder how your mother got as many customers to her restaurant as she did." As he started to arrange the food on the plates, Kisame inquired, "Did you say something, Itachi?" "Oh, Nothing, just that dinner smells good for a change, Kisame. As he completed preparing the plates, Kisame said defensively, you say that whenever I make something. Itachi whispered to Naruto and Hinata, that's because it's never true. Before heading to the table, the three of them exchanged a silent guffaw. First to sit down were Naruto and Hinata, then Itachi and Kisame. So tell me Naruto, Itachi said, holding his fork gently. Why did you accept the mission to become missing? Nin? He asked. After carefully selecting his next words, Naruto chewed on a piece of meat slowly. I want to do what's best for Konoha, he said, before quickly swallowing the food. Even if what's best for Konoha is for Hinata and I to become missing. Nin, then so be it. The villagers and Konoha ninjas may hate me, but at least I can free them from that fucking Hokage. Naruto concluded. Hinata gave Naruto's remark a gentle nod of agreement. Leaning back in his chair and resting both elbows on the arms, Itachi asked, and what about you, Hinata? Why did you accept this mission? As she carefully put her fork back in its original position, Hinata explained simply, Anyo, well, I was the one who told the elders of the Hokage's plan, so I was obliged to take part in this mission. I also wanted to do what was best for Konoha. Kisame interrupted, saying, so, let me get this straight. You both wanted to do what was best for Konoha, and you, Hinata, were obliged to do this mission? Kisame said, gently scratching his head. Sounds like one big cliché if you ask me. Kisame then laughed a little. Everything sounds like a cliché to you, baka. Itachi said scathingly, hurling symbolic daggers out of Kisame's eyes. Naruto joked, you two should get married, what with the way you argue. Naruto's comment caused Hinata and Itachi to chuckle in private. That's not funny. Kisame said in a tone devoid of feeling. They all four let out a howl of laughter. Itachi told the three that it was getting close to 8 p.m. Naruto, Hinata, you should get to sleep. You have a long day of training ahead of you, Itachi said, turning to face his new visitors. With a big yawn, Kisame said, yeah, you'll be working hard as fuck tomorrow. You can count on it. Hinata swallowed quietly at the idea of rigorous training. It was difficult but bearable to train with her father. As he got up from his chair and walked to his bedroom, Kisame moaned, I'm hitting the sack myself. Goodnight you brats. Kisame limped slowly to his bedroom, slamming the door shut behind him. She had no idea what training with Itachi would be like. Itachi thought out loud, I believe that comment was directed at me. Hinata, there are only 2 bedrooms in this house, and given that you're the only lady in here, it would be wrong for you to not have the remaining bedroom. Itachi said, pointing to the open bedroom, with a small smile before turning to face Naruto and Hinata. The bed is already set up. Hinata rose gracefully to her feet and said, Anyo, are you sure, Itachi? Sama? Yes, I'm sure. I prefer sleeping in the living room to be perfectly honest, Itachi responded. With a slow bow, Hinata thanked Itachi and bid the two good night. She walked elegantly to the bedroom and closed the door softly behind her. After a brief period of quiet in which both Naruto and Itachi had time to reflect, Itachi whispered to Naruto, she has feelings for you. This broke the quiet period. Naruto squinted his eyes and asked, Nani, why are you saying strange things all of a sudden? Did that food poison you or something? No, I was just observing my surroundings, Itachi calmly responded, laughing at Naruto's statement. Naruto sneered softly, well, watch them somewhere else. Itachi raised an eyebrow curiously and said, so I take it you don't feel the same way about her? Naruto responded solemnly, it's too dangerous for me to have feelings for anyone. The Nine Tails, I assume? Itachi's comment caused the Nine Tails to mentally grunt. He didn't like it when people talked about him. Naruto said without emotion, you assume correctly, he made me kill the last girl I had feelings for. Itachi asked, how can you be sure it was the Kyuubi's doing? And Naruto shot him a menacing look in return. He told me himself. You can converse with him? Naruto replied simply, yes. Do you want to share everything with him? Naruto received a mental reprimand from the Nine Tails. You shouldn't trust Uchiha. You don't know what they can do. The Nine Tails ended in a threatening manner. Itachi thought out loud, I assumed only those Jinchuriki with absolute control over their tailed beast could have conversations. In a brief response, Naruto said, yeah, well, I guess not. Have you thought about controlling the Nine Tails? Itachi asked after a brief pause. Naruto controlling the awesome power I hold? The Nine Tails replied with a menacing chuckle. You have too much hope, Uchiha. Naruto cursed the Kyuubi in his head. As Naruto lost himself in thought, he whispered to Itachi, I don't think it's as easy as that. Itachi said, Kisame could help you. How would he be able to do that? Naruto asked, leaning forward in his chair in anticipation, after noticing that Itachi wasn't kidding when he looked up at him. At Naruto's dissatisfied look, Itachi grinned and said, "You'll have to ask Kisame that yourself." Leaning forward, he used his outstretched hand to gently comb through Naruto's disheveled hair. Naruto jerked his head out of Itachi's palm and exclaimed, "Nani, what was that for?" Before getting up, Itachi said simply, "You remind me of someone I knew when I was still living in Konoha." When Itachi said, "I'll be taking the sofa tonight. You can have the armchair," Naruto pouted in bewilderment. Naruto sarcastically said, "Oh, well, thanks for putting your guests before yourself." "Hey, Itachi," Naruto said as Itachi walked over to the couch and gently pulled back the covers. "Thank you for taking me and Hinata in. Our mission would have been too much for us had we not found one another," Naruto said in a voice full of sincerity as Itachi quickly turned to face him. Naruto gave himself permission to smile broadly. As he calmly climbed into bed, Itachi confessed, "It was my pleasure to let you and Hinata into my home. The closest thing to my home anyway." Itachi felt warmed by Naruto's compassionate words and allowed himself to smile as well. "Good night Naruto-kun," Itachi finished. "Good night Itachi. Sama. Remember what I said about trusting a Uchiha? All they'll do is stab you in the rear." Itachi wouldn't do that. He sympathizes with me and understands me. "He doesn't comprehend you, Baka. You only make sense to me, Naruto. He believes it's so simple to control my power." The Nine Tails croaked sinisterly, a demonic smile creeping across his face. He couldn't be more foolish. "No, you don't know anything about me. I have faith in Kisame and Itachi. In addition, I can sense that Itachi is concerned about me," Naruto said, looking into the half-asleep Itachi's eyes. "He treats me as though I've known him my entire life, like a brother." With a threatening cackle, the Kyuubi said, "You fool Naruto. You shouldn't trust anyone in the ninja world. We've discussed this previously. You will only die if you trust. That is solely your issue. You have no faith in anyone or anything. Why do you think I have this much power? By giving myself permission to experiment with trivial feelings like trust and love. For precisely these reasons, I keep my distance from such silly feelings. This concludes our conversation. I don't want to hear from you." Naruto gave a sarcastic grunt. "As you wish," the Kyuubi said with a laugh. Itachi fell asleep in 20 minutes. But Naruto didn't want to sleep, so he quietly rose from his chair and started to move around the house. Given the madness of its two owners, he was shocked by how well maintained the house was. Insanity, Naruto chuckled to himself in silence. "If anyone is crazy in this house, it's me." Naruto kept walking around the house, noting all of the different places. When he returned to the living room 10 minutes later, he could hear Itachi's soft snores. "No Naruto, you should just go to sleep," he thought to himself as he silently opened the door after catching a glimpse of Hinata's room out of the corner of his eye and moving slowly in its direction. The scent of perfume rushed past Naruto as he opened the door, warming him from the inside out. The captivating fumes danced around Naruto and entered his nose, almost playing with him and pleading with him to approach. After accepting their invitation, he cautiously entered Hinata's room. The darkness of Hinata's room was illuminated when Naruto turned on his Rinnegan. The Rinnegan let him see Hinata's svelte, graceful figure, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Hinata slept nearly soundly. As his thoughts overtook him, Naruto bit his bottom lip gently. Do I have feelings for her?" he asked, shaking his head violently to get his mind off his thoughts. "Is this how love feels?" he asked himself, his bright eyes staring at Hinata's unadulterated beauty. Naruto thought to himself once more. Hinata whispered softly to herself, and Naruto suddenly snapped out of his reverie. After concluding that it would be best to let Hinata sleep, Naruto quietly walked out of the room, carefully shutting the door behind him. A sleeping Itachi awaited Naruto as he marched quickly back to the living room. Naruto ascended the cozy armchair with grace. He started to consider his task. He only needed to exercise patience as the elders would inevitably dispatch Kakashi to apprise him of the circumstances. Naruto could feel himself drifting off to sleep. He closed his eyes drowsily and fell into a deep sleep as he felt his exhaustion overcome him. Waiting for 8 p.m., Homura, Komura, and Kakashi sat in the elder's tiny office. The office was filled with strong emotions of anxiety, uncertainty, and suffering. Only the deafening silence could equal the intensity of these feelings. How did it come to this? Kakashi thought to himself as he stood up quietly, took his headband out of his pouch, and quickly tied it around his forehead. The awkward silence was broken by Homura's nervous statement, "It's almost time." He looked from Komura to Kakashi. Kakashi asked calmly, not wanting to cause any more anxiety than necessary, So, we know exactly what to do. As he walked slowly to the door, Kakashi warned the two, let's get going then. Homura and Komura simply nodded in response, saying, we don't know what the sixth is capable of, so we must stay on our guard at all times. Kakashi opened the door quickly, and both of them leapt to their feet. In complete silence, the three made their way to the Hokage's office. After 10 minutes, the three of them were standing outside the Hokage's office. The Hokage yelled from inside the room as Kakashi slowly raised his hand to knock on the door and said, no need to knock, it's open. Komura and Homura followed Kakashi as he softly pushed the door open and entered. Ah, Kakashi and the elders, the Hokage said, wearing a sarcastic grin. What a nice surprise. What brings you here today? He asked. Lord. Started Kakashi. The Hokage leaned forward in his chair and interrupted, saying, just Hokage will suffice. I don't like it when people speak my name. Go on. As he tapped the side of his leg nervously, Kakashi said calmly, Hokage. Sama, you asked us to come to you, in regards to Naruto and Hinata. With both elbows resting on his hard desk, the Hokage joked, ah yes, pardon my memory, it seems age is catching up with me. So tell me, what information have you gathered? He asked. With her gaze fixed on the menacing Hokage, Komura responded, Hokage. Sama, we have reason to believe that both Inuzuka Kiba and Haruno Sakura were plotting the very destruction of Konoha. And what would make you say that? The Hokage asked with a smile on his face. Homura snapped back, a very reliable source. As his smile grew, the Hokage asked impassively, what else did this reliable source tell you? In an attempt to trick the Hokage, Komura said, that was it. All we know is that Sakura and Kiba were plotting to betray Konoha. We also believe that Naruto and Hinata found out about this betrayal, and killed them for it. The Hokage brashly questioned, or maybe you told those two, and that's why they killed Sakura and Kiba. That still doesn't change the fact that Sakura and Kib. With a sardonic grin that widened with each word, the Hokage asked, how can you even be sure that your source of information was as truthful as you so believe? How can you be sure that Hinata gave you the right information? He asked. Komura said, how did you? As the three of them's eyes widened in surprise and terror. As he slowly lowered his arms to his side, the Hokage began to explain, you're not the only one with sources. Kakashi, Homura, Komura, you have betrayed me. You have betrayed this village. I don't take lightly to treason. The punishment is death. The Hokage quickly took a kunai out of his side pocket and swung it at Komura's throat. Before the kunai could pierce her flesh, Komura swiftly grabbed it in midair. The Hokage remarked mockingly, oh, I see age hasn't dulled your reflexes. We know you were the one who killed the fifth, so you have no right to even think about betrayal, Kakashi said, placing his right hand calmly beneath his forehead protector and slowly raising it to reveal his Sharingan. You speak about betrayal and treason. As his eyes widened with excitement, the Hokage concluded menacingly, and now you three wish to kill me, solely based on a small hunch? Oh, I killed her all of a sudden? The Hokage guffawed. We all know the fifth passed away, due to a fatal, and quite unfortunate, heart attack. I had nothing to do with it. I was just there to pick up the pieces that your failure of a Hokage left behind. Komura responded coldly as she slammed the kunai into the ground, saying, it is more than a fucking hunch. We know you killed her, and that you're manipulating the villagers and the ninjas for your own evil schemes. You're plotting the destruction of Konoha. Looks like you found out my plan, a clever little woman you are. However, there's nothing you can do to stop me. You will all die in this room, and your deaths will be quick. The Hokage's words sent shivers down the elder's spine, and Kakashi tried to remain as composed as possible because he knew that getting stressed and worried in this situation would only benefit the Hokage. You do not yet know of my true power, the Hokage said, bluffed, as he slowly pulled two kunai from his ninja pouch. In order to create the Chidori, his signature jutsu, Kakashi started gathering chakra in his hand. In an effort to counter the Hokage, the elders assumed the taijutsu position. But you have left me no choice. The Hokage charged at the elders with blinding speed, surprising both them and Kakashi. With a low crouch, the Hokage lifted his left hand and started to drive a kunai in Komura's direction. Homura cracked the Hokage's ribs with an outward swing of his left leg before the kunai could make contact. The Hokage gripped his left hand in agony and let it fall toward his rib. When Komura came to, she saw that Kakashi was about to use his destructive jutsu. In order to prevent any possible collateral damage, she and Homura leapt backwards. You're done already? The Hokage asked with a sinister sneer as he stood upright and spat blood, saying, I'm just getting started. The Hokage turned to face the blue flash that caught his attention out of the corner of his eye. Kakashi screamed, "Chidori!" as he ran in the direction of the Hokage, his left hand dragging the ground and leaving devastation in its wake. The Hokage was immobilized by shock and stun. Kakashi quickly lifted his left hand and stabbed the Hokage in the chest. As Kakashi's hand penetrated the Hokage's chest and made contact with his heart, the Hokage let out a painful grunt. "You talk big," Kakashi said simply, pushing his hand deeper into the Hokage's chest. With a broad smile spreading across his face, the Hokage looked directly into Kakashi's eyes and said, "You didn't think it would be that easy, did you?" He gripped Kakashi's wrist tightly, causing him to curse in bewilderment. "I thought you knew," the Hokage added, tightening his hold on Kakashi's wrist. "I don't die so easily." The Hokage snapped Kakashi's wrist, causing him to wince in agony, before swiftly taking his hand off his chest. Kakashi dropped to the floor, as he carefully clutched his left hand. Kakashi spat blood out of his mouth after the Hokage kicked him violently in the ribs multiple times, soaking his mask in thick, red blood. The Hokage cackled demonically as he marched slowly and methodically toward the elders, staring at them menacingly and saying, "I'm still sore about the cracked ribs." In another attempt to protect themselves, the elders clenched their fists, but to no avail. The two elders were startled and perplexed when the Hokage vanished in a cloud of smoke. "You would have thought such a simple technique wouldn't have affected such knowledgeable ninjas," the Hokage murmured behind the elder figures. The Hokage drove a kunai through both elders' skulls, and he smiled with excitement as the sickening sound of crunching bone filled his ears. Both elders turned their bodies around at the same time, but they were too slow. The Hokage licked his lips as the warm blood trickled down his arms. As the dark blood trickled from the elder's wounds, Kakashi exclaimed, "Komura, Homura, why? Why, you're a monster." He stood up painfully. In his right hand, he had managed to build up just enough chakra for another Chidori. As he carefully removed the kunai from Komura's skull, causing her lifeless body to slump to the ground, the Hokage questioned, "You think I'm a monster? I'm afraid I don't agree with you." As Kakashi's rage started to consume him, he screamed, "I'll make you fucking pay. You murdered the elders. You murdered the fifth. You're plotting the destruction of Konoha." After saying, "Tisk, tisk, Kakashi, Sama," the Hokage took the last of the kunai out of Homura's skull. "If you value your life, you'll refrain from such harsh words, and nobody will be making me pay anytime soon, Kakashi. I have the ninjas in this village wrapped around my fingers." The Hokage was excited by the sound of Homura's limp body crashing against the floor and said, "I don't appreciate it when people swear in my office. The last person who did that ended up with a kunai in their brain." The Hokage then pointed to Komura before laughing. Kakashi swore, "Not if I kill you myself." He then flinched from the excruciating pain in his ribs and hand. As he wiped a tear from his eye, the Hokage sarcastically remarked, "How is that, by the way?" pointing to Kakashi's broken hand. "You already tried that before," the Hokage said, pointing to the open wound in his chest. "It didn't work out that well for you. And plus, there's not much you can do with your hand in that state. Why don't you tell me?" Kakashi's hand flashed bright, blue once more. "Chidori!" he screamed as he ran in the direction of the Hokage. Understanding that Kakashi's jutsu was ineffective, the Hokage grinned and maintained his position. The sound of skin tearing and bone crunching filled the room as Kakashi slammed his lightning-infused hand into the Hokage's face. To make sure the Hokage was dead, Kakashi pressed his hand further into his face. The Hokage's body slumped to the ground as he jerked his hand out of his skull. In order to feel for a pulse, Kakashi lowered himself slowly and put his fingers on the Hokage's neck. After confirming that there was no longer such a pulse, Kakashi stood up and moaned as he hobbled agonizingly to the door, saying, "And fucking stay dead." When he opened the door, Kakashi was startled to see a brick wall. "Genjutsu?" he asked himself anxiously. As he approached Kakashi slowly, the Hokage remarked sarcastically, "Genjutsu will allow anyone to see what they wish to see. My death was like Christmas to you." Kakashi quickly jerked his head towards the voice and realized the Hokage was still alive and well. "Even under pain, fear, and stress, your skills as a ninja are quite admirable." With his hand broken, his ribs shattered, and his body worn out, Kakashi knew there was nothing he could do. Kakashi made a fruitless attempt to swing his good fist at the sixth, but the sixth caught it and snapped it like a dead twig. "Tell me, Kakashi. Sama, you didn't really think the three of you could defeat me so easily, did you?" Kakashi looked up, his eyes full of murderous intentness, after he let out a cry of agony that thrilled the Hokage. "I can feel your intent of murder, Kakashi. It won't help you though." The Hokage grabbed Kakashi by the throat and raised him high off the ground. Kakashi started to choke and tried to scratch the Hokage's face with his broken hand. The Hokage tightened his hold on Kakashi's throat and said, "I don't appreciate it when people cut my face." The sixth skin flaked and fell from his skin after Kakashi cut his cheek. The Hokage's face was still being attacked by Kakashi. As the force of the Hokage's hand pressed against his throat, more skin started to fall off his face, exposing a familiar and sinister complexion. "Yo, you're..." Kakashi blurted out, struggling to say, "You're the real Hokage?" With a menacing grin, the Hokage killed Kakashi by crushing his throat. Refusing to release his hold on Kakashi's throat, he gazed at his lifeless body. The Hokage mockingly said, "Yes, me, before hurling Kakashi's body in the direction of the desk. Slowly, the warm sun rose above the far horizon. The very shadows of the quiet forest were swallowed up by the sun's harsh, blinding light. The forest's serene and opulent silence was broken by the sudden flash of light, which caused the wildlife to start scuttling and hiding in retaliation. The sun's dazzling rays started to slowly creep toward the hiding place, lighting up every shadow they came into contact with. They moved cautiously in the direction of the sleeping Itachi as the sun shone through the gaps in the old-fashioned window curtains. The light gradually approached Itachi and eventually made its way to his face. Itachi squinted in retaliation as the blinding light smothered his eyes. Itachi was momentarily awakened from his sleep by the sudden bright shine. Itachi quickly flipped his half-sleeping self onto his belly as the rays grew brighter, muttering curse words under his breath. Almost instantly, Itachi slipped into another sound sleep, snoring quietly as his chest rose and fell with each tiny breath. "Hey Itachi, you awake?" moaned a familiar voice as a blue-skinned figure staggered into the living room, yawning and stretching violently as he did so. Just then, there was a loud slam from Kisami's door, and Itachi quickly rose into a sitting position, his Sharingan infused eyes slowly widening with anticipation. Itachi let out a deep sigh, both relieved and annoyed. "Itachi?" the figure asked again. "Yes, Kisame, what is it you want?" Itachi said drowsily as he stood up majestically and turned off his Sharingan. Kisame showed up at the living room door, his right hand tightly gripping his forehead protector. The sun started to slowly fade away from the bustling living room. And irony much? Itachi tried to prevent his eyelids from closing while glaring at Kisame. "I'll ask again. What is it you want?" he said. Itachi groaned in disgust as Kisame yawned without bothering to cover his mouth with his hand. "Can't I see if you're awake or not? Why do you always question me?" Kisame asked jokingly, drawing a fox-like grin across his face. Itachi gave a glare in response. Itachi's abrupt expression of annoyance made Kisame laugh a lot. "I just came in here to ask when the training starts," Kisame said softly, his voice becoming less drowsy and more silky. Itachi gave him a perplexed look as he quietly and elegantly sat on the vacant couch and tossed his forehead protector toward the dining table. "What? Have you never seen me sit on a couch before, Baka?" Kisame said sarcastically. With a quick glance at the seat where Naruto had fallen asleep, Itachi said, "No, it's just that Naruto's not there." Itachi pointed gently to the empty but used seat, saying, "It looks as if it hasn't been used for more than 5 hours. Itachi then proceeded slowly in the direction of the seat. "You're not worrying again, are you?" Kisame asked, refusing to get up from the cozy couch, grumbling loudly in an attempt to get Itachi's attention. "He probably went for a walk or something. Maybe he's in the kitchen cooking us some food, who the hell knows?" Kisame quickly suggested. Itachi turned to Kisame and said, "And Naruto doesn't cook. Nobody in their right mind would go for a walk for more than 5 hours. Kisame widened his eyes and sarcastically asked, "And how would you know that?" As he strode slowly towards the kitchen, Itachi said simply, "Because all he eats is ramen, and we don't have any ramen in this place. But it's better to be safe than sorry, right?" Itachi asked, quickly opening the door and being startled by what was inside. "Naruto?" Itachi asked, capturing the full attention of the yellow-haired figure tearing through the numerous cupboards of the tiny kitchen. "Ah, Itachi," Naruto exclaimed with a smile, making Itachi narrow his eyes in surprise. "You never told me you had ramen in here." Naruto hurriedly took 2 bowls of instant ramen out of the unopened cupboard and placed them both on the kitchen desk. "And they're my favorite flavor," he said, shining, as he started to boil water on the stove. Kisame poked Itachi with his elbow in an effort to irritate his friend. "What happened to, we don't have any ramen in this place?" Kisame said mockingly from behind Itachi. "What did I say, Itachi? Told you he'd be in here." Itachi said nothing, focusing all of his attention on the Naruto in front of him. When Itachi abruptly stopped talking, Kisame became perplexed. "Hey, Itachi, what the fuck is the matter now?" Kisame moaned softly and lowered his arms to his side idly. Itachi tried to keep Naruto from hearing him as he whispered, almost silently, "I don't think that's Naruto." "And what would make you assume that?" Kisame asked, reducing his volume to match Itachi's. "Another one of your hunches that don't make any kind of sense?" Without removing his eyes from Naruto, Itachi said simply, "He just doesn't act in the same way that Naruto does. The real Naruto just doesn't act in this fashion." Kisame yawned as he left the kitchen and went back to his cozy spot on the couch, sighing deeply to himself as he made contact with the seat. "You've only known the kid for little over 3 days, and you already think you know everything about him." Kisame scoffed as he poked Itachi with his elbow once more. "Well, why don't you just ask him if you don't think it's the real Naruto?" Itachi swore under his breath at Kisame's folly as he glared at the door. "Itachi, have a bowl with me." Itachi's train of thought was interrupted. As though he could sense the uncertainty emanating from Itachi, he slowly approached the vacant chair directly across from Naruto and said, "The real me is outside training." "The real you?" Itachi asked, raising an eyebrow in response. "So you're a shadow clone then?" Naruto nodded gently, then pushed noodles into his mouth in a messy manner. "But then shouldn't you be exactly the same as the original copy?" Itachi asked again, devouring the ramen in his bowl slowly and carefully. "Normally," Naruto said, swallowing the food that was still in his mouth, "that would be the case if the real me had used all the chakra inside himself." As he awaited Naruto's response, Itachi put another bowl of noodles in his mouth and asked, "What exactly do you mean?" As he continued to eat his ramen, Naruto simply responded, "The original me only used his own chakra, and not the chakra of the 9 tails." Itachi pondered what he had just heard, saying out loud, "That would make sense." He scratched his chin gently and said, "So, what is the real you doing exactly?" He pushed his half-full bowl of ramen out in front of him, which caused the clone to give him a dissatisfied look. Itachi laughed quietly. The clone pushed his empty bowl of ramen out in front of him and said solemnly, "He told me not to tell anyone." Ignoring the clone, Itachi scowled and said, "He told me he didn't want you, Kisame, or Hinata to worry about him. He may or may not be doing something exceptionally foolish." Itachi sneered as he gently tapped his fingers against the hard desk, HMPH, like trying to perfect another one of his insane jutsus, I'm assuming? "No," the clone blurted out, trembling, which made Itachi tap the desk faster. "He's trying to control the 9 tails." Itachi's jaw dropped a few meters, and he stopped tapping the desk. His eyes widened in alarm, and he stood up quickly. "No, you mustn't interrupt him. If you do, you may kill him," the clone said. Itachi was compelled to return to his seat by his words, and his face was filled with anger. Itachi hissed, causing the clone to whimper in discomfort. "That fool!" he screamed, making Kisame curse at his sudden volume. "I specifically told him to ask Kisame about controlling the 9 tails before he even begins to think about it." Itachi inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with as much oxygen as possible. He let his breath out gradually so that he could relax. "How long has he been out there?" Itachi inquired. As hope flooded his mind, the clone said simply, "The better part of 2 hours, I think." Itachi shook his head slowly and said, "But he's getting closer." The clone concluded, "Naruto is more powerful than the 9 tails. I know he can overcome anything it may throw at him." "It does not matter if Naruto may be more powerful than the entity that is the 9 tails," Itachi said, beginning to tap his fingers lightly against the desk once more. "He does not know the correct method to control the chakra within the 9 tails. And then there's the risk of what happens if Naruto fails." Itachi's voice took on a solemn tone, causing the clone to close his eyes in disbelief. "We must consult with Kisame." Itachi got up quickly from his chair and briskly made his way to the door, leaving the clone stunned by his abrupt movements. "Are you coming?" Itachi asked, placing a gentle hand on the door and quickly turning his head to face the clone. The clone nodded silently before leaping to his feet and briskly approaching Itachi. The door swung open as Itachi applied pressure, slamming into the wall when it was fully extended. "Kisame, we must speak. It's urgent," Itachi cried as the clone Naruto nodded violently in agreement. Kisame jumped from the abrupt impact that the door had made against the wall, quickly scanning the room before staring at the open kitchen door. "You always interrupt me from my naps," Kisame groaned as he approached the two. "Do you just not care about my beauty sleep?" Kisame asked, sarcastically posing while laughing deeply to himself. Kisame yawned slowly and deliberately before languidly getting up to his feet. Itachi was not impressed, but Naruto, the clone, forced himself to maintain a straight face. "Okay, fine," Kisame said painfully as he rose from his pose, sensing that Itachi was sending out an aura that told him to take things a little more seriously. "What do you want to talk about this time?" Kisame asked, settling himself on one of the empty chairs around the dining table and spreading himself out to find a comfortable position. Itachi sat elegantly on the seat across from Kisame and said, "It's about Naruto." When Kisame heard Itachi say, "But he's standing right there," he pointed to the clone, perplexed. The clone pulled out the chair next to Itachi and carefully sat down on it, saying, "I'm just a clone of the real me. Itachi is worried about the real me." With Itachi giving him a lethal look, Kisame sarcastically said, "Itachi is concerned about the real anybody since he left the Akatsuki. What is it you want to talk about, and I'll try to keep the jokes to a minimum." Kisame's words were primarily aimed at the agitated Itachi. Itachi cleared his throat and coughed a little. "Naruto is outside, doing something extremely foolish," Itachi started, keeping his hand up to prevent Kisame from interrupting. "He's attempting to control the powers of the Nine Tails, on his own. Did he come to you for advice, or has he spoken about controlling the Nine Tails to you?" Itachi asked, hoping to learn the truth. "Ugh, I hate it when you question me like this. You remind me of my fucking father," Kisame roared. "Only you're not blue." "Yes, the kid came to me for advice, and I gave it to him." "And why did you not think about telling me this sooner rather than now?" Itachi asked, regaining his balance and avoiding contact with the hard floor after nearly falling out of his chair in sheer shock and bewilderment. Itachi cackled to himself and retorted spitefully, "I always find it funnier when you find out certain details later than sooner. Naruto could be severely hurt or worse, he doesn't know what he's doing, and..." Kisame leaned back in his chair in complete relaxation and said, "If you want, I can give you the whole story." "Itachi." Kisame interrupted abruptly to avoid further annoying Itachi. "Naruto is wise and powerful enough to tame the Nine Tails. I already gave him the correct method and that is that." Itachi slowly walked over to the empty couch and collapsed on it, muttering, "No, I'd rather not hear it." He rose slowly to his feet and said, "If you're so certain Naruto can overcome the challenges before him, then I have no choice but to listen." Looking straight at the clone, he let out a deep sigh and said, "You should disperse now. Your memories would go directly to the original." The clone said, "Hi, I know Itachi Sama," and then vanished in a billow of dense, gray smoke. "So," Kisame managed to say before he started spluttering for a few more seconds, "are we done here?" he asked, coughing violently as the thick smoke spread across the room and found its way down his rough throat. Itachi maintained a cool, collected demeanor and said, "Yes, we're done." Itachi motioned for Kisame to go, to which Kisame simply scoffed. Without bothering to tuck the chair back, Kisame stood up. After stumbling to his room and slamming the door behind him, Itachi muttered to himself, "Baka." He then looked out the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of Naruto. After waking up from his deep sleep, Naruto drowsily surveyed the dim living room. He saw that Itachi was still sleeping, snoring and mumbling to himself inaudibly. After yawning deeply and slowly leaning forward, Naruto got out of the chair, stumbling a little as he steadied himself. He pulled himself out of the living room and landed just outside the corridor that led from the living room to Kisame and Hinata's room. Almost instantly, Naruto saw that Kisame's door was slightly open. "Kisame?" he asked drowsily, pressing his right ear slowly against the chilly door. He started to get used to the quiet. The back of Naruto's head struck the wall behind him as he leapt away from the door due to a loud thud coming from behind it. Naruto rubbed the back of his head gently after letting out a little yelp of pain. "Kisame?" Naruto asked again, his drowsiness quickly fading as his creamy hand ran through his opulent golden hair, relieving the agony that was raging in his head. Naruto approached the door and cautiously and slowly opened it by pressing his hand against it. Naruto peered around the completely dark room by sticking his head through the gaping door. "Samahata. What are you doing in the bed?" Naruto asked as he abruptly noticed Samahata sprawled out across the bed, unsheathed. The sword grunted and whispered in response. "Where's Kisame?" Naruto sighed deeply to himself, unable to comprehend Samahata at all. Kisame suddenly materialized and exclaimed, "Right behind you." With a loud thud, Naruto landed on the other side of the room after leaping in surprise and shock, sending shockwaves through the entire space. "Whoa, relax kid. I'm not going to eat you or anything," Kisame said, his tone lighthearted. "It's 5 a.m. What do you want at this time in the morning?" as he quickly flipped the light switch, letting the strong lights shine into the darkened room. Samahata hissed at the abrupt change in the room's atmosphere. In response to the intense light, Naruto squinted his eyes and swiftly lifted his hand to shield them. "Well, if you just came in here to annoy me, then don't bother. I get enough of that shit from Itachi," Kisame said sourly as he sat on the vacant seat next to Naruto, who took a moment to let his eyes acclimate to the light. Kisame observed a shift in Naruto's expression. Come on. Whatever it is you need, I can take it. Kisame smiled proudly, reassuring Naruto, who seemed more serious, as though the world's fate depended on Naruto's request. With his eyes meeting his new sensei's, Naruto said, Itachi told me earlier that I should speak to you about this matter. Samahata gave Naruto a warm purr as he sat on the plush bed. After taking his eyes off Kisame and looking at Samahata instead, Naruto stroked Samahata's surface gently while he thought about how he would phrase his question. I need you to train me. Naruto finally blurted out. Crossing his legs to make sitting more comfortable, Kisame chuckled to himself a little. We've already established that I'd be training you in taijutsu. Unless you wanted to start the training early? Kisame said. With his eyes once more locked with Kisame's, Naruto said, No, I mean a different kind of training. I need you to train me in controlling the powers of the Nine Tails. Naruto finished, but a menacing cackle sounded from deep inside his head. There is no controlling my powers, the Nine Tails said languidly as he rolled onto his side from behind his cage. I've already told you once. The Nine Tails yawned and closed his eyes. Uchiha Madara was the only ninja to accomplish this feat, and you do not even come close to his strength. He gave himself a silent sneer. Uncrossing his legs and bending forward, Kisame thought out loud, So you want to control the Kyuubi, eh? And what made you want to do this all of a sudden? Kisame asked, his curiosity winning out. His folly. The Kyuubi responded from inside Naruto's head. Naruto chastised his partner in his mind. I don't want the Nine Tails to control me, and the only way to accomplish that is to have him under my control, Naruto finally said after pausing to carefully consider his next words. It's just something I've been thinking more and more about recently. Kisame raised an eyebrow in response. You talk as though it will be simple. The Kyuubi told Naruto in a menacing voice, I am the strongest of all the tailed beasts. Naruto. Boy. If you are unable to seal me, you will perish and I will be released. That's why I won't fail, Naruto sobbed in his head. Naruto. Boy, you have no idea of the foolishness that resides inside you, the Kyuubi said, cackling demonically at Naruto's optimistic demeanor. A broad smile spread across the fox's face. Kisame's soft voice cut the mental connection between Naruto and the Nine Tails just as he was about to reply to the Kyuubi. You're in luck, Kisame said with a cheerful tone. I know the exact method in which to control a tailed beast. Kisame gleamed. And how would you know anything about this? Naruto asked. You're not even a Jinchuriki. Kisame told his pupil, if you want my help, you shall refrain from questioning me and my methods. Naruto pouted in embarrassment and frustration. The ritual of controlling the Nine Tails took Kisame more than 3 hours to explain. So let me just simplify this. First, I must remove all the evil from within me by defeating my dark self. Kisame nodded, remaining silent. Then I must undo the seal, releasing the Nine Tails. Kisame nodded once more. And then I link my chakra with his. And then, pull, asked Naruto, making a pulling motion with his hands. Kisame started to explain, it's like a tug of war, adding, you need to pull harder with your chakra otherwise the Kyuubi will engulf you with his. Kisame ended without showing any emotion. Naruto asked, I think I've got it then. Where should I do this? There's a secret underground area designed for this specific situation. It's just like the Waterfall of Truth in many respects. It has the exact same concept. Kisame said this with a perplexed expression. Oh right, you've never heard of the Waterfall of Truth. Don't worry, you don't need to know about it right now, just that you need to be in the underground part of the hideout for this to work. Then I should head there immediately. Hold on a second, Kisame interrupted, I probably forgot to tell you the most crucial part. The fight between you and your dark self is a psychological and mental conflict rather than a physical one. Kisame told Naruto bluntly. Naruto asked doubtfully, so, I'm not to engage with it on a physical basis then, but with words? As Kisame hurriedly attended to Samahata, he answered gravely, precisely. And what kind of things do I say to my dark self? You're an intelligent kid, Naruto. You'll figure something out. Kisame gave Naruto a small map. You'll need that to get into the secret underground passage. It should take you about 30 minutes to get there. Do not inform Itachi about this place either. Warned Kisame. He motioned Naruto out of his chamber. Naruto.kun, Naruto said, turning to face Kisame, as he got up and strode to the door. Be careful. Kisame said. At Kisame's request, Naruto nodded before turning off the lights, opening the door, leaving, and slamming it shut behind him. The tiny room was left empty of Kisame. Knowing that Itachi would not approve of what he had just done, he sighed to himself. He dismissed the idea and climbed back into bed. Once more, Naruto's eyes adapted to the gloom. He looked slowly around the hall, trying to find out if Itachi or Hinata had woken up. Hinata. As the image of Hinata slipped into Naruto's thoughts, he started to think about them again. With Hinata running wild in his mind, he found it harder and harder to concentrate on the task at hand. Her soft, opulent purple hair, her creamy and delicate hands, her pearl-like eyes, her silky voice, and her small frame. He decided to check on Hinata after catching a glimpse of her room. I shouldn't disturb her, he thought to himself as he walked to her door and stopped outside, inches from it, and gently put his hand on it. The rusted hinges of the door rattled Naruto's bones as it opened, making him grind his teeth. As he entered, he was captivated by the overwhelming perfume scent that rushed past his face and brushed against his nose. He shut the door after himself. Hinata was curled up in her bed with the covers drawn no higher than her neck when Naruto noticed her. Naruto was enthralled with Hinata's immense beauty as he looked at her smooth and sophisticated complexion. He scanned her face and hair with his eyes for several minutes. He saw that her blanket was starting to come loose from her graceful frame and fall steadily to the floor. He hurried over to her bed and reached out to catch the falling blanket. The blanket made contact with the floor before his hand could reach it, exposing Hinata's graceful figure. She slept in her dark, black pants but only wore a bra because she didn't want to get too hot. The sudden lack of warmth caused Hinata to shiver in her sleep, groan a little, and then curl up to try to get some warmth. Naruto turned on his Rinnegan because the room was dark and he couldn't see well. Naruto rapidly grasped the blanket as the sound of Hinata's soft groans and shivers passed by his ears. He began to replace the blanket over Hinata's weak and vulnerable body, but he was stopped in his tracks when his gaze fell upon her figure. Her opulent and smooth waist pleaded for his attention, and Naruto had to respond with a fierce gaze. He saw Hinata's soft chest rise and fall in an instant. He covered Hinata with the blanket with care and gentleness. Hinata was able to sigh in relief as she slept because she felt the warmth return to her. Naruto swallowed. He was mesmerized by the calming sound of her sigh. He moved slowly to the side of the bed and looked down at Hinata's sleeping form. Naruto smiled at the expression of complete comfort and tranquility that lingered on her face. To get closer to Hinata, he silently dropped to his knees. To avoid disturbing Hinata's sound sleep, Naruto whispered, almost silently, "I don't know if I'll be able to control the 9 tails." He gradually brought his face closer to hers until they were just a few inches apart. He kept looking at Hinata's face, unable to take his eyes off of its beauty. He couldn't think of anything to say. He had to try even though he knew the road ahead was perilous, bordering on suicide. In a state of complete bewilderment, Naruto leaned closer to Hinata and kissed her. For just over 4 seconds, he remained motionless in utter astonishment and delight. His eyes met Hinata's again, and he pulled his lips away from hers. He pressed his lips against Hinata's once more, but this time for a longer period of time, no more than 12 seconds, and with greater meaning and passion. He did this while repositioning his head to cover the right side of Hinata's smooth face, just like he had seen the Konoha villagers perform numerous times. Naruto's emotions started to overflow with lust, passion, and excitement, causing him to retract his lips. He gasped silently as shame and embarrassment took over his thoughts. "What the fuck did I just do?" Naruto muttered, then struck his forehead gently. His feelings of embarrassment and shame abruptly vanished as soon as he saw Hinata's face. He had never felt this way about anyone or anything before, but he felt safe and secure around her, as if all of his worries, uncertainties, and issues vanished when they were together. In an effort to protect both himself and other people, Naruto had always tried to keep a safe distance from them. Nevertheless, Naruto had sensed and known from the first moment they met that there was something different about Hinata, but he was unsure of what it was. Though he had some ideas racing through his head, he was still not sure what it was that made her so unique. Perhaps she felt safe around Naruto, or maybe she was as lonely as he was, and they felt a connection. She did not fear the 9 tails and accepted Naruto for who he was. Perhaps she was in love with him. Although Naruto was aware that Hinata had feelings for him, this was all new to him because he had always been so cut off from people, which naturally led to a lack of attachments. Before, he had never been able to build meaningful, long-lasting relationships with anyone, and the people he did manage to do so with either passed away or refused to reciprocate. But perhaps things with Hinata may be different, Naruto thought to himself as hope started to fill his mind. Warmth and affection filled his body as he ran his fingers through Hinata's smooth, silky hair in gentle ribbons. Naruto chuckled to himself as Hinata grinned while she slept. He quickly cut the warmth that was flowing through Hinata's body by taking his hand off of his hair. He put his hand on Hinata's graceful face and gently and tenderly cupped her cheek. The feeling of warmth came back, stronger and stronger. Sensing that he was losing control of his emotions, Naruto put his other hand on Hinata's other cheek and moved toward her face. His lips had touched hers once more before he could respond. He started making sequential movements with his lips, almost imitating the villagers he had studied so intently years earlier. He violently tore himself from Hinata's delicate lips after realizing what he was doing. He got to his feet quickly and left Hinata's room without a word. Naruto gave himself one final look at Hinata before he left the door. Unaware of what would come next, he grinned to himself and said, "I hope I'll get to see you again." Naruto then turned off his Rinnegan. He opened the door slowly and cautiously shut it after himself. After shutting the door, he hung his head in embarrassment and leaned his back against it. Inhaling deeply, he filled his lungs with as much air as possible. He sighed deeply, recalling what had happened to him just a few seconds before. Before heading for the back door, he used the back of his right hand to wipe his lips. Before heading out of the hallway, Naruto turned his head and looked at Hinata's door. He couldn't stop thinking about everything that had happened in Hinata's room. The warmth that Hinata had given him made Naruto feel cared for and wanted, as though it were the only thing in the world that understood him, wanted him, and needed him. In order to avoid disturbing Itachi, he quietly moved through the living room after leaving the hallway. Eventually, Naruto located the back door and cautiously opened it, breathing in the clean, damp, and crisp air of the outside world. It had just started to rain when he stepped out onto the soggy grass. Silently, he shut the door and reached into the pockets of his trousers. Gently he reached into his pocket and pulled out the map. Naruto could see all around him because of the moon's projected light, which illuminated the world. He looked closely at the map, taking in all the information it had hidden. After determining the right course, he put the map back where it belonged and started walking toward the underground labyrinth. Hinata's eyes flickered open slowly. She pulled herself up to a sitting position and yawned to herself in silence. Hinata had an odd feeling. Her lips were moist and strained, and her cheeks were strangely warm. She reached deep into the pocket of her trousers and took out a tissue. She used the tissue to gently wipe her mouth before putting it back in her pocket. Additionally, she noticed that her room was different, as if someone had entered during the night. While she remained glued to the bed, she searched the area for a hint. Although she believed she was being suspicious, she confirmed her suspicions by activating her Bukigen. Naruto.kun. Hinata cried in shock as the patches of strong, glowing chakra filled her eyes, brightening her vision. She then silently deactivated her Bukigen. She started to blush violently as her cheeks started to burn and blood started to flow around them. Hinata started to piece the information together. Naruto's chakra was spread out across the room, her cheeks were warmer than the rest of her body, and her lips were moist when she woke up. When Hinata reached her conclusion, she gasped and blurted out, Did Naruto.kun kiss me. As she thought about Naruto's flawless features, her heart started to race. Her cheeks continued to be flushed, as they had been just moments before. In an effort to relax, she started inhaling deeply. Then she put both hands on her chest. She knew she would not be calming down anytime soon because of the steady thumps in her heart. She felt herself getting dizzy, but she resisted fainting as her blushing sharply increased. Sliding off the bed, she reached out and picked up a top that was positioned across from her mirror. She hurriedly put the top on without bothering to make sure it was in the correct position. Talking to Naruto was the only thing she was thinking about that was significant to her. Do I just ask him, did you kiss me during the night, Naruto.kun? She had no idea what she was going to say, but she was determined to get the courage to talk to him. No, that's not how I can strike up a conversation. As she hurried to change her clothes, Hinata started to think, he might be embarrassed, and I would only increase that. She gave herself permission to take a fleeting look in the mirror. After giving herself a nod, she walked quickly to the restroom. Or maybe I'm just over complicating things, she thought as she swiftly and elegantly brushed her pearly teeth. As she rinsed her mouth and carefully put her toothbrush back where it belonged, Hinata said, perhaps he didn't kiss me and I'm just making assumptions. She walked out of the bathroom without shutting the door. A soft voice asked from the other side of the door, Hinata-chan? Hinata, are you awake? The voice asked again, and Hinata yelled at the abruptness of the voice. When Hinata opened her bedroom door and saw Itachi sitting across the couch, she said, Hi, Itachi. Sama. What is it? Hinata asked, her blush partially fading. Itachi motioned for Hinata to join him on the couch. Itachi shrugged, leaning back on the soft chair. Hinata silently obeyed, marching slowly towards the chair and sitting down. It's about Naruto. Hinata blushed violently as she said, he's doing something exceptionally foolish, but Kisame believes I'm not to worry. He took a deep breath, held it for a few seconds, and then let it out slowly. Shit. Itachi muttered under his breath in a bitter tone. Hinata twiddled her fingers uncomfortably, wondering, Anyo, W. What do you mean, foolish? Itachi sighed once more before addressing Hinata directly and saying, he's attempting to tame the Nine Tails. In an attempt to reassure the young Hyuga, Itachi saw Hinata's expression change dramatically. There's no need to worry, he said, pushing himself back until his back touched the chair's spongy surface. If anyone can tell you more about this matter, it'd be Kisame. Naruto asked Kisame for information during the morning when we were asleep. Both Hinata and Itachi felt uneasy during the brief silence that followed. If what Kisame says is true, Itachi said, breaking the ice, then I'm sure Naruto will be fine. Anyo, what did Kisame-sama say about Naruto? That he was more than capable of controlling the Nine Tails, even at this early stage. I still do not know if Kisame is overestimating him, but there's no doubting Naruto's strength. He is a very powerful ninja, more powerful than I had anticipated, Itachi said in a calm voice. As she started to piece together the fragments of information, Hinata paused to consider what she had just heard. Kisame spoke to Naruto during the morning, Hinata asked. Itachi closed his eyes and adjusted his neck to a more comfortable position. Yes, but that doesn't matter right now. Go speak with Kisame. He refuses to converse with me any longer. Hinata got up slowly and walked slowly in the direction of Kisame's room. Arriving just outside the door was Hinata. Hinata dropped her hand back to her side as Kisame cried out from inside the room, come in, it's open. She slowly raised her hand, preparing to knock. The stern door opened as she gently pressed down on the handle. Ah, Hinata. Kisame said to his new student as she stuck her head through the tiny gap in the door, come in, come in. Kisame welcomed the Hyuga as she closed the door firmly behind her. Sitting cross-legged on his warm bed, Kisame motioned to Hinata to take a seat on the vacant seat across from her. So what brings you into my domain? Kisame asked jokingly, letting himself a tiny smile after the words had escaped his lips. Hinata lowered herself into a sitting position and settled herself on the comfortable and secure chair. In response to Kisame's room's coldness, Hinata folded her arms and said, Itachi told me that you and Naruto spoke early this morning. Kisame interrupted abruptly, and you're concerned about him, aren't you? As soon as Hinata heard Naruto's name, she blushed a little. That's to be expected. He's a good kid, and you clearly have feelings for him. Kisame started to tease, which caused the young Hinata to give him a strong, crimson blush. She responded with a gentle nod. With a faint undertone of pride in his voice, Kisame guffawed to himself in silence. Well, all I told him was how to control the Nine Tails, where to go to perform this and to not tell Itachi anything. Anyo, Kisame-sama, can you tell me where he went? Hinata leaned forward a little and said. Hinata was forced to return to a neutral sitting position as Kisame sternly warned, no, it'd be better if he was left alone. Nothing can help him with this. With tears welling up in her eyes, Hinata sighed to herself, please Kisame-sama. I need to make sure he's alright. I have to see him with my own eyes. Naruto wouldn't want this, Kisame thought to himself, alright, I suppose I can let you know where Naruto is. Hinata wiped away her tears slowly, allowing herself a small smile, and said, here, take this. Kisame extended his arm, his hand clenching a piece of torn paper, saying, you'll need this if you're to find your way to Naruto. Hinata carefully took the paper from Kisame, putting it deep in her pocket, and be sure that Itachi doesn't follow you. Kisame withdrew his arm, and training will start soon, so get back before then. Hinata nodded before getting up and briskly turning around to face the door. After Hinata left the room, Kisame muttered under his breath, she really does love him. She hurriedly opened the door, walked out, and closed it behind her. Hinata checked the living room to make sure Itachi was still there. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Itachi sitting on the living room couch. She used this time to study the map. She took it out of her pocket and looked at it calmly and carefully. She realized that in order to access the hidden passage, she would need to exit through the back door. With haste, she put the map back in her pocket and walked quietly to the back door. Where are you going, Hinata? Chan. A soft voice interrupted her as she was just outside the back door. Hinata immediately turned around and looked directly at Itachi. Itachi arched a suspicious eyebrow. Anyo, just going for a walk. I would like to have a moment of silence before training starts. Hinata laughed. Hinata nodded subtly, we'll be testing your genjutsu when you return. Training starts in no later than 2 hours, Itachi told the Hyuga sternly, and I expect you back here before then. N. Hinata felt sick, as though the air would heal her, and she didn't want to hear anyone else speak again. Refusing to let Itachi respond, she turned away from him and hurried out the door, leaving it ajar. Itachi gazed in astonishment and awe at Hinata. He was about to call her name, but changed his mind. Calmly, he shut the door and slammed the lock. Before turning around, Hinata ran for almost 2 minutes. She realized she could slow down because she was far enough from the hiding place. Then she stopped running suddenly and looked around. Hinata cautiously and slowly scanned her surroundings, making sure to notice every detail. Then she realized that she was in a deep, dark, and dangerous forest. The trees that surrounded the area buried the forest, preventing sunlight from reaching the tree surface. The forest was filled with shadows, forcing Hinata to use her Byakugan to light up the ominous darkness. Her Byakugan started to detect chakra signals. She almost instantly identified the chakra and asked, Naruto-kun. She looked at the chakra and saw that it had been there for almost 4 hours. Naruto had been here for nearly 4 hours, so there was plenty of time to check on her. She started putting the pieces of information together, almost like a puzzle. Her Byakugan had started to take shape during the weeks she spent with Naruto, so she violently shook her head to get rid of her stupid thoughts and started walking, following the faint smudges of chakra scattered throughout the forest. Naruto. Her love was on her mind once more, at least that was how she perceived him. She couldn't tell how Naruto really felt about her, which unavoidably caused her to become upset. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't notice anything else. She thought about the first time she had met Naruto. No one had ever risked their life to save a stupid Hyuga like that before. She had always been appreciative of that and everything Naruto had done after that. He was the one who encouraged her to reach her full potential, acting as a dark knight or guardian angel, watching over and defending her. She dismissed such thoughts once more. She laughed to herself, thinking she sounded foolish and careless. She cleared her mind and kept gazing around. Hinata was able to relax as the chakra grew thicker and more recent. She wanted to make sure, even though she knew she was headed in the right direction. Reaching into her pocket, she took the map out. To make sure she knew where she was, she looked at the map and then looked around her. After locating herself on the map, she looked up the path she needed to follow. Knowing full well what lay ahead, Naruto and the Kyuubi, she put the map back where it belonged and set out. After determining the right course, he put the map back where it belonged and started walking toward the underground labyrinth. He walked a few paces, the moonlight guiding him, lighting his path. Looking straight ahead, he saw a small, hardly perceptible path. He strode on down the path, scanning his surroundings quickly. The path was covered with trees and bushes, making it hard to see where he was going. Naruto was intoxicated by the silence that slowly spread throughout the landscape, which helped him focus on his thoughts. Naruto was calmed by the soft twitters of the birds, which gave him a moment's reprieve from the possibility of death. So you're really going through with this, aren't you, Naruto-boy? He said, swiftly activating his Rinnegan, which made the path lighter. The Nine Tails moaned and then yawned to himself in silence. You realize that you're just deceiving yourself, don't you? The Nine Tails said, his voice brimming with boredom. The Uchiha, the Hoshigaki, and the Hyuga all know what you are about to attempt is suicidal. No amount of strength or knowledge will prepare you for my onslaught. Oh, cat got your tongue, Naruto-boy? The Kyuubi yawned deeply to himself, loud enough that Naruto could be sure he heard. You're incredibly silent today. The Kyuubi gave himself a menacing laugh. After dismissing the Kyuubi's previous comments and inquiries, Naruto posed a question of his own. What is your name? Name? Why is this happening now? With every syllable that came out of his demonic mouth, the Kyuubi's voice grew increasingly irritated as he asked his own question. Everyone, including tailed beasts, has a name. In the hopes that the Nine Tails would respond, Naruto pressed. I know you're just reluctant to tell me yours. The Nine Tails made a menacing threat before laughing frenziedly to himself, saying, telling you my name would only be a wasted effort, you're going to die soon. That's what you think. Naruto pushed the Nine Tails, causing the Kyuubi to mutter curiously, you've been a part of me since birth, and you don't have the common courtesy to tell me yourself? Naruto argued while giggling to himself. Disgusted by Naruto's disrespect, the Nine Tails grimaced to himself. Are you overburdened with something that causes you to become unable to converse with me? He asked, rolling onto his side with his back to the gate. Naruto made a mocking remark in the hopes of surprising the Kyuubi. Baka, you think you're exceptional because you own a dojutsu, but you're nothing, Naruto-boy. As I've said before, you're only fooling yourself. The Kyuubi muttered, grunting, and cursed under his breath. The Kyuubi yawned once more, his interest ebbing away with each second that went by. "Why are you so interested in my name anyway?" sneered Naruto at his partner. The Kyuubi asked, his voice immediately losing its bored tone. "I've just been thinking about it ever since I discovered you lived inside of me," Naruto said. The Kyuubi gave a small laugh, perplexing Naruto. "You think that's funny?" The Kyuubi moaned, "I find your stupidity mildly entertaining. If you believe that my giving you my name will improve our relationship, then you are seriously mistaken," the Kyuubi told Naruto. "However, I'm positive that no other Jinchuriki have called you by name, have they? And what specifically do you expect when you address me by name?" "Nothing. You thought I wanted something in return?" the Kyuubi said, grunting in confusion. Naruto said, his voice full of sarcasm, "You should probably stop thinking so high of yourself." He laughed to himself. Naruto guffawed to himself in silence as the Kyuubi snarled threateningly at him. "I didn't quite get that," Naruto said, drawing a tiny smile to his face as the Kyuubi muttered something incoherently. As a tiny tear slowly dripped from his left eye, the Nine Tails whispered, "My name is Kurama." "That's a good name," Naruto said with a smile to himself. "Has a nice ring to it," Naruto said in jest, which made Kurama laugh. Both parties were able to dwell on their thoughts during the remainder of Naruto's journey, which was conducted in complete silence. Kurama slowly raised his paw to wipe away the salty tear that was slowly trickling down his cheek. Even after all the hardships he had endured, primarily because of Kurama's cruel and self-centered intentions, he never imagined Naruto could be so selfless and thoughtful. He knew Naruto had always been different from the other Jinchurikis who were cursed to have the power of the Nine Tails. Before meeting Naruto, Kurama had always thought that, as Uchiha Madara had predicted, he was destined to corrupt and destroy. He criticized such ideas because he knew that he was in charge of his life and that he didn't need to pay attention to what other people had to say. Naruto had repeatedly taught him this. He grinned to himself as he lost himself in his thoughts more and more. He wanted to see if Naruto was worthy enough to control his power, and he knew that Naruto was more than capable of doing so. Kurama had only bluffed to see if Naruto's spirit held intact, which had been the case to his comfort, ease, and relaxation. Kurama only needed to train Naruto to perfect it at this point. He grunted, fully aware that the journey ahead would be taxing for both him and Naruto, but he was adamant about doing it for both of their sakes. It was now 20 minutes. After 10 minutes, Naruto checked the map 4 times, becoming proficient with it. He figured it out and went on, comforted by the soft cries of the wilderness. When he reached his destination, he placed his warm hand on top of a cold, hard, and brittle boulder, rapidly accumulating chakra in his hand. He muttered under his breath, "Dispel." This caused the boulder to vanish from the world, revealing the hidden passage. He recalled Kisame telling him that only Naruto's chakra could open the way because he had specially made this seal while Naruto and Hinata were traveling to the hideout. He grinned, impressed by his sensei's perception and quick thinking. He wondered how Kakashi and the elders were doing and whether the Hokage had taken any further steps to carry out his cunning plan. The thought brought him back to Konoha. Such inquiries were promptly dismissed. He had more important matters to attend to, and he was confident that Kakashi and the elders could take care of themselves. He proceeded along the now open path until he came to a steel door. The door appeared undisturbed, as though it had lain dormant for thousands of years, waiting for a person of extraordinary strength to open it for their touch and only their touch. The door was effectively locked and sealed off from the outside world by the numerous branches of the outstretched trees that wrapped around the handles. Smiling to himself, Naruto composedly prepared a Rasengan in his right hand. He could now produce a Rasengan with little to no effort, as though it were a simple jutsu. The very metal of the gate was crushed and destroyed when he slammed the crystal blue orb against it. With a satisfying clunk, the door swung open and slammed against the walls on either side. Naruto threw the Rasengan out of his grasp. His footsteps made a characteristic patter on the stone floors as he proceeded through the splintered set of doors. After walking for a few minutes, Naruto reached a spacious room that resembled a chamber. A large stone tablet, which Naruto assumed was a place to rest, was in the middle of the room. There were liters of water all around the stone tablet. Occasionally, the watery material brushed by the stone tablet, producing a gratifying and nourishing sound that permeated Naruto's body. He landed flawlessly on the stone tablet after leaping gracefully over the water's tides. He then assumed a meditative position, lowering himself to his underside, folding his arms, and crossing his legs. He closed his eyes slowly and started to remember everything Kisame had told him. Remove the seal, beat the Kyuubi to submission, connect his chakra to yours, pull on the Kyuubi's chakra, and seal the Kyuubi after everything was finished. Naruto realized that his plan sounded incredibly simple, and he knew it would be much more difficult than that. He sneered to himself and then focused again. He entered his head and came out at the exact cage where his prisoner, the Kyuubi, was kept. In order to determine whether Naruto truly possessed the ability to control his power, Kurama snarled at him. Naruto approached the cage slowly and methodically before saying, "It's been a while since I've been here." Kurama, refusing to get out of his lying position, told Naruto, "HMPH. The last time I remember, you were begging for me to lend you chakra when you fought that Sasuke-kun. I'm still surprised he managed to beat you. You're lucky he didn't kill you." Naruto gave the Nine Tails a sneer. "So, you're really going to go through with this then?" Kurama asked, removing his arms from his side and folding them gently beneath his chin. He then yawned without bothering to cover his mouth. As he started to slowly levitate in the direction of the seal, Naruto explained, "You knew this day would come eventually. I'm just bringing forth the inevitable sooner rather than later." Naruto halted in front of the seal and remained silent. "I remember when you spoke like a complete baka." The Nine Tails laughed to himself, recalling the events leading up to their current encounter. "You remind me of your father." "Oh yes, I forget that you did not know your father." "Well, I know him very well." The Kyuubi moaned, keeping his eyes closed and his physical self on the ground. His sharp breaths were the only sound audible. Naruto was taken aback by Kurama's remarks. "You really knew my father?" he whispered, feeling a tiny gust of wind blow past his cheeks, but he chose to ignore it, not giving it any thought at the moment. What was he like?" he asked again, his voice breaking. After he finished speaking, the Kyuubi grunted and clicked his fingers, asking, "Why don't you ask him that yourself?" The Nine Tails chamber changed from a sinister, twisted area to a tranquil, restful garden at that very moment. Water that was cherry, colored and blushing surrounded the garden. Naruto glanced around quickly, bewildered and astonished by what had happened. He had been in the Kyuubi's domain only moments before, and now he was in some kind of garden. As he walked a few meters, he saw that the garden was thriving with a variety of flowers. These included sunflowers, iris, dandelions, roses, daffodils, and daisies, to name just a few. Additionally, Naruto observed that a number of fruit, spouting plants were expanding, adding an aura that commanded attention. What did he mean when he said, "Ask him yourself"? Went Naruto's mind back to his brief encounter with Kurama. Naruto asked himself, "Why am I in this place?" Naruto's mind was filled with so many questions that it made him sick. Quickly clearing his mind, he surveyed the large garden once more. Naruto was taken aback when he saw two figures standing in the distance. With a slow wave of his hand, he hoped to elicit a response from his fantasy. Both figures waved back, matching Naruto's hand speed. Naruto sensed a spooky atmosphere settling in, but he decided it would be best to talk to the figures to gain some insight into what was happening. The figures approached him as he started to move in their direction. At least they were excited and eager to meet him, which gave Naruto a sense of relief. Once more, Naruto recalled what Kurama had said before he vanished. He soon realized that Kurama had bluffed, attempting to make Naruto temporarily lower his defenses. Kurama's bluff had worked for a moment, Naruto retorted. The two figures were within talking distance of Naruto, but he was unable to identify them. He shrugged and carried on speaking to the figures, saying, excuse me. I need your help. I have no eye." Naruto halted about 4 meters away from the two figures and recognized the male right away. The fourth Hokage? Naruto was taken aback, amazed that the fourth would show up for him. As though he had known Naruto for his entire life, the fourth grinned at him. Naruto fixed his gaze on the other person, a woman with dark, scarlet hair. She also gave Naruto the same smile, which left him completely perplexed. I don't understand." Naruto's voice trailed off as the fourth ran his elegant and silky fingers through his golden locks, his touch warming Naruto's entire body. Stunned, Naruto was immobile. What's going on?" Naruto blurted out, his voice barely above a whisper, his bewilderment growing with each second as he looked innocently at the fourth and then back at the woman. The woman said, "Hello, Naruto-kun," with a voice that made Naruto feel warm. Naruto recognized the woman right away. A big smile started to slowly appear on his face as his eyes widened with relief and uncertainty. He could feel a few tears trickle from his eyes and slowly trickle down Naruto's delicate and soft cheeks. Tears were streaming down Naruto's face, but the rosy-haired woman wiped them away quickly. As though this moment had been prearranged for years, Her touch filled a hole deep within Naruto's heart. He laughed in his own head, and the fourth laughed together. The Hokage's voice was cool and collected, as though he knew exactly how this situation would turn out. Naruto-kun, it's been quite some time. 14 years, if my memory serves me correctly. You've grown so much, your mother and I are very proud of you. He started to tousle his son's hair while giggling at the looks coming from Naruto's face. Naruto found it difficult to finish his sentence, so then, you're... The young Uzumaki was enlightened by the Hokage and the scarlet-haired woman's silent smiles, which were sufficient to respond to Naruto's query, were your parents? The two whispered softly together. Another tear trickled from Naruto's left eye and moved slowly down his cheek. With a smile, the woman wiped the tear away gently. Confused about where to go next, Hinata scanned the forest. Examining the map in her hand, she studied it carefully. She looked around again, comparing her observations to the map. After realizing where she was, she started to move in the right direction. She quickly estimated that it would take her about 10 minutes to reach the secret area by examining the map again and calculating the distance between her current location and her destination. The calming sounds of crickets chirping, birds tweeting, and the refreshing wind rushed past Hinata's delicate and soft ears as she continued to walk. She grinned because she had always loved the sound of nature. She reminisced about her training sessions with her father, losing herself in the darkest recesses of her thoughts. Hinata clutched her arm in agony as her numb body thudded suddenly to the floor. Pain shot through her tiny body, and she took several deep breaths, trying to relax. With a disappointed shake of his head, Hyuga Hiyashi muttered, "Again, Hinata." With her knuckles red and her breaths painful, Hinata lay sprawled across the floor. Tormented by the rigorous training her father had imposed on her, she stumbled to her feet for the 13th time that day. She steadied herself, making a great effort to keep her strength. She gasped at the gooey substance that had come out of her mouth, blood, and coughed gently into her open hand. Ignoring her lack of hygiene, she wiped her bloody palm on her sweat-soaked pants. Even though it was painful, she was able to prepare herself into a taijutsu position. Hinata gasped in surprise as her father abruptly dropped his shoulders and ran in her direction. Hinata winced and sobbed in agonizing pain as he pressed his lethal palm into her stomach. He proceeded with a rapid series of palm strikes, which this time made their way to Hinata's stomach, her soft, delicate chest, and her left forearm. Unable to protect herself from the assault, Hinata's father started tapping her chakra points precisely with his fingertips. Then he kicked Hinata across the room, sending her body flying away from him and hitting the wall with a characteristic crack. The impact of the wall had broken multiple bones in Hinata's back. Dazed, broken, and battered, she collapsed to the ground. She kept coughing up blood, the red fluid dripping onto the floor from her open mouth. Still coughing and spluttering blood from her mouth, Hinata got up and dropped to her knees. With shamed eyes, Hiyashi sneered at his daughter's incapacity and said, "And to think you're to be my true successor." Hiyashi thought out loud, chilling Hinata with regret. "Your sister, Hanabi, is a much more worthy individual to bear the pride and respect that this clan has to offer, and she is much younger than you, Hinata. Your skills as a ninja do not even come close to the other 14-year-olds. Even that demon fox kid is more of a ninja than you." Hiyashi's tone was harsh and disgusted, as though Hinata were less valuable than the floor. He spat at the floor, making a loud splashing sound as his viscous saliva hit the floor. His callous behavior made it clear to Hinata how unhappy and disappointed he was with her. His last words before he silently marched out of the training arena, leaving Hinata in the icy, melancholy silence, were, "I do not wish to see you until you are worthy." He turned around slowly, his head held high with pride. Hinata started coughing up more of the warm liquid as the blood in her veins continued to pump. She shook violently with fear and agony as she used the back of her right hand to gently wipe her mouth. She stayed on her knees, unable to move due to the intense pain she had experienced from her father's abuse. Her eyes began to well up with tears. She didn't try to stop crying because she knew she was the only person in the room and her father wouldn't be impressed if he saw her cry. Tears started streaming down, louder and more frequent. Her sobs grew louder until they filled the room with silence. She refused to stop crying and started whimpering and sniveling to herself while slowly rocking back and forth. For just over 10 minutes, she remained in this position, cut off from her family. Her father had likely told them to avoid her, and she had hoped they would leave her alone. Wiping a tear from her eye, she glanced around the far-off room, her vision hazy from the heavy tears. She was horrified by the amount of blood she had produced and looked down on herself. Her silky clothes and the floor beneath her were both soaked in it. She gripped her ribs as she painfully stood up, wiping some of the gooey blood from her fragile neck. Hinata thought wearily, the perks of father's training, as she felt some of her ribs had been broken. She smiled at her own sense of humor. Eventually, she found her way to the door after limping through the room. Hinata grasped the door handle with her warm hand, moving it away from her broken ribs. She pressed against the handle, which unavoidably caused her body to hurt excessively. As the door creaked slowly open, Hinata was able to grasp her broken ribs once more. Exhausted enough from everything that had happened before, she gazed up the intimidating stairs. Despite her struggles, she was able to raise her leg. There are only 13 more to go, Hinata thought glumly as she raised her leg on the first step. She slowly raised her leg once more. She placed her leg upon the next step. She kept doing this until she reached the top of the stairs. She was worn out and exhausted, but she felt proud of herself because she had climbed the daunting stairs. Her sharp breaths hurt her chest as the oxygen made its way to her lungs, and she gasped for air. Gazing down the slender corridor, she took in the numerous portraits of her relatives. She hobbled over to her mother's. Hinata, who had never known her mother well and couldn't even recall her name, studied the portrait, her gaze sweeping over the picture's depiction of a beautiful, fair skin. Hinata's only recollection of her mother was that, in contrast to her father, she was a very kind person who always maintained her composure and kindness under pressure. She turned away from the painting and sighed. She was able to take her hand off her ribs as the pain began to lessen. She walked a few more meters to the door of the living room and opened it slowly. Hiyashi sat quietly on the couch with his eyes closed. She felt sick to her stomach at the thought of her father. Hinata carefully closed the door without making a sound. She shuffled through the spacious living room, her footsteps barely audible. Hinata was just inches from the door, her arm extended, prepared to open the front door to leave the house, when her father's loud voice broke the stillness. "Where are you going, Hinata?" Hiyashi asked, opening his eyes slowly until Hinata was in full view. Pain shooting through her body, Hinata whirled around and whispered, "Anyo, father, I just want some fresh air. W. When does training circuit commence again, father?" Hinata asked, drawing a stern glare from Hiyashi, who sat gracefully on the seat, motionless as a statue and silent as the night. Hiyashi tapped his fingers lightly against the couch arm and said, "There will be no more training. You are a lost cause, Hinata. I will be training Hanabi instead. She is obviously the true successor of this clan." As though her heart had been disassembled and thrown away like a piece of trash, Hinata experienced a throbbing pain in the middle of her chest. But father, duh. Hinata jumped back in terror as Hiyashi yelled, "No buts. You are to not question me, Hinata. You are not worthy, and you know it to be true. Even your mother would be disappointed in you." Hiyashi sneered, then crossed his legs majestically to sit more comfortably. Her father had never before brought up Hinata's mother after her passing, so she gasped silently at his stern words. Hinata's small body boiled with anger. Hiyashi tried to interrupt Hinata, but she refused to stop talking, saying, "I'm nothing but a disappointment to you, and you always find a way to make me feel as if I'm nothing." Hinata screamed, surprising Hiyashi. She felt like a time bomb, her detonation inevitable. She had always wondered when she would stand for her father's harsh words and statements, but she had always wondered when that time would come. "Mother would never be disappointed in me," Hinata whispered, gradually succumbing to her rage. As she opened the door, Hinata turned away from her father and whispered, "How dare you speak to me like that my entire life?" The bright sunshine greeted her warmly as she stepped outside. Leaving her father in the living room with a shocked look on his face, she slammed the door behind her. Hinata became enlightened by the sun's warmth and was able to relax. As she slowly glanced around, she saw that a number of the villagers had stopped to stare at her, their faces showing concern. Hinata had neglected to change her blood-soaked clothing, allowing the villagers to witness the suffering she had endured. Disregarding the opinions of the villagers, she shrugged and headed for the Hokage's office. Hinata was only a few seconds away from the secret passage when she suddenly snapped out of her reverie. She searched the area, hoping to see a boulder that would obscure the path, but she couldn't find one. She assumed Naruto had forgotten to replace the genjutsu, but then she quickly remembered that he was already here. She moved a few meters and then stood right in front of the passage. Even with the sun's glaring light shining through, the passage was dark, so Hinata turned on her Byakugan to light it up. Her vision was instantly filled with a powerful chakra spike that sent a tremendous shockwave through Hinata's body. She trembled, fearing the worst but holding out hope that Naruto had successfully subdued the Kyuubi. Nervously, she walked slowly through the dim hallway, peering in every direction. She continued walking until she reached a door made of corroded steel. After examining the door, She came to the conclusion that Naruto had opened it using some sort of wind-powered jutsu. She looked in through the opening the doors made and took in the view. After discovering remnants of both Naruto's and the Kyuubi's chakra, Hinata thought, "At least I know he's still alive." She let out a small sigh. She entered through the wide open doors into the darkened building and kept searching for more important information about Naruto's predicament. She walked for a few minutes, her breaths nearly silent against the stone beneath her feet, her steps nearly silent. She found a big wooden door and slowly opened it, wondering what might be inside. Her Byakugan could not find any sign of life outside the door. Hinata was reminded of the hallway in the Hyuga home by the numerous paintings that were plastered along the walls of this spacious hallway, which was revealed when the door creaked slowly open. After examining the space, she changed her mind about entering. She shut the door quietly and swiftly. "You baka. I've already told you how to do it." Hinata immediately jerked her head toward the loud voice. Oblivious to the tone, she glanced around before accelerating down the corridor. "Come now, Naruto. Boy. You must get the ratio of both our chakras perfect," the voice said again, leaving Hinata with a number of unanswered questions. Not wanting to get lost in her thoughts, she pushed her questions away. Moving quickly down the hallway, she approached the voice more and more. A pair of voices exclaimed, "Tailed beast bomb," and then there was a huge explosion, followed by a terrifying shockwave that rocked the ground beneath Hinata's feet. A sickening thud smashed Hinata's left cheek against the hard floor as she lost her balance and fell to the ground. For a few minutes, Hinata lay on the ground, stunned by what had happened. She had experienced a massive chakra burst prior to the enormous explosion, which was stronger than anything she had ever experienced in her life. She got to her feet, sweeping the dust from her clothes. "Again, Naruto. Boy. We need it to be absolutely perfect." The voice pierced the atmosphere once more as she turned toward the chakra, remaining silent except for her accelerated breathing. Hinata was standing right outside the door that emitted the chakra she had sensed moments before. She put her delicate hand on the door handle and pushed it down to open it.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.